5 minutes. Thank you. for your favorite fighter, of course. Make sure you let them know they did a great job, win, lose, or draw. It's always difficult to get inside this cage and perform for everybody. So let them know what a great job they did. And of course, on the counterpoint, try not to boo. There are some things you don't like, just realize it's part of the game. Anyway, so once again, thank you guys for being here at Cowboy Fight Series number 2, and we're going to get started here in a couple minutes. Thank you. You look like you know MMA pretty well. All right. Well, cool. Once again, it is an absolute pleasure being here in Sterling, Virginia, at Gold's Gym here, putting on the Cowboy Fight Series. And of course, our namesake.
Welcome back to Cowboy Fight Series, coming to you live on Flow Combat from Sterling, Virginia. My name is Charles DeGisco, and I'm joined in the booth by UFC veterans Super Sadiq Yusuf and Carl Robertson. We'll be calling that 13 high-level fights, including 4 title fights, headlined by Sumiko Inaba and Kelsey Gilmore. One fight to look out for is Corey Champion against Muhammad Ali, fighting for the bantamweight title. And that is not a fight we want to miss, gentlemen. That's going to be a fight of the night contender. Sadiq, tell me a little bit about Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, the last time we saw Muhammad Ali here, he looked very clean, very calm in there, especially for the amount of fights that he had. He was fighting at 145. I remember him talking about he wants to be the best fighter in the world. I also fight at 145, so we both can't be the best fighter in the world. I'm happy to see now that he's at 135. He dropped down. He's a little bit small for the weight class, so it makes sense, you know. So he's probably going to be at that weight until the end of his amateur career. He might fight 25 when he turns pro.
Carl, tell me a little about his opponent, Corey Champion.
Man, Corey Champion's a little monster. He's a young kid, but he has a lot of fights. He's 9-3. He's always down. Anywhere you want to go, he's down to go. You want to bang, he's banging. You want to grapple, he'll grapple. You want to wrestle, he'll wrestle you. He's trying to beat you at any point in the game, and he's with it.
You know, one thing to note about Corey Champion, he had his last fight at Cowboy Fight Series, and he competed against the #1 ranked fighter in Virginia, and it was a very close split decision. It didn't go his way, but you know he's going to be coming out even more motivated for that bantamweight belt. Now, Muhammad Ali also competed in that fight, at the last Cowboy Fights, and he was successful in his debut. Do you think that there's going to be any sort of change of pace as Muhammad drops down 10 pounds, knowing he's got that experience, Carl?
He's going to be hungry. They're both going to be hungry. Coming off a loss, he's going to try to make it up, and coming off a win, you know he's going to try to make a statement, dropping a different weight class. So there's a different group. They're definitely both hungry.
Well, you definitely want to ride the momentum. Yeah. Sadiq, coming off of a split decision loss like that for Corey Champion, do you think that's going to change his approach as he prepared for this fight? Do you think it's one of those situations where he learned a lot from it?
Honestly, I don't think he's going to do much of a difference because based off the crowd's reaction, even his last fight, when he lost that decision, everybody here kind of thought that he was supposed to get it, you know, and the crowd reacted the way that he won. So he should pretty much do the same thing he did the last fight, and I'm sure he'll get the win this time.
Yeah, you know, Corey Champion, he's very well-rounded, and it's so rare to have an amateur fighter who can do so much and who has this much experience. And Muhammad Ali, he's only has 4 fights, but he brings it every time. He's incredibly athletic, and he's able to always put it on his opponents. And he gets the takedown when he needs it. He gets the strikes. They land when he wants them to. And it's going to be a tough task for Corey Champion, who in his last fight was making all the forward progress. But in this fight, Muhammad Ali is going to meet him right in the middle.
Yes, I agree. It's going to be a fight to watch. It's definitely going to be a fight to watch.
And one more fight to go over briefly is Sumiko Inaba against Kelsey Gilmore. Sumiko flew in from Maui, Hawaii, traveling all the way. I know, Carl, I know you had a tough drive down here, my man, but that's a long flight. That is a long flight. Kelsey Gilmore competed at the last Cowboy Fight Series, and she had a tough decision loss, but we saw she's got a lot of skills. She's very capable, and it's going to be an interesting matchup. Sumiko's 5-1. Do you think after this fight she's got to start looking pro?
That's completely up to her. That's how she feels. She's comfortable in there. If she feels like she's ready to make that jump, then she should do it.
Honestly, anybody that's flying out from Hawaii for an amateur fight is probably taking this super serious, you know. And I think it speaks for how good of a show this is. And I think you have more of an incentive to turn pro after this show, especially with the surprise prize that they gave everybody the last time, you know. So 5-1, I don't see her staying amateur much longer.
And as the camera pans to Cowboy Cerrone, we see him there. He is a major proponent of this fight series. Obviously, it's named after him. He maintains a very strong role in all of this, and he will be joining us at the desk for an interview later on. And he's another one who flew in, although he's not flying in to fight Kelsey Gilmore, and I think that's something that Sumiko Inaba knows coming in, that she's going to have to make these adjustments. Going to your point, I think that when you're making that much traveling, to think about, there might not be anybody else for her to fight.
Exactly.
There might not be enough high-level competition for her to showcase her skills.
She might not. People just might not want to fight her from where she's from because she has a name and she's dangerous. Like, nobody wants to take that chance, especially in the amateur career. A lot of people don't really want to fight that well. So when she's coming in and making moves like that, it's definitely time to make a jump to pro.
So, Sadiq, you have a fight coming up, but before we get to that, Carl, you have a fight that is very close.
Yeah.
We're talking 2 weeks out. So we're
Yeah.
great to have you here. I see you got a bottle of water in front of you. How are you feeling, my man?
Man, I'm ready to go. I got a young bull I picked out to fight, and he's been on like a 4-fight win streak of finishes, and I like to test, and I like to welcome him to the UFC, and I'm going to show him that there's levels to this.
Now, he's a replacement fight, a top prospect out of Brazil.
Yeah.
Do you think there's going to be a little bit more grappling in this fight? Originally, it seemed like you were going to have a bit of more of a striking affair. Has it changed your game plan at all?
My game plan doesn't really change because I know what I want to do, but he took it on short notice, so he's probably going to do what he's best at, and it's grappling. So after I hit him a couple times, he's definitely going to try to grapple, and we're going to see where it goes from there because he doesn't look that strong.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people don't know how good your takedown defense is. And if they can't close the range on you, they're not going to be able to avoid those hard shots coming in. Sadiq, you have a big fight coming up against Gabriel Benitez.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about him.
Yeah, he's just like me. I think the UFC's purposely just giving me strikers. You know, they want us to have an exciting matchup. So they're expecting a stand-up battle, and that's probably what they're going to get.
You know, I know we were talking about you looking to switch it up and showcase your skills in grappling against maybe a higher level grappler. It looks like the UFC's got a plan for you, man.
Yeah. After my last fight, I called out Kron, but you know he didn't seem like he was very interested, and that's not the hill I'm willing to die on. I don't have any personal issues with him. So once I saw he wasn't interested, I was just ready to take whatever they gave me. So I was sitting there waiting for the next grappler to show up, and they were like, hey, there goes another one.
Well, so our first fight of the evening, shifting gears here, is going to be Katada Nubani against Jeremiah Gerber. Now, Kutada's got 3 fights, all of which have gone to a decision, whereas Jeremiah Gerber's got 2 wins, both of which by submission. Carl, you were making an interesting point that you feel a lot of amateur fights end the decision because it's a heavy grappling focus.
Yes.
Do you feel that as he enters his 4th, 5th, and 6th fights, Katada will start expanding his skills and focusing more on striking and changing the levels?
Yeah, the more fights you get, the more you loosen up and you're ready to strike. You're more out there to take chances.
We're going to stand up for the national anthem.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And a beautiful national anthem gets us ready to rock here at Cowboy Fight Series, the second show.
You sure they turned the arrow in here?
Man, let me tell you what, I think the fighters all appreciate it because they're going to be coming out warmed up, but it is certainly a little too hot to be wearing this suit.
At least it's a nice suit, my guy. It's a nice suit.
Now, Jeremiah Gerber's 5'7", but he's 140 pounds and 19 years old. That's pretty young to have 2 fights. You know, in this game, I think we have a lot more younger fighters coming up and making good progress. Both of his wins are by submission. Sadiq, being that young, there's just biological differences fighting somebody in their late teens versus in their mid-20s. Is that something you dealt with? Because you're on the younger side of the spectrum here.
Yeah, especially I've dealt with a lot of my teammates. I've also started fighting pretty young. You definitely feel that grown man strength compared to that little teenager strength. But he has wins by submissions. When you prioritize jiu-jitsu, you don't need that much of a strength.
You certainly don't. And now we're going to throw it up for the first call.
We are going to bring out our first fighters of the evening. This first fight 2 is brought to you by Rule 7 Meal Prep. This first fight is in the catch weight of 140 pounds. So as I introduce our first fighter, comes to us by way of the blue corner.
Jeremiah Gerber, 5'7", 140 pounds, fighting out of Wartime MMA in Leesburg, Virginia. As we said, he's 19 years old with a 2-0 record, both of his wins by submission. So, Sadiq, as you were saying, when you come into this game at a young age, there's certain biological differences. Sometimes you have to deal with a little bit more strength. You have a better recovery time as being younger, but there's checks and balances, right? There's pros and cons.
Yeah, there's pros and cons, And another note, being younger, you still have that invisibility thing going on for you. You think you could conquer the world, and he's also 2-0. He hasn't lost yet. The good thing is his opponent, it says all his fights has gone to decision. They're probably going to wrestle a lot, and both of his wins are by submission. So, hey, it's your world. You're going to have a lot of chances to do what you're good at.
And both of his wins were by submission in the first round, which shows that he's a fast starter and he's going to come at you. Now, Carl, you were talking a little earlier, when you go to decision, it might sometimes slow you up. We're going to throw it up, though, for that second introduction.
And introducing his opponent this evening, coming to us by way of the red corner.
Katada Nubani, 5'8", 140 pounds, fighting out of Maikido MMA at Bailey's Crossroads, Virginia. He is 24 years old. He's 2-1, and like we said, all of his fights have gone to decision. Carl.
Yeah, man, that means there's a lot of time in the cage. That means he's comfortable. He's tough, so he's down to take a punch to get where he wants to go. And he's going to put it on the kid. He's going to come to the kid. He's going to try to meet the kid. He's not a runner. You can tell.
And one thing I think from the amateur level, when you do lose, and you lose by decision, there's oftentimes so many lessons throughout that fight because you're getting that time in that's just irreplaceable in the gym, in sparring. When you get to the higher levels, like the ones that you both are at, you can recreate a lot of situations with hard sparring and high-level sparring partners. But when you're first getting out there and you don't really know what to expect, this is your time to learn.
Yes.
Now, Carl, correct me if I'm wrong, you had a pretty short amateur career,
Yeah,
correct?
I only had 3 amateur fights.
3 amateur fights, and then you went pro, and first in kickboxing, correct?
Yes.
And your first pro kickboxing fight, we talked about it last broadcast, was
Jerome LeBanner.
Jerome LeBanner, who is a legend in the kickboxing community. And, one thing that you get from that amateur field, you get that experience like we were just saying. Do you feel like you've had to kind of hit the ground running here as you hit this higher level?
Yeah, I'm learning on the job. That's pretty much what it is. You got to learn on the job when you go a little too quick. And sometimes that's a good and a bad thing because you work harder because you have to catch up. And sometimes you surpass. That's how I got to the UFC so quick.
Right.
So it helps you work harder in this place, and it's a lot of catch-up to do.
Well, both of you had meteoric rises quite quickly, but now we're going to throw it back up to Giovanni to call the official fight.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is our first fight. We've got 3 3-minute rounds of mixed martial arts action. This first fight is a catch weight of 140 pounds. As I introduce our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner. He is 19 years of age, standing 5 feet 7 inches tall with an official fight weight of 139.4 pounds with an amateur record of 2-1. He comes to us by way of Wartime MMA out of Leesburg, Virginia. They call it Magic Hands. Give it up for Jeremiah Gerber. And his opponent this evening coming to us by way of the red corner. He is 24 years of age, stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, with an official fight weight of 139.6 pounds. He is undefeated at 2-0. He comes to us by way of Maikido MMA out of Bailey's Crossroads. He goes by Q. Give it up for Katada Nubani. And the third man in the ring, Red Countries, Gerber versus Nubani. Let's have a great fight.
And the crowd erupted when Nubani, when his name was called. It just feels different when you got a lot of support calling for you.
Yeah, and it's a very small room, too, so you can hear everybody.
That echo, you can definitely feel that in your bones.
It's going to be loud, ladies and gentlemen, but there's nothing like that energy here as we hit some high-level MMA at Cowboy Fight Series. This fight is brought to you by Rule 7 Meal Prep.
Jeremiah definitely looks like he's a young 19-year-old. You can tell in both of their body structure. Oh, but they are trading fast.
They came to fight. They came to
pressure
fight.
here from
Not a lot of grappling is going to be happening in this fight.
So he's trying to make a statement.
A shot landed there. A shot landed that hurt Gerber. He's having some trouble out of that right eye, and your body's putting a lot of pressure on him.
You can kind of tell the difference between a grappler and a striker by when they start getting attacked.
Absolutely. The defense is there's a big difference there. A very big difference there. Now Nubani's on top, landing some hard shots. Good body shots landed by Nubani. Now he's changing up to the head.
He needs to watch that ankle. Yeah. Well, he's out of the way now. He needs to settle down a little bit.
Now Gerber's trying to relax a little bit. He's in his full guard.
Gerber's now locked it up, trying to slow it down. He's got the head control, but he still has to be careful because he's not quite defending his head from those hard shots.
Yeah. You got to see how people react by getting hit.
He's looking for that arm bar, but he's not able to trap it properly while Nubani is postured up like that.
Yeah. A lot of people be good on the ground, but when they get hit, sometimes that jitsu goes out the window quick.
Well, it's hard to pull certain shots when you have to defend your head, right? You have to make a choice. Do you attack or defend? And right now, Gerber's having a hard time dealing with the volume from Nubani.
He's also having a hard time seeing out of that right eye. It looks like it's starting to close up.
I think one of the first hooks he got hit with threw him off.
Nubani's doing a great job of keeping him up against the cage here. How does that change things to the big shot landing?
Yeah, because now the grappler, he doesn't have anywhere to run, you know. Now he's kind of forced to engage in a striking battle, and you could tell he's super uncomfortable on his feet. And Nubani's nice and calm and constantly landing whenever he wants.
Big shot landed there. Good count. It looks like that was a low blow. Sending both fighters to a neutral corner.
So he should take that 5 minutes to use that for his eye. And
Definitely.
This is where the experience comes in, when to use it.
Yeah, you know, when he's having a hard time dealing with Nubani's forward pressure, and he's staying with his back against the cage and leading with kicks. It's just not, you need to throw some punches. You need to change the levels, because when you lead with the kicks, all you're doing is getting countered, and Nubani's doing a great job landing that hard right hand.
Yeah.
Carl, when you're using your range to keep somebody up against the cage, especially a grappler, we talked a little earlier that they have nowhere to run, but do you feel that it also gives you more space to deal with? Real quick, we're going to check this replay. And it looks like it just snuck in there, but it doesn't take much to slow you down.
Nah, not at all.
But when you're on the cage, you'd be surprised how body works. If I'm pushing up against the cage, you start to straighten up a little bit. You get a little bit taller. That means you can't really drop for a shot. And now I can play with you more, and I can get my range a little bit better, and I can hit you harder.
And do you feel it's going to open up more opportunities to the body?
Way more opportunities, because they start to fold, they start to freak out. When the mind goes, everything opens up.
It certainly does follow, and it looks like we're about to restart the action here.
Now this is where Gerber having those two quick submissions kind of plays in his downfall, because now you're in trouble. You're 2-0, your first time being in trouble, the amateur fight, and he's kind of throwing these kicks and he's a little bit off balance. He needs to relax a little bit.
And he's not really committing to his punches, right? He's kind of throwing them out there to keep something in Nubani's face, but it's not close enough to have that effect.
Not at all.
And now Nubani's got his back against the cage, and another big shot here.
If he wants to survive this round, he's going to have to shoot pretty soon.
He's throwing more punches to keep him away, not to really hit.
Right, and Gerber's hurt here. Ooh, big flying knee attempt, but then he ate one on the way out.
Yeah. Let's settle in on his jab and start gaining some respect.
He absolutely does, and Nubani's going to stop loading up. He's missed a few opportunities here to land hard shots. He's just spending a little too much time throwing wide and from the hips.
Yeah, Nubani has no respect for a strike right now.
None at all. He needs to be careful, because you might get clipped. This is MMA. 4-ounce gloves, anything can happen.
Yeah.
And just right there, big shot.
Oh, nice.
Right on the button. He's hurt.
Oh, that's a new one.
Oh, right at the bell.
Let's see. It was right at the bell. I don't know if Gerber is going to make it to the next round, though.
Now the ref's
I don't know if Gerber is going to make it to the next round.
And there it is. They call it, and that's the fight.
That's the end of the fight.
Right at the last second. Wow.
This place is exploding for Nubani. I think he sold out the room.
He brought a crowd, man. He brought a crowd. And a very strong performance from Nubani, where we were just saying how he got that experience going the distance and taking those decisions. But this time he did not want to leave any time or anything up to the judges, as he put a lot of pressure and he landed those hard shots.
Gotta take this as a learning curve. It's time for him to evolve his game a little bit.
You know, and it was that first shot that landed that really rattled Gerber, but then at the end there we saw that hard left hook and right hook right on the button that was just too much, and he couldn't quite answer the bell, and that was a good call, a good stoppage by the ref.
It was definitely a good stoppage. I don't think Gerber wanted to continue, and I don't even think he could have physically continued even if he wanted to will himself to do it.
Yeah, that little jump out the corner when he was getting punched was a clear sign. That
I never seen that one before.
I never seen a hop, skip, slide. That surprised me.
Well, let's throw it up to Giovanni for the official decision.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our first two fighters. First of all, he's about to get in here and win your job. We do have a winner, ladies and gentlemen.
Couldn't
By way of TKO, 2 minutes and 59 seconds of the first round, Totanon. Give it up for his opponent, Jeremiah Gerber.
Let's throw it back up for a replay of the very strong finish from Dubani.
All right, Totanon, get on.
Right there, you see that right hook gets through, and then there's a body shot, and now it's just, that was all she wrote at that
First of all,
point.
congratulations. I think Brett was far more excited than you were. That's usually how a coach goes. But you're undefeated now, 3-0, beautiful knockout at the end of the first round. You're part of the great organization here at CFS. What's next for you? Obviously, a lot of things go through your mind right now, but what do you feel is going to be coming up for you?
It's 3-1, we just 2-0. And I know he's at 135, so man, he's putting up 40. Right now, honestly, I don't know what's next. We're having our fun, so I want to take that up. But my coach over here, Coach Brown, all day, 52 weeks right there. Everybody that's getting out, I love you guys, all over there. I love you.
Well, you did great. Obviously, going with a beautiful victory. You never leave it in the hands of the judges this day. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing what's upcoming for the time. Let's give it up one more time. Thank you.
And we're going to check out some highlights of that very strong performance from Kutada Nubani. And you know, here's a good example of him just forcing the action against the cage, and then when Gerber does throw, Kutada was just ready to respond.
Yeah, it looked like Kutada has a lot more training and at least striking. You know, you look how calm he is the entire time. Everything he was throwing had a purpose. Even when he was swinging wildly, they still had a purpose to it.
Yeah, he has better overall training. He was comfortable. He wasn't worried about the shot. He was comfortable on the ground in his guard. So experience shows. This is what happens when you get out of there too early at a young age.
Absolutely, and you know, Aikido MMA is a very strong gym here in the Virginia area with a lot of competitors, and we're going to throw it up to Giovanni for the next fight.
All right, we're going to be bringing our next fight. This, once again, is 3 3-minute rounds of mixed martial arts action in the CFF middleweight division, the 185-pound division. Let's bring in our first fighter, coming to us by way of the blue corner.
Coming out of the blue corner is Miles Sampson, 6'2", 185 pounds, fighting out of Kingdom MMA from Lumberton, North Carolina. He's 26 years old. Both of his wins have come by submission, and he has yet to face defeat, but he's got a very tough task here ahead of him with David Gladfelter. Now, you're the guy to ask, Carl. Coming from a position where you don't have as much experience and you're fighting against a guy who has significantly more, how does that really affect your headspace as you go into the fight and what you present as a challenge?
At that point, you have to train your mind to be okay with it. You can't just not think about it, because in the back is going to get to you. So you have to train your mind, train as if you have to catch up to him. Because he has the experience, you're going to be uncomfortable, so you have to force him to be uncomfortable. You have to put yourself in positions that you know that you've worked on in the gym.
So that mental toughness of knowing that you have to push through that range, you have to get in his face, and you have to make it almost ugly is what you're saying in a lot of ways. Because nobody can really fight well on their back foot, especially when you have somebody athletic throwing hard shots and making you react to them.
Yes. When you're fighting on your back foot, you can't react well. You want to freeze them. You want them to have a freak out moment, and that way you can exploit what you don't know.
And that kind of happened to you, right, with Mr. Lebanner. You caught him with that left hook that dropped him?
Yeah, he didn't respect me. He didn't think that I was ready, and they thought there was a look over. So I use that to my advantage.
Well, we have all learned that now as we throw it up to Giovanni for the next call.
Now, let's bring out his opponent this evening, coming to us by way of the red corner.
Fighting out of the red quarter is David Gladfelter. He's 6'1", 185 pounds, fighting out of MMA Institute from Richmond, Virginia. He's 27 years old. He's got a 7-2 record, and he's the number 6th ranked Virginia amateur middleweight. He's got quite a bit of experience like we were talking about. He's got a strong background. He's coming out of MMA Institute, which is a very popular gym down in Richmond. As you see, he's got quite the squad with him. Sadiq, as you go and as you fight somebody who might not have the high-level experience you do, what kind of challenges does that present being on the other side of that argument?
Being on the other side, I think now you just have to worry about the unknown, you know, because it's kind of a mental battle with your head, like, oh, why does this guy think he could beat me with just 2 fights? Or why does his coaches think he could beat me with just 2 fights? So now, even though you have more experience, you have to be a little bit more careful because you don't know what tricks this guy's going to bring to you.
Exactly.
So you have to essentially use that experience to prevent them from getting in your face and forcing you on your back foot.
Exactly, because no matter how good he is or however good his coaches think he is, if you don't present him with the situations that he's good at, we're never going to find out, you know. Keep him doing what you're good at, and don't let him get a time to show what he's really, what he's bringing to the table.
Well, and you know, one interesting thing here to point out is that Miles is actually an inch taller and does have a bit of a reach advantage, though not too much against David Gladfelter, who's also quite long himself. So I don't know if that's going to change that experience disadvantage or not, but I'm definitely interested to see how it goes as we throw it up to Giovanni.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this next fight is brought to you by Moskova. This is in the CMS middleweight division, the 185-pound division. As I introduce our first fighter, coming to us by way of the blue corner. He is 26 years of age. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. With an official fight weight of 181 pounds, he's undefeated at 2-0. He comes to us by way of Kingdom MMA out of Lumberton, North Carolina. Let's give it up for Miles Samson. And as I introduce his opponent, coming to us by way of the red corner, he is also 26 years of age. He stands 6 foot 1 inch tall with an official fight weight of 183.8 pounds with an MMA record of 7-2. He comes to us by way of the MMA Institute out of Richmond, Virginia. They call him Shotgun David Gladfelter. And with our third man in the ring, Rick Humphries, Samson versus Gladfelter. Let's have a great fight.
David is built like a freaking rock.
He is in very good shape.
They built like a rock, and you built like a slinky.
He looks like a young cowboy, though.
Yeah.
And Miles looks like a young Chris Brown.
We're going to see who knows how to use their range first. That's what's going to dictate most of this.
As both fighters touch gloves, we're brought to you by Moskova.
I'm starting to see this a lot more. Grapplers are starting to really up.
Good sense of range here so far from Miles. Couple clean body shots as Gladfelter enters the clinch and lands a hard knee. That was a hard knee.
Yeah, he's clearly wearing them tie shorts for a reason.
Exactly.
And another one gets through. It seems like he's got a pretty significant strength advantage here in the clinch.
Yes.
Carl, what does Miles have to do here to get out of this position?
First, he has to use his right hand to dig an underhook so he can close the distance and he can spin him off the cage. Because standing right here right now, he's going to just keep getting kneed.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's able to really utilize that whizzer, but as he's trying to think about getting that in.
And he has to stop crossing his own arms. That's kind of defeating the purpose.
You know, when you're dealing with that much pressure and you're not really able to get yourself, you get your base. I mean, he's balancing on one foot because he's trying to block the knees, and another one got through there, but he's just not able to get that on. Oh, right as he does.
There we go. He finally got the underhook. Now he has to spin off with
now
that
he has to keep
underhook.
shifting. He just put himself back in the same position.
And Gladfelter landed that knee up. Now Miles has got to worry about ducking his head down into those knees. Big shot there, got through. Very good flexibility from Gladfelter. And now he's picking the leg that's holding the base.
Yeah, Gladfelter just seems to be the more physical athlete.
Yeah.
Well, he definitely has an advantage in the clinch. And, I mean, Miles has got to spin off here and start to keep
Miles
this
has
fight
to
at
do
range.
something, stop worrying so much about the knees. He's going to have to take a couple to get out of there.
Yeah, he trying to block it by leaving his leg up is just leaving him so vulnerable to everything else. I mean, there's a sweep here whenever Gladfelter wants it, but I think he's just having so much success that he's going to keep the fight here as long as he can.
He has no reason to move. He has to swim his arms in.
And he's using one thing he's doing really well is using his head to kind of control Miles and keep him off balance from controlling the spine as he lands a second knee to that back leg.
Oh, that was a strong knee to the body.
He felt that one.
He's in very good shape because this is a very cardio-intensive movement to be putting on at this pace, but he's not really letting up. He's throwing high volume and hard shots.
You'd be surprised. At this rate, he's not using that much energy. He's making his opponent carry all his weight.
And you could tell by the way when they broke apart, you could see David breathing hard, and Miles is barely even breathing at all.
Well, Miles has got to get some respect here. He's got to earn it back.
There you go. He got to use the jab. Keep him back. Use that distance.
Yeah.
Big hook landed there.
Both of them traded a hook, but it looks like
Miles sees something.
Yeah.
But who's landed a little bit tighter?
Miles hurt a big body shot.
Nice.
That's his specialty.
Yeah.
And that's a strong finish for Miles Sampson. He needed that kind of finish
100%.
And get this fight going.
He's in it for the long haul. You can tell he's here to fight. He needs to use his distance a little long, keep that jab going to keep him off balance, and then
we're going to check out a couple highlights here. And there's just of these big knees in control by David Gladfelter. He just is able to keep that unhook strong and really keep that pressure on. But here's when we start seeing some striking exchanges. We see Miles has a little bit more success as he starts letting his hands go. Right there was a big jab, and then he starts following it up, and he lands a clean hook right on the other side of Gladfelter's glove. I mean, look, that first round was a dominant performance from Gladfelter, but it didn't finish dominant, right? It showed that Miles has some weapons here that are going to be very effective, and that he can, if he utilize them correctly, he can get the win.
Exactly, yeah. He definitely still didn't win that round, but if he keeps up the same pace as he finished off on, it's going to be a good fight for him.
And, Sadiq, it's so important for the mental game to make sure that even when you lose a round, you know that there's still ways for you to win, correct?
Yeah, if I'm Miles coming into the second round, I'm going to be super confident because no matter what, even though I took a lot of shots against the cage, as soon as we broke apart, he kind of dominated. He started taking over.
As both fighters touch gloves, we start that second round, and let's see how Miles, if he makes any adjustments to Gladfelter's strong punch game.
I think Miles is going to be feeling himself now because in space, he saw how good he did in space. And the fight's going to start out in space. We're not going to start out against the fence.
And he has some excellent boxing combinations as he goes to the body and brings it up to the head where they get through.
Yeah, change of levels is where it's supposed to be at. Can't let the eyes follow you. But he can't just stand there. He can't just stand there taking kicks.
But one thing I will tell you that Miles is doing a great job of is he's blocking the hard shots. They're rarely getting through when they're not in the clinch.
But they're still landing. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Carl. Absolutely. And now he's
if I'm Miles, I'm going to spin off right here. I'm going to let him go because if you push you back against that cage, it's going to try to stall you out again. You see, here it goes. You got to break apart. You got to break apart. You can't let him push you against the fence again.
He's under control his head too much in body posture.
And that's really the issue, that sometimes when you want to get those shots back, you start landing those hard shots, which Miles was doing. He overcommitted, and he ended up in the clinch. Yeah. And, in sparring, a lot of guys, they enter the clinch, they push off, and they don't treat the clinch the same way they do the rest of the spar. And sometimes you see that come into live competition where you enter the clinch thinking, all right, maybe I'm resting here, maybe we're going to push off, and the other guy's got a different prerogative.
Yeah, and you're surprised. That's not just in amateurs. That happens in pros a lot, too. Like they call that like dark space. Like on the breaks, the clinch, a lot of people are uncomfortable with that. They like in sparring, they're not used to it. So they let it go, they jump around, move around, and go back to regular sparring. But you have to work on that just as much as you in distance.
Absolutely, and a lot of times that's where some of the hardest shots landed, which Sadiq, your last fight, exiting the clinch, you landed quite a few hard shots.
Yes, 100%. Exiting that clinch, that's when the person's going to, most likely, they're going to drop their hands when they retreat. If you throw some inside shots or hard hooks, you could probably finish the fight there.
Well, right now we need Miles to get out of the clinch if he wants to continue to find the success he had at range. And David's just doing such a good job with that underhook and head pressure that when he wants to breathe when he wants to breathe, and then he's throwing when he decides, and that's really letting him control this fight again.
Yeah, if I'm David, I'm not doing anything outside of this. We're going to stay here the rest of the fight, you know, especially seeing how much of a disadvantage I'm at space. Ooh, caught his neck, though. He got proper posture, start fighting that grip right away. He has to start fighting the grip right away. You got to start fighting the grip.
Now it's right here in front of the
He got to step over, then step over.
Oh, no.
It looks like there is a little bit of space. If Gladfelter cannot panic,
No, he's
defend
going
that arm.
to. Yeah, there we go. Nice.
That's a high risk, high reward move.
Yeah,
you can't
yeah,
just jump on the cage like that.
And now Gladfelter's going for the pass, trying to clear that leg into side control.
You got to get on his hip.
Miles got to treat the space that they start off with at the beginning of the round a little bit more important. You know, he started feeling himself a little bit with the striking and let David clinch up with him.
Trying to rush in.
And right there at the end of the round, we saw that David might have a whole other advantage if this fight goes to the ground. He seemed to be able to pass that guard at will. And if you're Miles, you know you got the boxing advantage. You know you're good at range. I think you got to keep the fight there.
100%. Especially every time he touched him, he kind of had him wobbling. You know, keep the fight at range. See if you could get a quick finish.
Yeah.
And here's some of those beautiful combinations from Miles in the beginning of the round, right before he ended up in the clinch. And then this is where we saw David take over again, right in his sweet spot. And there was the threat of the arm-in guillotine, but one thing that we see now on the replay, David actually was able to grab that hand initially, and as they went to the ground, he created the space necessary to kind of hang in there and then work on clearing the rest of the choke. I mean, Carl, what adjustments need to be made by Miles here going in? I know we've talked a little about it, but expanding with your own knowledge.
Miles needs to stop worrying about like he's going to get takedown on the cage. He's not worried about taking you down. He's worried about kneeing you. So he's got his hip to the side like he's going to stop the takedown. He needs to turn into him, get the underhook, spin him off, or go for his own takedown and go back to his world because he already has his submission win. So he needs to start dragging him into his waters instead of playing to his.
Absolutely. And Sadiq, what do you think David's doing here? I mean, he's just got to be...
Yeah, if I'm David, I'm going in shelling high and trying to push him against the fence. Not even technically, just use my physical force to get him to the fence. Then I'll worry about getting a good clinch.
Only reason he's probably not doing that is because his body shot's really effective.
Yes. If I'm Miles, all I'm going to add on to that body shot is just an uppercut, man, because I like the way he's going body, but if he puts an up hook in there, it'll probably get the quick finish.
Yeah.
You know, Miles has got very, very smooth boxing, where it seems like David comes from a little bit more of a traditional Muay Thai background, just in his pacing and the way he keeps his upright stance. But Miles has got to start landing on those shots like he did with that overhand right there. Put them together, like you said, work that uppercut in there, and maybe you can big hook there, but he's got to circle out.
No. You see, this is how he got tricked the last time, and there we go. He turned him again. Because the last time he's the one that initiated the clinch, and then he got turned and started getting knees thrown.
And, you know, he lands these hard shots, and then he ends up in these bad positions. And I think that with the experience, and as he continues to do this and continue to sport, he'll start to make those adjustments. But right here, he's got to know that he's down 2-1, despite the success he has had with the feet, with his hands. He's got to get out of this position.
Yeah, he has to drag him in the water. He has to do something. Go for guillotines, threaten a choke. There's Kimuras. There's so many things you can do from here. Kick the leg, get him off balance, move your hips. He's just too comfortable getting kneed.
Big knee there landed. And he threw one back, but he's throwing on an angle, whereas David's locked up, and he's giving his whole body behind these shots.
It's just like throwing off your back foot with punches. You can't throw a hard knee
with your back against the
with your back against the wall, sideways throwing the back knee. Like, that don't make any sense. You need to realize where you are, but that comes from the experience. He doesn't have it.
And I think that's one thing we're seeing here with David. He did take a couple hard shots. He got hit pretty hard, but he did have the wherewithal to readjust, reset, and then get the fight back to where he wanted. Whereas with Miles, when he lands those hard shots, he goes forward and he ends up putting himself in a negative position.
Exactly. He had position. He's just sitting there comfortable. And I think that kind of comes with a jiu-jitsu mindset. A lot of jiu-jitsu schools are passive, so they don't train aggressiveness. They don't train you gotta get here, you don't have to fight. Like Dwayne Ledwood's school, more of an aggressive jiu-jitsu style. So when they're in a certain situation, you can tell that they have that grit.
Well, when you have, I think, a strong wrestling program to complement your jiu-jitsu, you get a lot of that hard passing. You get a lot of that high-level jiu-jitsu I've seen in guys like Scott Dance. But as David starts working his jab, I got to think with 30 seconds left, he wants to re-enter the clinch.
Miles needs to get busy with this 25 seconds, man, if he hopes to win. Because when he throws, he lands, and when he lands, he does damage. He just got to get a little bit more busy.
He's got beautiful footwork on the inside. It just seems like he hasn't attributed that footwork with that Muay Thai style clinch in MMA.
He's a little stiff. He's definitely a little stiff.
Ooh.
Just missed with that spinning back kick.
That's why when you're too tall.
Yes.
And that's the bell. A couple extra shots there, just right at the bell.
It happens.
And it looks like we're going to a decision. That was a great fight, though, from both guys.
Definitely.
And I mean, I'll tell you what, Miles has got a lot to be proud of.
Yes, definitely.
He landed some hard shots, and even when the fight wasn't going his way, I felt he did a great job of always staying in it and always staying as a threat. And for David, he's got to be thrilled that he had a pretty legitimate test here in Miles, but he answered it and passed.
Yeah.
Sadiq, what do you think for these guys going forward? Some adjustments for David, and then Carl, some advice for Miles.
For David, honestly, he did what he had to do to win, you know. Not everybody's going to have such slick boxing as the guy that you just fought, but he did what he had to do to win, and that shows, it's based off his experience, you know. Oh, okay, against the fence, I'm going to win. I'm going to put you against the fence. And for Miles, he got to take this fight as a learning lesson, you know. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Miles. Miles, honestly, he needs to watch this fight, and he has to start learning how to win fights. You know, some people are skilled and they're good at practice, but they don't necessarily know how to win fights. If I'm winning and out of space, I'm not gonna clinch up with you. Even if I'm the one initiating the clinch, I'm gonna push off. Because the last 2 rounds, it's not like David pushed him against the fence. He grabbed the clinch and then got turned, and then that's where the rest of the fight stayed.
Yeah. Miles needs to figure out what kind of fighter he wants to be. If you want to be a fighter, like a boxer more style, you have to train to that. You can't go jiu-jitsu and then want to box and then not know how to control when the dude starts to kick your arms, because then you're going to just sit there and keep getting kicked. Or same thing with the clinch. If you're clinching, learn how to use the hands to get the inside boxing so you can angle off and then go back to your jiu-jitsu.
Well, you got to train to your style, and we're going to throw it up to Giovanni for the final call.
You was something else.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for both these fighters. One more time.
He gave him the guilty look like,
We do
what?
have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. All 3 judges score unanimous, 30-27. By way of the red corner, David Gladfelter.
David Gladfelter improves to
Give it up for Miles
8-2.
Sampson, one hell of a job as well.
We're going to check out a couple highlights as Giovanni interviews David.
Hard-fought victory. You seem to really want to utilize your clinch work, great knee work. But the funny thing,
There you see that crisp counter-strike from Miles, but Carl, just like you said, he didn't play to his style.
He didn't. You could tell because the way he shot wasn't really a shot. It was kind of more like a freak out. I didn't know he was going to come in, so he just bent his hips and just leaned down. And that's how he got caught into this position.
And here you see good forward pressure from David as the fight ended. But, you know, Miles dealt with getting getting punched quite well. It really seemed that he just didn't have that understanding of the clinch that David had.
Yeah, definitely, and he did also have good cage work, man. A few times he was able to get his underhook, but he never did anything with the underhook. He just ended up putting himself in the same position on the opposite side.
Sometimes with these short rounds, you don't realize the urgency of the moment, especially when you're dealing with these negative situations throughout the fight. It's interesting to see where David goes from here, because I saw some great improvement from his last fight, and I think this is going to be a really strong learning experience for Miles Sampson, who is just going to continue to put his boxing together and advance on his jiu-jitsu. Bit of a crowd here as fighters try to exit the cage. And we're getting ready here for our third fight of the evening, as we're looking at Jameel Matthews versus Josh Francis. Throwing it up to Giovanni.
Right, you guys having a good time so far? What about you? You've never been here to an MMA show. Are you having fun? Yeah, you are? All right, good. Because you are. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving to our next fight. Our next fight is brought to you by Vapor 5. This fight is going to be in the CFS 155-pound lightweight division. Let's bring in our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner.
Josh Francis, 5'11", 155 pounds, fighting out of Disciple MMA in local hometown Sterling, Virginia. He's 26 years old, he's 4-2, and he has never had a fight go to a decision. So he's either going to finish you or you're going to be able to find a way to get him out of there. And, you know, it's an interesting situation here because he's fighting a guy who's finished all of his opponents, but there's a first time for everything, and Josh Francis does have very strong experience. Look, he's fought some of the top amateurs in his weight class from the region, and his losses have come against very talented guys. His wins have also come against talented guys. He's not afraid to fight anybody. So I believe this is a strong show for him to compete on and show his best effort as he shakes a few of his teammates' hands here. Going in a situation where you've never been to a decision, have either of you guys ever fought and gotten to a point in your career where you reached a decision for the first time after having so many strong finishes?
Yes, my first fight in New York, my first decision against a boxer. It's a weird moment because when you're getting to like the second or third round, you're like, okay, he's not going anywhere. You have to learn, like you have to keep pushing because you get so comfortable knocking people out and finishing people that like you're like, okay, well, why is he going anywhere? And a lot of people lose that way because they're so used to finishing somebody and then surprise, I'm still here, and then they like gas out or they mentally break.
Right, an unstoppable force meets an immovable object.
Yeah.
Right. And Steve, what do you think about that?
Honestly, I was lucky enough. My second ever fight was a long decision, and it was a war. Me and the guy basically didn't know what we was doing, and we just went out there and just started throwing for the fences. So I was able to get it out of the way early. So by the time I got to my next one, I was like, okay, we've been here before, except this time we're not both crazy.
You certainly get used to the deep water as we throw it up to Giovanni for the next call out.
And now let's bring his opponent coming to us by way of the red corner.
Fighting out of the red corner is Jameel Matthews. He's 5'11", also 155 pounds, fighting out of 301 MMA in Baltimore, Maryland. He's 23 years old. He's 3-0, and all of his fights he's won by finish, either submission or KO, TKO.
Oh, wow. You know what's funny? I actually started off training with Jameel. I knew his name looked familiar. When I first started training MMA, me and him trained together. Like, we was both, I don't think either one of us ever had any fights back then, but he was a pretty, he used to jump. I don't know if he still fights the same, but he fought a lot like Dominic Cruz, you know, so it'll be pretty cool to watch him fight tonight.
How long did you train with Jameel?
For about maybe a year or two, you know, and then he moved away. And now I guess he's trained and he's back in town, and hopefully he gets a win tonight. You know, I think I already got my bias set.
Guess I'm rooting for the other guy.
You know, it's so hard calling these fights when you know somebody and you've trained with them before, and it's just one of those things. I think it's inevitable as Josh Francis gets pretty excited here, tries to stomp right on through the cage. We're going to throw it up to Giovanni for the official call-out.
That's it, boy.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this fight is brought to you by WEBDL. 3 3-minute rounds of mixed martial arts action in the Cowboy lightweight division. As I introduce our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner.
Oh, we made it.
He is 26 years of age. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall with an official lightweight of 155 pounds. He has a record of 5-2. He comes to us by way of Disciple MMA. Out of Sterling, Virginia.
Very strong showing from Disciple MMA.
He is 23 years of age, stands 5 feet 11 inches tall with an official fight weight of 156 pounds. He's undefeated at 3-0 when it comes to his by way of 301 MMA. Out of Baltimore, Maryland, he is Suave Jameel Matthews. And with our third man in the ring, Mike King, Francis versus Matthews. Let's have a great fight.
Both fighters look well prepared and eager to start the fight. The referee calls for the judges, make sure everybody's ready to rock. And here we go. This fight will be brought to you by Vapor 5. Jamil Matthews, very smooth out there. Doesn't seem fazed by the leg kick.
Yeah, very smooth. He doesn't look the way he used to before. Before he used to jump around and imitate coups a lot, but now he's in more of a traditional striker stance.
He's doing a great job of understanding range and not overreacting to shots as Josh Francis here tries to put it on him.
I like what I see from both guys, man. They both look game.
Both game and they both are aware of their surroundings. They both know what's going on.
A hard inside leg kick landed.
Oh,
Great head
good
movement.
head movement from Jamil.
Josh enters the clinch. I mean, he threw a lot behind those 3 shots, but that was beautiful head movement from Jamil. Josh going to have a hard time getting that takedown with the underhook, but he does do a great job of adjusting. Now he's going for the knee tap.
Oh, double unders for Jamil. He could use this to either break apart or go for his own takedown.
And it looks like he was going to try to first go for the trip, and now he's got double unders again. Josh has got to be careful of that.
That's a strong body lock. Strong body lock.
And so, see how he is on the ground because he's a hard banker on the top, standing up.
And, you know, sometimes getting that takedown, even if you're not a traditional grappler, just to let people know that, hey, look, you enter my world, I'm going to put you on your back. And then just like that, we see Jamil stand up and get comfortable again where he wants the fight to be.
Give you something to worry about.
Yeah, it looks like he's already done some damage to that right leg.
A good jab leg kick here from the southpaw.
I like to see Jamil a little bit lighter on his feet.
Great movement. A lot of volume here, but some trash talk now between both guys.
Oh, good left hand. And a good right.
That's a sneaky
Both
hook.
of those shots caught him. Both of those shots caught him.
Now he's, that was one low shot. Oh, man, that one right before that head kick.
That was straight down the pipe. That was like
football
a soccer kick.
Yeah.
Right.
Soccer kick to the balls and a head kick after.
Where he was aiming with that
He was going for a field goal. Jamil does not seem too thrilled, but he wants to get right back after it. He doesn't want to take the break.
Yeah, that gets me mad.
There's nothing like it.
Forget a break. I want to get back.
Yeah, I feel Jamil needs to relax a little bit. You can't fight angry.
Well, one thing Jamil's been doing a really good job of is staying smooth, but Josh is coming forward, and now he's starting to land. You can only slip so many shots before the change in level starts to get through as a hard head kick pierces the guard of Francis.
Both of these dudes are like taking turns to become the dominant guy, and the other one's just like showboating.
Yeah, back and forth.
Josh has got to be careful because he does have a habit here of ducking his head as he comes forward.
Nice!
That hurt him.
That definitely hurt him. Let's see if he could gain his senses. The short time left, he got to hold on here. He got to hold on. Very short time.
And Francis is able to reverse it.
Nice.
That shot landed right on Jamil's chin. He didn't know where he was for a minute.
That comes with movement on your feet and being still. You're not a movement target. You can just get snuck up on, and that shows.
Right as I was saying that Josh has a habit of ducking his head, he used that duck to then bring that spinning back kick around, and certainly changed my tune. And a beautiful combination from Francis. And look, Jamil's got to be careful. He thinks he's out of range. He drops his hands. He's very smooth.
Yeah.
But that time he wasn't.
And like you said, it was because Josh kind of dropped his head. Jamil brought his hands down as if there was no danger.
And we're going to go through some of the highlights here. Hopefully we get that big kick caught on camera. But there's some big shots landed there from Francis.
See the slide bounce?
Right there. Boom.
Nice.
Right on the button. Very well placed, very well timed from Josh Francis.
You can't give a spinner space like that. He showed you he's going to spin once. That's what you got to get head in the chest. Take away that spin.
You got to stay close.
Got to stay close or follow the shoulders. That comes with experience.
This is a good fight. I don't think this is going to go to a decision.
This is definitely going to a decision.
Now let's see what adjustments Jamil made, if any, as he comes out here for the second round. Another hard outside leg kick. Now, you know, I've called quite a few of Josh Francis's fights, and I can tell you that he's improved so much, specifically with his head movement as punches are coming his way. He's doing a great job of getting out of the way of a lot of these hard shots.
thing where you got to make him miss and make him pay. He's doing a lot of slipping, but he's not throwing back, so he doesn't feel like he's in danger.
And that's something that I think as you continue to work on your slips and your rolls, they'll start to come naturally. As big shots landed there from both fighters. As Francis starts to get a little more aggressive. Sadiq, you called it right, man. Both these guys keep changing their tune here.
Yeah, both of them. So one person will start dominating, and the other person will go on complete defense. And then they'll switch back and forth. And the thing is, they're both trying to get style points and trying to get into the other person's head. But I think if they focus more on their own offense, they might be able to catch each other.
Absolutely. I mean, it almost seems like very high-level one-for-one here as another big shot gets through. And again, Carl, as Jamil slips punches, which he's doing a great job of, he doesn't really return either. It's kind of like what Sadiq's saying. As they slip, they defend, then they reset, and then it's their turn to get those points back.
Back and forth. They're playing tag. Your turn, your turn, your turn. And that happens a lot in the amateur level.
Nice.
Big hook landed there.
Nice. Good hook, man. Josh has landed a couple of good hooks this fight. Jamil's bringing his hands up, but he's not really covering the side of his head. He's kind of just covering the front of his face, which it might make you think you're safe, but the shots are still going to get through.
And I think that comes from boxing too much.
Exactly.
Boxing, you have big gloves, and you have more space coverage. These little gloves, not everything's getting covered.
That's a great point, Carl, as Josh continues to push the pressure on here. And just like that, Josh landed a shot, Jamil landed a shot.
It's a very close fight, though. I might give the first round to Josh, but this second round is kind of going both ways.
It's definitely either fighter could definitely pull away here with just a little bit more pressure, right? A little bit more volume and success would have a very positive impact. But there's just not a lot of following up, right? I mean, guys, how do you break out of that habit? Sadiq, like, when you're going that one-for-one, what do you do?
Training partners.
Yeah, honestly, and at this point right now, it might have to come from an outside source because both of them kind of have gotten into a rhythm. And unless if a coach could get into one of their heads to stop it, or this right here could actually stop it too, just something to change the rhythm.
Something to increase the intensity once you make them finish it.
And that's the second low shot there that's landed on Jamil. Seems like he's taking it pretty well, though, too. He's just
here's a steel cut.
Listen, you still feel it. You still feel it. We're going to take a quick look here. Lead left hook, and then again, just as Jamil worked his way out of the way, he just wasn't quite able to get that foot. Both guys touch gloves. Let's see how we finish the round here. Some more combinations coming out of Jamil in the initial. Big shot landed there. As both fighters go to the corner. Now, Carl, coming out of this round, I got to think that first round was Josh's, but the second round really could have gone either way, especially because they're playing, tit for tat.
I would give the second round. Yeah, you're right. It does go back and forth.
You don't have to make any hard decisions.
It was a hard one. It was a hard one.
But if you're Jamil, how do you break this habit? How do you come out here and change the way you're doing things?
You gotta listen to your coaches. You gotta dig deep. You gotta go into one to finish. Everybody has a tendency to get comfortable with getting a groove, but you can't do that in the fight. In the fight, you have to go in and finish. You took so much with showboating, and I think that comes from the counter effect that they want to just put on a show. But we'd rather see you finish the fight in a spectacular way than make fun of the guy while you're trying to beat him.
Absolutely, and we saw a lot of these replays involve Josh lunging forward with that left hook and then landing a hard leg kick. At times on the calf, other times right on the meat of the leg. Maybe that'll start to pay off here in the third round. He'll start bringing those kicks high again.
Yeah, and the only reason he's not seeing the lunge on the left hook is because he's moving around so much. So he's constantly moving. The movement hides a lot of motions in the show.
Well, both fighters touch gloves, and here we go for the third round. Big head kick landed there from Miles. And Josh tries to immediately get some points back there.
Oh, that was a nice duck.
Ducked under, in on the single.
See if he knows how to finish it.
He's got to get the leg on the inside or go for a trip here as he's got the leg lifted up.
That's to watch that choke. He fought the hands. That's good.
He fought the hands, but he abandoned that shot. But then went for the outside trip, and now after a good scramble, both fighters push off there. That shot, Josh hit it well, but that shot landed. Oh, big shot there. Now he landed one of his own. He's got to put a little more pressure. And he's just hanging out in front. It seemed like that would have been a good opportunity for him to capitalize on that hard shot.
Yeah. Well, I think this is why Josh either finishes or get finished, because he has a tendency to stop.
And Speaking of stops, he just got caught with a hard shot, though. Look, you know, it seems like there's a lot of, like you said, fancy kicks, fancy shots, but now Josh is really trying hard to get that takedown, and he's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, he is. Jamel has a little fire to him right now. He's listening to his coach, and you can see it.
Well,
he's swinging a little harder, moving a little more.
If you were watching his coach, man, he was fired up.
Yes,
he was fired up. Reminded me of Teddy Atlas over there. But it seems that as both guys start to get a little bit tired, their range is now starting to shorten. As they think they're getting out of the way, they're eating those hard kicks on the way out.
There's levels to it. First is skill. Second is cardio. When the cardio both goes, is will. Who wants it more?
Well, I think we're about to find that out here as we have about a halfway point in the third round.
And sometimes fancy stuff doesn't work. When you're tired, bite down on that mouthpiece, hands up, and start slinging.
Jamil looks like he has a lot more energy in this round, man. If I'm him, I'm going to press the action. Josh is starting to drop his hands. I feel like if he pushes the action, he might be able to get a finish. Yeah, you got to push the action, Jamil.
And now he's throwing the elbows.
If I'm Jamil, I won't stop punching. I can't stop punching right here.
But he throws a nice leg kick of his own.
Josh's hands are completely down. This is when you put everything into it. This is when you put everything into your shots. You got to stop with the elbows, though. You got to go for your powerful shots. Hooking shots on the inside.
Jamil's got to get out of here, I think. He's got to push off and really go for broke in these last 30 seconds.
Yeah, for sure, because I feel like Josh has the first round. The second round was pretty close, and Jamil obviously has this round, but you don't want to risk it because you might have lost that second one.
And it's that blank space where punches should be thrown. When you throw punches, it makes people move into where you want it.
Well, that's another great point, and especially here as we have 10 seconds left. The fighters are split off, and we'll see what happens here as the bell rings.
Very short time left. Someone's going to go for something super flashy. I already know.
A lot of pressure here.
Nice. Good fight. Good fight.
Very strong finish from Jamil Matthews. And the guys,
definitely a good fight.
The question is, where did that second round go to?
Exactly.
Who got that second round?
I kind of get a second round to Jamil. I do.
It was so close, it really could have gone
I give it to
either way.
Jamil because what you call is flat. Josh was flashing around too much, hands down, bouncing around. He did throw some flashy stuff, but Jamil was more in his face. He started picking it up a little bit.
But, you know, when those hard leg kicks did land, they had a solid impact, and it seems like Josh wasn't able to take advantage of that in that third round by going back upstairs. You know, there was just so much pressure put on him from Jamil, and Jamil really hit his, I would say, second win, but maybe his third or fourth win right into that third round.
Yeah.
This was a very good match fight.
It was.
A lot of excellent head movement and a lot of very hard strikes were being thrown by both fighters here. And this is not an easy call for the judges either. I got to think that they're going to take their time.
Yeah, definitely not.
And you know, it always makes me nervous when I'm wondering what they're calculating. You know what I mean? Is something changing? What's going on here? You know?
Took way too long.
Yeah. We're going to come back and check some quick highlights real quick from the length of the fight. And there you see a lot of those kicks right at the end of the range. They just weren't quite out of the way. Beautiful uppercut as Jamil did a couple of different fakes to break the rhythm and sneak that one up.
Yeah, both of these dudes show some pretty good skill sets, man.
Pretty much Josh has to stop throwing power with every shot, and Jamil has to actually fight a little more and stop showboating. He kind of gave the first round away with the showboat.
Well, it's amazing how great these amateurs are as we throw it up to Giovanni for the official decision.
Give it up for both these fighters. They gave it everything they had in there. We do have a winner, ladies and gentlemen, by way of split decision, coming to us by way of the balloon.
Very close fight.
And a very big win for Josh Francis as he's shown great improvement. His first time going to a decision, as is Jamil's first loss.
First of all, congratulations on one hell of a hard-fought victory. It seemed that on the third round, you were given, and it took a lot for you to keep you in there. You weathered the storm, you come away with this decision victory. Bottom line, victory is a victory. How do you feel right now?
Clearly, this is the first fight all the time has been on 3 rounds. Knew about this fight for a few months. days got changed, life comes in the way, so we're always ready. Lewis, we can't stay ready. He's a tough guy. I knew it was going to be a standing match the whole time. We worked a lot of takedowns because of that, but I guess maybe we got to the next day and I just want to say today.
Well, regardless of how you feel the outcome was, the bottom line is one. You weathered that storm. You were able to maintain training for the last 2 changes. You did great. You got a hell of a fan base here. It's a pleasure having you once again. Can't wait to see you the next fight. Congratulations once again, everybody, Josh Francis.
I think that fight just raised the temperature in this place.
It might have, because it has gotten a lot warmer in here.
I'm like, oh my God. I got too much water in my system for this. I can't stop sweating.
Yeah, it's too late for me to take off the jacket now. I got to be committed because
You in this for the long
the
haul.
white shirts, right, man? We're going to throw it up to Giovanni for the next
All
call.
right, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a great time tonight. We're going to move on to our next fight. The next fight is going to be the 145-pound weight division. Let us bring our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner.
Fighting out of the blue corner is Fidel Benamar. He's 5'8", 145 pounds, fighting out of MMA Institute from Charlottesville, Virginia. He's 25 years old, 3 wins, 3 losses, but one interesting thing is that he's been competing in MMA since 2014. He's been an active competitor, but much more active in the gym, as he hasn't really taken a lot of time off, and that's a lot of time to develop your skills and go through the amateur careers.
Yeah, definitely, but you never know. It could just be life stuff getting in the way. You know, a lot of people spend time in the gym, and just because of one decision or another in life, you're not able to come out in competition. But I do remember watching him fight in the last Cowboy fights. He makes a lot of strange faces.
Well, you know, he fought Muhammad Ali.
Remember?
And, well, certain things will stick out to you. And when you're fighting Muhammad Ali, there's so many different things happening that, yeah, maybe there is a look of confusion at times. You know, Fidel, I think one of the things that, as he's developed his skills, you know, you're 3-3 as an amateur. That's okay. I don't look twice at that because you've spent so much time in the sport, getting your experience, getting your reps, so that when you do decide to go pro, you'll be going pro with hopefully it's a clean slate, but the experience necessary to find that immediate success.
Yes, definitely. I agree. I definitely agree. He's a tough kid. The last Cowboy Series fights, he was in it. He was definitely in it. Crazy Faces was there, and he was down for a get down. So we'll see how he uses foot.
As we throw it up to Giovanni for the red corner.
And now we're going to bring out to us his opponent by way of the red corner.
Fighting out of the red corner is Connor Buell. He's 5'9", 145 pounds, fighting out of Conquest BJJ in Bowie, Maryland. He's 22 years old. He's 2-0, and his first fight was just 6 months ago. Now, I had called his fight prior to his Cowboy Fights debut. I can tell you that he's constantly in the gym. He's constantly improving, and he's surrounded by very high-level, very professional fighters who really take the time to develop their amateur guys. They give him the time necessary to get that experience. And despite the fact that this is 6 months experience versus 5 years experience, I think we're going to see a very different fight from Connor Buell than we just saw in his first fight just 6 months ago.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, honestly, the fact that they're putting him in here with only 6 months experience shows that they've seen something in the gym, you know. I kind of saw him shadow boxing earlier. He looked pretty crisp and pretty clean. So, and by looking in his corner, you could tell he has some really high reputable people around him. Let's see what he brings to the fight.
Well, you know, he's working with Micah Terrell quite closely, and there's so many other high-level guys over at Conquest BJJ. And, I mean, he's a student of the game. I see it on Instagram. I see it on social media. He's always posting the drills, the reps. He's not just going out there and sparring a couple times a week and hitting the gym. He's really taking the time to develop his skills, and this is something he wants to do. And at 22 years old, it's a perfect opportunity for him to showcase that here at the Cowboy Fight stage. And we'll throw it up to Giovanni for the official call-out.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next fight is brought to you by Farmers Market Hawaii. This fight is in the Cowboy 145-pound weight division. As I introduce our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner, he is 25 years of age. He says 5 inches tall with an official fight weight of 145.8 pounds. With an MMA record of 3-3, he comes to us by way of the MMA Institute out of Charlottesville.
gave himself that nickname or someone else gave him that nickname?
I think the best nicknames come from others.
Yeah. Joe Duffy versus Joe Lozon.
Oh, you on a roll tonight.
I haven't been wrong yet, though.
A lot of head movement here from Fidel.
He's a little stiff. He's a little stiff, but you can tell he's there. Ooh, that's a nice counter.
Rolling with the shots. Big punches, though, from Connor Buell. And, Fidel's doing a good job of throwing punches as he rotates his shoulder that way. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but he's rotating back and forth, and then as he comes forward, he throws that jab. He's got to be careful, though, of setting that rhythm, which could get countered down the line here as Connor gets more data.
And we was talking about Connor's short experience time. I guarantee you there's not that many people in this gym that moves around like his opponent is doing right now.
No, you're absolutely right. I think having such high-level guys helping him out, it's going to pay dividends. But right now he's got to be careful because Fidel Benamar has got one hook in, and he's trying to work his way behind Connor Buell and taking his back.
Connor right now, I don't think he has a lot of experience in this position. He needs to press his back against the fence. Hey, he got out, but he has to relax just a little bit. He needs to relax a little bit.
Nice high kick. He was just a little off balance.
If he throws a jab or something else before that kick, it would land a lot more. But that's the third time his kick has gotten caught.
He had a hard shot there on the way out. Fidel's coming forward with hard shots and good forward pressure. This time, though, Connor's got double unders up against the cage, and I think he needs to do something here with a minute left. And he's going to get almost a body lock, but good defense from Fidel.
Nice. Fidel's mean, man.
Fidel's gritty. He's definitely gritty.
Yeah, he's very gritty, but both guys are throwing a lot of punches in that dark space that you had mentioned earlier, Carl.
Yeah, dark spaces with a lot of fights you won, a lot of fights you lost because people are too comfortable.
Now, this is another time when you see there's difference between martial artists and fighters. And Fidel definitely looks like a fighter. It looks like no matter what's going on, he's coming forward to hurt you.
And a very good double kick there from Connor. Connor's doing a good job of throwing those hooks and circling his way out. He's just big knee. And Connor calls for more. The big issue here is that Connor's just throwing his strikes from far away, but he gets under that and gets a very important takedown.
Short time.
That's when fighter and martial artists start to bump heads.
Exactly.
The fighting you going to get you in a bad place in martial arts. Now see what his ground game is, looking for rubber guard.
Connor landed some big shots there. Decides to get
I don't know why Connor let him up. He could have. I felt like he should have just rode the rest of the round.
Oh, big shot there.
There was only 10 seconds left.
He just ate a big shot behind the ear, but he landed a couple of his own.
I don't think the Conqueror is ready for wild style in the fight.
Not at all.
Yeah, that was a very active first round, and it's going to be interesting to see who prepared better. And that seems like that's Fidel's fight. If Connor wants to have success here, I think he's got to change it up. Utilize that takedown. Hold him down for a second. As we look at some of these highlights, you can see he's throwing those heavy kicks, but they're just a little too telegraphed. They're not quite set up properly, and Fidel's just able to counter them and respond.
Yeah, and as you can see, he's very wild out there. Yeah. But if you keep the fight wild, you're just giving him what he wants, And I don't think Connor's ready for that type of style. If you're 2-0 and your coaches are putting you in there, it's because they see how technically good you are. But if you come out here and you get into a wild MMA fight, the crowd's not going to get to see that, and you're not going to be able to take home the win.
Well, one thing that being a very talented martial artist, having such a good corner, he's going to be getting advice here on how to make the adjustments to find success. And if he is the true martial artist that we're assuming he is with his work ethic, this is where I think we're going to see the biggest differences. Fidel really has to do more of the same. He had great success there, but we got to see Connor mix it up if he wants to find that same level of success.
Definitely. Connor has to start working some jabs and just keep clean technique to stop all this craziness that Fidel's doing. If I'm Fidel, man, I'm going to get even crazier and crazier.
Yeah, use the jab, slow down the head movement, kick the legs, hit the body. Well, amateurs have a tendency to headhunt.
I think establishing those shots to the body would pay dividends, especially as he could start to time that head movement, and then he could decide if he wants to throw that head kick, maybe catching him on the way down instead of going the opposite direction.
And honestly, I think Connor he's trying to kick him in the head and trying to have him run his head into it, But Vidal looked like he's been doing this kind of style for so long. He brings the hands up right in time to block the
really
kicks.
comfortable fighting somebody of counter style.
Exactly.
And, well, look, like we said, guys, he's been involved in the game since 2014. That's a lot of reps. That's a lot of time in the gym. And, Connor, who's had great success, who is very well-developed skills, he's been doing this 6 months. He might not have that same level of timing. He hasn't seen as much. And this goes back to the experience versus inexperience, for lack of a better word, where you have to make it ugly. You have to get in his face, except for the experienced guy likes it ugly. So we got to change it up here.
You got to out-tech him.
When this is over, Connor's going to feel like, what in the world just happened? That wasn't like practice. And Vidal's like one of these guys that show up to your gym and your coaches expect you to dominate him, but he's doing so much weird stuff that he's kind of outpointing you.
Well, and he was having great success here, but it's very important now with Connor having a strong half guard position and the underhook on the right side with the proper head position. It's going to be very difficult for Fidel to get out here unless Connor lifts too high. He's got to get tight. He's got to hold him, and he's got to earn some points back if he wants to take this round.
Yes, last time they were on the ground, Connor let him up, and I don't know why. So I don't know if he's not very comfortable on the ground. I'm going to see what he's going to do now if Fidel's able to get the close guard back. But from the close guard, the last time, Connor just kind of backed out.
I think he kind of got freaked out because of the rubber guard. He chopped up the rubber guard. He's like, I'm out of here.
But, one thing we're seeing here as Fidel does a great job of regaining full guard. Connor's got him up against the fence, and if he could get his hips in the proper position, there's not a lot of places for Fidel to go.
Yeah, start to stack a little bit, put the weight on him, stand up and punch.
And Connor gets pushed off by Fidel.
Did he get pushed off or did
No,
he kind of stand up?
He kind of stood up again.
Oh,
that was a good hook.
And
that was a
Fidel's
good
going
hook.
for the takedown.
That was a good hook. Connor got to capitalize on this.
And now he's going for a Kimura. Beautiful Kimura sweep. He's fighting for it. He might want to let go and focus more on retaking the position here.
Exactly.
As Fidel holds on to his grip.
He could step in him out.
With 10 seconds left, that was huge. And now he's going for
a straight arm.
A straight arm lock, but Fidel was able to get out of it, and he's going to hold on here most likely these last 10 seconds.
Nice.
Very big round for Connor Buell. And guys, he might have stole that round there at the end with that hard shot and then Kimura reversal, especially as the second takedown.
And I'm starting to see why they put him in here with this caliber of fighter.
And let's see right here. He's dealing with these leg kicks. He's getting hit, and then he was just pressured. And this is where he got that first takedown. But again, we see when he fires first with that leg kick, he gets countered.
Yes, 100%. And now that you've seen where you're successful at, I'm sure his coaches are telling him, hey, let's just try to take this guy to the ground and hold him there.
And if he's going to throw those kicks, he's got to punch first, right? Because as we see here, when he lands hard. I mean, that was very well timed. And this failed takedown attempt is what led to that Kimura reversal sequence that ended up with Connor on top going for the straight arm lock. As he throws the kicks, he's throwing them from too far away, and he's also not setting them up. And that's giving Fidel the opportunity to hit those hard counters.
Yes.
Connor's got to switch it up here.
If I'm Fidel at this point, man, there's 3 minutes left. I've been here so many times. It's time to put it on this kid, man. He's already uncomfortable. Let him go home. Give him a reason to lose.
And I think that's what Fidel's thinking as well here. He's going to come out, try to get that shot back because he's the one who's been dictating the pace, and then he ate that hard shot. And another quick uppercut from Connor. And now Connor's got double unders and a beautiful takedown.
That's a smart decision from Connor, man. And now let's see. Oh, there's a reason why he kept backing out the guard. He might not be comfortable being on top.
There's a triangle.
This triangle is close.
Connor's
He got a hook under, though. He got a hook under. Fidel got to cut the angle. Right now, he's not at a good angle to finish the choke. And now we see why Connor kept getting out of the guard.
That was
very quick.
That was sneaky and fast.
It was a very quick triangle attempt, and just a few adjustments needed to be made for Fidel to have a little more success there. He wasn't able to break the posture, which allowed Connor to get tall and stand straight up. And Connor, one detail, did a great job of protecting his arm from that arm bar transition that so many guys like off that triangle.
Man, Connor's tired, man. Connor's tired, and he's swinging wildly. And if you're known for being the technician and now you're also swinging wild.
Yeah, that's how you get caught weird positions in.
He's taking some deep breaths as Fidel starts to come forward and is continuing his movement pace. And a big spinning back fist gets through there. Fidel sees it, though, now. Fidel's hunting.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
got him up against the cage.
Connor's getting a little bit too crazy in there, man.
Right to the back of the head. The ref's got to stop those shots. As Connor works his way back up to the feet.
Connor needs to relax and get his composure. Right now, he's just kind of just putting his head down and just praying the best.
Well, when you're tired and you're dealing with somebody who's doing the same thing to you, sometimes the only move is to fire back as he goes for a throw. But now he's got to deal with his arm being trapped. He made the right move there of stepping to the side.
Yes.
But he's got to get his arm out.
Fidel still has the arm.
Beautiful defense.
Now Fidel got to change it to an arm bar again. I mean, to a triangle.
One small detail that Connor did there was he did not lose control of his thumb positioning. He kept his thumb turned, which protected the elbow. And now he's in a dominant position here with 50 seconds left.
He's doing everything right.
If you're Connor, you got to hold on to this as if the fight depends on it.
Definitely, man. Connor got to ride some clock time.
And it looks like he's going to be able to do that right here with a beautiful back take.
See if he can finish it.
We got 35 seconds left. Let's see if he can get a submission.
And Fidel's just throwing punches on the other side.
Fidel's even awkward from bottom back take.
He's got a very unorthodox style of grappling, and it's allowed him to get out. And now with 20 seconds left, he's going to be on top.
There's still 20 seconds left. You know, this might change it in the eyes of the judges.
Yeah. He's going to end it.
He's throwing knees.
Big knee.
No, he might be able to
get your head up.
Connor just getting out of the way of that hard shot here with 10 seconds left.
Hey, if you never give your opponent to showcase what they're good at, then they're not gonna win, you know. I'm pretty sure Connor was a better technical fighter, but this was never a technical fight.
It wasn't, but I'll tell you what, those last 2 rounds were very difficult to judge. You know, I'm inclined to give Connor the second after giving Fidel the first, but that 3rd round, I mean, that really could have gone either way.
Yeah, but I think based off who was trying to do what they were trying to do, I'll have to lean towards Vidal, you know, because you could tell this was the type of fight he was trying to initiate.
No, that's a great point. He definitely wanted this type of in-your-face scrap where he was getting there, he was making it ugly. But I'll tell you, Connor did end up in some pretty dominant positions. He controlled the back. Granted, he wasn't able to finish the fight there, but he held on to it and really threatened as he went forward. So, look, this is one of those fights, again, I don't sympathize with the judges at all.
Exactly. 2 fights in a row with very close decisions.
So I can see why they put the Conqueror in there. He's definitely showed that he's ready for this.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to go right over here to some fight replays. And, you know, you see a lot of level changes from Connor, which were excellent, but there was just a little bit too much ducking of the head. Sadiq, I think you called that in the 2nd round, that he would just kind of duck his head a little bit out of the way and not see the shots he's throwing. Exactly. And that was causing him to get cracked as well.
And that was a forced throw right there. He got pretty close to getting finished. Honestly, if Fidel was a little bit faster on that arm bar catch, I think that could have been the end of the fight.
You know, and one detail now that we're seeing as this right here is where Connor was able to step over and relieve all the pressure on that arm prior to taking it back. When he did force that throw, he kept all of his weight on Fidel's legs, so there wasn't an omoplata attempt, and there wasn't that armbar transition. And I think those small details are what you see from being at such a high-level gym, where people could say, hey, stop. As you're drilling this, check this out. If you keep your weight here, I can't do X, Y, and Z. And I think we saw that right here as we throw it up to Giovanni for the official decision.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for both these fighters. That was a hell of a war. We do have a winner, ladies and gentlemen, by way of split decision. Coming out of the blue
A big win for Fidel Benamar, but Connor, definitely want to hold your head high because that was an excellent performance, and you learn a lot from performances like that. You learn a lot from fights like that where you're pushed to that limit.
Definitely. He's really young, and this is just the beginning for that kid.
As Fidel Benamar exchanges some notes with Cowboy Cerrone.
That was a hard-fought battle, obviously both of you, especially that 3rd round, non-stop action. Honestly, that was an extremely close call to fight. Obviously, you came in with a decision. What's going on through your mind, and what do you think was the key to the victory for you tonight?
I think we'll get to the wheel. So believe, trust God, rely on God, and people behind you, your time, it's their time, you know what I mean? So you got to get back.
That matches his face.
That's true. We have a great head movement, constant punching coming forward, pressure. We go back and forth with strikes. And bottom line is people with a victory. Congratulations on that. And we look forward to seeing you here, hopefully again in TCFS cage once again.
I would really like it.
Lord.
I would really like it.
One more time, guys. Let's give it up for Fidel Benamar.
Fidel Benamar. Yeah, listen, he fought his fight and he made it. He made the fight look the way he wanted to, and recalled right off the gate as he started, he was fighting his fight and he looked the part afterwards.
Everything about him fits how he looks. And I like him. I definitely like him.
Well, I'm
wild
sure
style, he works it to the fullest.
after that performance, I'm sure we'll see him again fighting for the Cowboy Fight Series. As we get closer to the halfway point, we're going to be taking an intermission after the Trey Cook-Sean Book fight, but prior to that, we still have 3 more great fights here as we go, our next one being Frank Pasco against Jason Tripaldis. And look, Frank Pasco, I don't know if you guys remember, he was the possum. And he had that huge
yes, I remember
is
the
back.
possum.
My God.
He certainly is, as Giovanni gets ready to call out the next fights.
You guys been having a great night so far? Come on. I know you're super busy yelling and screaming in the background. Are you guys having a good time so far? Well, thank you, Cowboy, for giving us a good time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving on to our next fight. The next fight is the bantamweight fight. In the bantamweight 135 division, let's bring out our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner.
Fighting out of the blue corner is Jason Tripaldis, 5'8", 135 pounds. By way of Bower House MMA in Frederick, Maryland. He's 1-2. He's looking to break a 2-fight winning streak. But again, at the amateur level, this is kind of a part of the game, right? You have some highs, you have some lows. You learn a lot from each win. You learn a lot from each loss, and sometimes your wins aren't nearly as beneficial to you as your losses. Sadiq, have you ever been in a position where you were looking to break a losing streak?
No.
I don't think we've ever had that happen, right?
Fortunately for me, I've never been on a losing streak, but you tend to learn your lesson from others. You don't want to learn all your lessons from yourself. So I've definitely been around people who are looking to break their losing streak. And honestly, you're going to see, like, if it does happen, it's always a big sign of relief for him. But like you said, based off how he lost those 2 fights, it's the amateurs. The record really doesn't matter. As long as he's learning something from those losses and he's bringing them into this fight, that's all that matters.
Absolutely. They could have been close split decisions that could have gone either way, and he could have learned so much more against high-level guys than he could have in his one win. So it's never really an easy call to make. But what I can tell you is it never feels good to be on the other side of that decision. And coming back after not even 1 loss or 2, I think it changes your game and a little bit of your aggression. Especially when for the amateurs, your job's not on the line. Right? This is just a learning experience as we throw it up to Giovanni for the next call.
And now we bring out his opponent coming to us by way of the red corner.
Frank Pasco, 5'7", 135 pounds, fighting out of Bel Air BJJ in Bel Air, Maryland. He's 23 years old. He's got a 4-3 record, and he won his first Cowboy Fight Series bout by rear naked choke in round 1. And his nickname is the Possum. And I think that move has now been officially referred to as the Possum because he won his fight from turtle position, keep his back high, and then as his opponent lost his balance, he was able to take his back and get that rear naked choke finish. And look, he's a crowd favorite, right? I mean,
yes, he is. Possum is ready to fight. Last Cowboy Series, he bit down on his mouthpiece with his mustache, showing slinging leather.
Definitely. Possum is definitely a favorite, even with the commentators.
If he's a possum with rabies. He's down, he's gritty, he's looking for blood.
I've called all of Frank's fights, and every single one of them, he is always just coming forward, win or lose. He's going to make you work for it, and nobody ever goes right through Frank. They never do. He always makes them work, and sometimes, like we've seen, people will be thinking, all right, I'm about to finish this kid, and then out of nowhere, he pulls a possum, and he gets the win.
He definitely lives up to that nickname.
And I had talked to him at the weigh-ins, and he was actually quite thrilled that we had referenced that as he stomps his way into the cage here and offers to touch gloves with Jason Tripaldis as we throw it up to Giovanni for the official call.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this next fight is in the CFS Bantamweight Division, the 135-pound division. This fight is brought to you by CV Daily. introduce our first fighter coming to us by way of the balloon corner. He is 34 years of age. He stands 5 feet, 8 inches tall with an individual fight weight of 134.2 pounds. With an MMA record of 1-2, he comes to us by way of Powerhouse MMA out of Frederick, Maryland. Give it up for the pain train, Jason Tiripaldo. And his opponent this evening coming to us by way of the red corner. He is 23 years of age, stands 5 feet 7 inches tall with an individual fight weight of 132.2 pounds. With an individual MMA record of 4-3, he comes to us by way of Bel Air BJJ out of Bel Air, Maryland. He's called the Possum. Give it up for Frank Pasco. And with our third man in the ring, Rick Humphries. Tiripaldos versus Pasco. Let's have a great fight.
Giovanni makes his way out of the cage as we get ready here to start the 5th bout of the evening, brought to you by CBD Daily.
The possum looks confused. I don't know what's going on in the
That's
corner.
the possum
I
look.
think that's a part of his game. I think that's a part of his
What's going
game.
on in his mind?
They opt not to touch gloves here.
You got the pain train and the possum.
Possum's looking for that sneaky up kick.
Yeah, it came pretty close. He only missed by an inch.
Good counter there from Jason. You know, one thing about Frank that I've seen is that he's a little bit slow to start. He comes out a little stiff, and then as the fight goes on, he just gets better and better. As he goes up here for a standing guillotine off the cage, he's done that before. He's gotten other opponents in that standing guillotine. So Jason's got to be careful of that, as now Frank is holding on to that overhook. Big shot there. He kind of walked into it. He's got to get his head off that center line.
Jason looks very defensively sound with his hands, though. You know, he keeps his hands nice and high, and he's not overreaching.
And he's landing good combinations. It's very crisp striking. He's not overcommitting. He's not loading up. And I think Frank's got to do something a little bit differently here as Jason starts to find his range. And again, Frank looks to kind of climb up on the back of the cage. I think Jason's got to be aware of this.
Jason's pressing him against the fence, but I don't really think he's looking for a takedown. You know, I think he's just trying to out-muscle him and look for short shots.
I feel like he's doing bully mode.
Well, that just doesn't seem like the place to have that bully mode because he's having more success in the center of the cage with the striking and the countering. You know, I don't think he wants to enter in a position where Frank can really get his hands on him.
The funny thing is sometimes even in the fight, no matter how good you're doing, you still want to do what you're comfortable at, you know? So he might just be more comfortable against the fence.
He just landed a very hard right hook there on the way up.
Possum took it well there.
And
a nice
a left
elbow.
hook to follow. Shoot the elbow.
Possum a little too stagnant. You can't do that with a heavy puncher.
And you got to keep your hands up. You know, he keeps his head on the center line a little bit too much.
His chin a little too high.
Right. But again, here we go. He was looking for that guillotine. Good defense here from Jason as he just kind of fights the grip and then punches him on the way down. Very clean inside right hand there from Jason Tiripaldos. Jason's got a very disciplined kickboxing game here, and he's really controlling the range. Those front kicks just aren't quite getting there, and he's working the body as well. So things are going to start opening up as we see a cut above Pasco's eye.
One thing I don't like is every time the possum gets hit, he's kind of looking away to the left and to the right, as if he's looking into the audience. You know, you don't want to. His chin's already kind of high. You don't want to leave it even higher for the guy to knock out.
Yeah, he can't quite look away, and I think now, you know, he's shown that guillotine a little bit too much. I know he's comfortable there, and I know that's worked for him in the past, but if he wants it to work out, he's got to hide a little better, as we see some of the replays here. And you see he's just kind of walking into some of these hard shots and not getting out of the way. That was a very hard right hook, and it was followed by a left hook right after that sequence. And that was a beautiful elbow, actually. I thought it was a punch, but that was an inside elbow that forced Pasco to drop that full guard as Jason was standing. And Jason's shown he's got a very strong base, and he's very comfortable sitting in here. And I think he's just got to keep doing what he's doing. Carl, what adjustments do you think you need to see out of Frank?
Man, he has to move. He has to bite a little bit and throw more combinations. He's throwing one heavy shots. I need to see a little bit more. Because if you add another punch to that hook, you probably would have put him to sleep.
It was definitely a bad position for Frank. And Sadiq, what are you seeing here as we get ready to go into the second round?
If I'm Jason, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, except I might take out the kicks, you know. I think he's doing pretty well with the punches on the inside. I won't kick as much. And if you're the possum, you got to start shooting, man. You got to start shooting.
Yeah, I think that he's got to find – I think he's got to find some connection on the range before he just forces that shot, though, because he is so far out.
But the thing is, Jason is coming in, is working in on him. And if they're meeting in the middle, take your time to go for a shot, you know?
Clearly that he's bigger, so he has to learn how to finesse him.
Yeah,
he can't just try to outmuscle him. He has to be slick. He has to catch him off his guard.
I don't think the possum is interested in wrestling, though. The possum is like he's ready to just throw.
I told you, rabies.
Look, you know, he came out real hard there, landed some knees, but now Jason's just fully comfortable to change levels, and he's just getting those shots in. He's sneaking them in, and they're just going to keep wearing on Frank.
Possum needs to keep the big guy on the back foot. That's what he needs to do. It's harder to punch when you're doing it.
Woo! Just missed on that one.
It's a lot of spins tonight.
Yeah, you know, I never really learned how to do that. I don't think that's part of my game. Get a little too dizzy.
Oh, that was a good left head kick.
Through. Good head movement from Jason as he stays on the inside and just gets out of the way of those hard shots. Another hard right hand. Frank's got to get his head out of the way.
The thing is, every time the possum is backing up, he's not really throwing. He kind of just backs up and shell up.
And Jason's smelling blood here as his corner's calling for him to put more pressure on.
Oh, that was very, very close. If that had hit, that might have been the end of the fight.
Keep that lead hand up especially.
Jason's doing a great job of throwing combinations. Oh, a big shot there. That hurt Frank.
Good right hand.
This is where you have to break, get some distance.
And then start unloading again.
Yes.
He's going to get the takedown here.
Yeah, good takedown.
Frank just was a little off balance there and just couldn't quite gain it back in time. Oh, and he's overcommitted now. He's really going for that guillotine. I mean, he's got to feel something.
That might just be what he trains, what he likes.
Oh, he's going for that sneaky back take again, though.
Good call, Sadiq. Yeah, he's got those legs hooked. It's going to be tough, though, as he has the overhook. He's got to get that arm back and behind, as he starts to do right now. But Jason does a good adjustment there and then puts him on his back.
High risk, high reward move.
But, you know, with the way this fight's going, that's going to be Frank's way, because right now he's down 2 rounds so far with 15 seconds to go as Jason continues to stalk him and just land those hard shots.
Hey.
Went for the knee, but he also ate one in return. Again, and he just is not quite getting out of the way. And Jason's feeling good. You know, he's very crisp striking. He's breathing on the way out. I mean, Carl, going into round 3 here, what are you seeing?
I say he just needs to keep doing what he's doing. He's hitting the body hard, he's hitting the legs hard. Just got to be careful with the jiu-jitsu because the posse is definitely very sneaky with that. Like, keep doing what he's doing, got this in the bag.
Sadiq, what are you seeing? Because I'm definitely agreeing with Carl here that Jason's just putting it on him and landing those hard shots as we see some of these replays.
Yeah, and like I said, he doesn't need to kick anymore. At this point, just box him, you know. You're touching at will, and if I'm the possum, man, it's time to go for the Hail Mary. I saw he got hit when he went for that flying knee, but he's going to probably need something like that to get the win tonight.
I think some sort of back take, something that he really knows is right up his alley. That's what Frank is going to need to do here to get some momentum.
He just needs to not end up on his back with punches raining down. That's what he needs not to do.
You know, and the big issue here is that he's so efficient with his striking and his energy that he's not really that gassed. He's feeling pretty good. And he's putting so much volume together that Frank is actually a little bit worse for wear here in terms of cardio.
You get more energy the more you connect. You get a little hype off yourself.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You gain stamina from hitting someone in the face. I don't want Jason kicking anymore, though. He's doing so good boxing, there's no point in throwing your kicks.
I think he's using the kicks. That's how he's comfortable getting in.
Ooh, good elbow.
Oh, that hurt him.
Strong elbows. Oh,
desperation shot. I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to turn this into a grappling match.
He was a little bit too far away for that takedown.
So now he's got the underhook on the left side. He's got to go to that side, though. You know, he's got to fight against the opposite direction, and he's just taking some knees here. And it seems like Jason just has such an advantage on the inside. He's just able to muscle around Frank a bit. Big shot again. Jason's just, you can see he's kind of sizing up these shots. He's just taking a look at him, and then he counters right at the right time. And he likes that lead left, that lead cross that he sneaks in there. And you know, one thing I think that's worth noting here is he finds his success in the clinch on the way out. That dark space that we've mentioned quite a few times, Carl. And I think that's where those hardest shots have landed, as he does a great job of controlling the head, pushing away, and then throwing some sort of elbow, hook, or even a knee at times.
Let's go with the pressure he's taking. He's putting so much pressure that when he relieves, the possum thinks he's safe, and then he's swinging on the outside. So he's catching him. He's using his body motion and his tenacity to his advantage.
A couple more hard shots here. Frank's got to be careful. Oh, big knee, almost landed, and then he goes for the guillotine. It doesn't seem like he quite has enough energy to really hold on to it, and he's taking a lot of volume now. He's got to change something.
This is the third round. Everybody's sweaty. It's hard to
hold on.
It's hard to get, especially if someone's stronger than you.
It looks like that shot actually landed there, as Jason's showing some blood from below the chin.
These are two interesting elbows he threw.
Trying to do anything he can to change the direction and level.
I like it. He's trying some things.
Yeah. The possum is definitely a dog. You know, he's not showing any signs of quitting. He's just right now he's getting outmatched physically. He's getting bullied.
He's got to adjust. He's taking these shots, and he's just got to do something to get out of that way. Big clinch work again from Jason as he looks for the knee and sizes up those hooks. That last hook really got Frank out of the way as he lets him back up.
Short time left.
10 seconds left, and you know, Frank is, if he's going to do something now, it's now or never.
Very dominant performance from Jason.
A very, very impressive and crisp performance from Jason Capaldos, as the crowd is thrilled to see him compete that way. You know, I got to tell you, Frank did a great job of hanging in there. He absolutely was going for it every single minute of that fight, but there was just a little bit too many shots connecting as he exited the clinch, as he engaged in these scrambles. He was just always a couple steps behind, and his hands were just a little bit too low.
Yeah, and honestly, Jason's just a tank, you know. Like, trying to grab his neck, as you can see right now, there's barely anything of that. The neck barely exists, you know. And he kept his punches strong and crisp.
Yeah, Carl, one thing I saw with Jason was that he had such good control. He didn't overcommit. And he had, for 3 fights, that he showed like he had a lot more
really
experience.
solid technique. He was definitely in boxing before he went to MMA. Hands never really came down. I could tell in the defense we started doing the shoulder roll a little bit. It showed he know how to control himself, so it showed. He stayed composed.
And we see here on the replay some of these harder shots that landed at beautiful inside elbows.
And that's the dark space. You keep so much pressure that when you let, they think they can run out, and then you hit them with something.
And we saw it this fight and a couple of the others that, that's where it matters. Carl, you couldn't be more right that those are the shots that really have the most impact because you're just not ready for them. As we throw it up to Giovanni for the official decision.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for both these warriors. We do have a winner, ladies and gentlemen, by way of unanimous decision. Comes by way of the blue corner, Jason
Jason Tripaldos improves to 2-2 here, and we
Give
look
it up
forward to
for
seeing
Frank
him again.
Lasso as well. Great job in there. All right, Jason. First of all, congratulations. Yeah, I love Frank. You know, you were ragdolling. I mean, you were just consuming every day, really maximizing every strike, every move, every toss. Was that your initial game plan? Is that just the way you train? Is that just the type of regular person you are in terms of combat?
Yeah, we put in a lot of hard work with our house together. And this is the setup, waiting for stuff to happen, and letting you swing when you get a chance. That's what we do.
Well, it was very obvious. You were always looking for an opening. You were not overextending anything, and you were waiting for the perfect opening, and you found it constantly for 3 rounds. So anyway, congratulations on a great victory. We look forward to having you here in the next Cowboy Fight Series. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's get it up for Jason Tripaldos.
Jason Tripaldos 2-2 now, and we look forward to seeing him again in the Cowboy Fight Series banner. Two more fights now before the intermission, and this next one is going to be between Anthony James and Rumisan Jean. As we get the pictures out of the way here, clean up the cage, and adjust a couple areas of the mat that had some leftover blood here from the last fight.
Probably from that big old cut that's on Jason's lip. I think that knee at the end, it sucks when you're dominating a fight and then like the last shot is what opens you up.
Right. And we're going to take a look at the listeners here, just a quick sec. As they make their way out of the cage.
Hey, where's those hands?
For the listeners, how's everybody doing?
How y'all doing, bro?
So as we make our way through here, guys, that was bout number 5. We're entering into number 6, and I hope all the listeners can appreciate how high level this amateur MMA has been that we've seen here. You know, I've called a lot of fights, and it's so rare that you see so many people who have such an understanding of the dark space, of the intricacies of blocking and striking and everything that goes with it.
Yeah, sometimes it's not where you train, it's who you train with. A lot of these guys are training with high-level fighters, so they're getting shown a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't know. Because you train with a high-level guy is going to start hitting you in the dark space, and if you're smart, you're going to absorb it and then use it against someone else.
Well, and these guys are clearly very smart as we throw it up to Giovanni for the next fight.
We are going to be moving on to our next fight. This next fight is in the Cowboy 145-pound division, the featherweight division. Let's bring out our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner.
I can't tell if they turn the air on,
or the heat.
I'm getting used to it. And then they turn the heat on to make it so much worse.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't think the camera caught how hot we were over here, but this
You
next
almost unbuttoned your shirt all the way. You were on the road.
Yeah, you know, it's for the viewers. It's for the viewers. As we go to this next fight here, out of the blue corner, Rumisan Jean is 5'6", 145 pounds, fighting out of Infinity MMA in Berlin, Maryland. He's 25 years old with a record of 1-1. Both of his fights did not make it to a decision, so he's a finish or be finished kind of guy. And you know, we don't know a lot about his opponent. It looks like he's making his debut, so that's always a good time to take the lessons you've learned in those first 2 fights and extrapolate that into those next ones as you compete here in his third fight.
You have to be careful with them debut guys. I ran into a lot of debut guys who are not debut guys. You think it's just his debut on MMA. There's a lot of guys like me who had kickboxing, a lot of guys who have boxing, a lot of guys who have karate. A lot of that factors in, so you can't go in there blind thinking he has nothing and then you get surprised by something.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anytime you deal with a combat sport, there's a carryover. There's a carryover when it comes time to turning it on.
Definitely, especially if you're coming from another striking background. You know, it's different if you're coming from jiu-jitsu and you're saying you're making your debut. If you've been boxing since you was a kid and now this is your first MMA fight, the debut don't exactly look the same.
Yeah.
Well, let's see the debut fight as we throw it up to Giovanni.
And now we bring in his opponent coming to us by way of the red corner.
Anthony James, 5'7", 145 pounds, fighting out of Winchester MMA in Winchester, Virginia, age 21. Seems to be his debut fight, walking out to an excellent song, and he's got a strong presence here at Cowboy Fight Series. And to that point, you know, when you're fighting a guy and you don't know a lot about his background, you don't know, I mean, he could be a Golden Gloves champ. He could be a D1 wrestler. You know, you really don't know. And I think that as Lumi-san goes into this fight, he's got to take that data that he's learned and attribute it and assume that this guy knows just as much.
Everything. Assuming he knows a lot. You got to go in there and make sure you're on your P's and Q's and everything's sharp.
And I think this is one of those situations where if you have a good gym and you have a good coaching staff, you're going to really develop the skills that you need to, as opposed to necessarily fight their fight, right? At the amateur level, you want to fight your fight. And even at the pro level, I mean, you were talking, you're doing you for your next fight.
Yeah.
Carl Robertson is fighting Carl Robertson's fight.
You have to. You have to do that at every fight. Because once you start thinking too much about your opponent, you start losing yourself, and that's how you get caught. Because at the end of the day, your opponent's not going to be the same person as the last fight you watched.
Right.
Everybody, it's a sport of evolution. So you have to make sure you're evolving and you're as sharp as possible when you go in there.
Now, let me ask you then, how does that affect you when you're matched up with a specialist? You know, do you take some things like, all right, I'm not going to completely change my game plan, but I know he does 1, 2, 3 things. Let me look out for those?
Pretty much just let me stop from getting in that position. That's what the game plan is. Like, I'm not trying to beat him there. I just don't want to be there at all. Because if he's so comfortable there, he's probably not going to be comfortable anywhere else because he's a specialist, so he likes to be there. That's where he trains mostly.
That's what
so take him out of his specialty, then you start to beat him up where you like to.
Well, it sounds like that's pretty good advice you can use if they keep throwing you against strikers. At this point, when you do run into a grappling specialist, it won't make a difference.
He's a striker.
Exactly. It's always training for a specialist sucks because your coaches are going to bring in these guys that don't do your sport. They only do their sport, and you know you're probably gonna have to take a lot of L's in practice. But the actual fights is a lot more fun.
Yeah.
Well, the L's in practice pay off when you enter the cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next fight is brought to you by Gold Gym here in Sterling, Virginia. This fight is in the 145-pound weight division, 3 3-minute rounds of mixed martial arts action. As I introduce our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner. He is 25 years of age, stands 5 feet 6 inches tall with an official fight weight of 144 pounds. With an MMA record of 1-1, he comes to us by way of Infinity MMA. Out of Berlin, Maryland, he's called Zulu. Give it up!
I was about to say, I think that's one of my people. He came out to the Nigerian song and everything. That's one of my people.
His opponent can come to us by way of the red corner. He is 30 years of age, stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, with an official fight weight of 145 pounds, making his MMA debut. Out by way of Winchester MMA, from Winchester, Virginia, give it up for Anthony James! And the third round of the ring, Rick Humphrey, Gene versus James. Let's have a great fight.
And bout number 6 here is about to get underway, which is brought to you by Gold's Gym, Sterling, Virginia. We have 2 pretty lanky guys here. Both have pretty significant reaches considering their height. At 5'6" and 5'7", they both are very long.
Your boy stare-down is intense.
Yeah, it is. They call him Zulu for a reason.
Yeah.
Straight African warrior. I like for him to keep his chin down, though.
Oh,
yeah.
He's got a good jab, but as he throws it, he brings his hand right down.
Yeah, and hand down, chin up with the right hand, with his left hand.
He's got very quick hands, though.
You got to watch that hook.
It looks like he likes that pull-back cross counter, but he's kind of falling out of stance when he throws that cross.
Anthony's got to throw a couple more there as he counters on the inside. Otherwise, he's going to be dealing with that inside cross.
That's an African Conor McGregor.
You know, for a debut fight, Anthony James got a very good guard, very good control here.
He seems very comfortable.
He's parrying quite well. I mean, it looks like
For a
big
debut
shot that hurt him.
And that's what I said, because he's putting his chin out there to throw that left counter. But honestly, if I'm his opponent, I would take that risk, you know. If you think you can counter me with that left, let's see if you can take what I'm throwing back at you, you know. because he has thrown that left counter quite a few times, and when it landed, it didn't do that much damage. That's not worth the risk of having your chin up there and being out of stance.
Absolutely. And, you know, one thing we saw there was after he did land that hard shot, Anthony James didn't follow up. He stayed patient, but do you think, Carl, that he should have maybe thrown a little bit more on that?
He should have, I don't know if he should have thrown a little bit more, but he definitely should have pressed a little more to make him uncomfortable.
Yeah, I don't think he was
doesn't-
expecting that much damage to be done with that punch.
Well, one thing we're seeing now is as Lumisan throws the first punch, Anthony will counter, and then Lumisan's out of the way, and he's throwing his second counter. So these guys are both changing their game as they get more data, and that shot looked like it just...
I don't think this is his debut.
Yeah, I would say you're absolutely right.
Exactly.
You're absolutely right.
A lot of undebut moves going on right now.
Definitely. If I'm Anthony at this point, I'm going to try to make him counter me with that straight left. Because I know he's going to do it. He's done it about 20 times already in the fight. And when he does it, I'll see if I'm fast enough to catch you.
And here's that quick stunner right on the button.
Yep.
That there was a good half-second delay there after that shot landed where...
He should have definitely pressed a little bit just to make him freak out a little more and then started to work.
Right, because with that pressure, for the fans listening, after you rock somebody, as you pressure them, you're going to see really what's going on. Are they flat-footed? Are they going to freak out like what Carl's saying? More openings will develop as you apply that pressure without really even doing anything, just by moving forward.
Exactly, but that's an amateur move. Amateurs like to see their work. They hit you, look back like, ha, I hit you.
my boy Zulu just got to be a little bit more careful when he's throwing that counter. He got to bring that left hand back. You see, it never goes back to his chin. It just goes back to being ready to throw again.
Right there. It's just good adjustments. He's watching the shots, but he might just watch these shots hit him if he doesn't get his hands back up. And a good high guard from Anthony.
That's that counter cross, man. He put everything into it. Zulu's calm, man. Look at Zulu, man. He's living up to that nickname.
They both super calm.
Yeah, but Zulu's African.
No, he just he could be African.
Nah.
No, he can't.
When your nickname is Zulu, you're African.
No, so he got the extra African juice.
Yes.
So he just normal African. He African.
Yeah, he's African.
Just making sure.
Well, one thing that Anthony James is doing here is he's blocking really quite well, and he's not overreacting to the fakes that Zulu started to present to him.
Yeah. And he's adjusting well on the fly. Okay, I can't hit him. He's slipping. I'm going to start hitting the legs.
Yeah, Anthony's doing a lot of good stuff, man. Especially now that he's starting to see all the threat is coming from the same side. He's starting to kind of get out of the way before they even come out.
Look, he's making the adjustments, and he's got a very strong corner there as well. And I think as he comes out into this second round, you know, he's got to put a little bit more together when he goes with those counters. But, Carl, what else are you seeing that he needs to do to make those adjustments more effective?
Press a little more. He threw one long combination, and it worked, but he has to do that more often. How do you stop a slipper? Keep throwing punches. You're going to slip it so much. Push him into the cage. Take away that back foot.
And, you know, we saw that earlier tonight. And Sadiq, with Zulu having the speed advantage, it seems, throwing those awkward shots, I mean, he's got to get his hands up, right?
Yeah, 100%. He got to get his hands up, and he got to change it up a little bit, you know? Like, everything he's throwing is, left counter, left counter, left counter. You got to come with something else. If I'm Anthony, I know you're throwing 20 left counters over and over again. I'm going to take a gamble and try to meet your left counter with my good right hand.
I can see my man going for a takedown. If he goes for a takedown, that's going to mess your boy Zoo up.
Definitely. But especially if you once he throws that left over and you change levels.
He commits so much to it. It's going to be a Nate Diaz kind of situation.
Yes.
That one got through there. Hard leg kick there on that outer leg. You know, one thing we're watching Anthony do now is he's backing up a little bit more, but I don't know if it's because he's starting to look for that hard counter.
Yeah, I think he's trying to counter him into a counter. Trying to bait him in, suck him in, make him get a little greedy.
And we're seeing Zulu respond here with a little bit more, throwing more kicks. Strong outside leg kick, inside leg kick from Anthony Smith. He's got to stay away from the cage, though. Big shot got through there.
Zulu hold that left hand like he got a gun. Don't make me use it.
Yeah, I'm locked and loaded. That trigger is pulled.
Anthony lands the counter, but he's not really following it up. You know, and some of that is certainly with respect, but I think he also has to kind of unload here and take advantage of those shots that do get through.
Yeah, he does.
See, right there, as he starts establishing those fakes, those hands are down.
Yeah.
You know, and even if that first shot isn't going to light him up, maybe the second or third really will do the damage.
It's hard for Zoo to throw anything more than once because he commits so much into his left. He throws himself off balance.
And a very methodical striking game from both guys here.
Neither guy has changed levels once this fight. And even when they get close enough to clinch, they just break apart and get right back to striking them range.
That comes from experience because you don't have to want to change levels. You can feel it.
You know, one thing, Carl, I see too is that both guys seem pretty comfortable, right? Zulu's landing those hard shots. He's landing the initial jabs and crosses, and Anthony's doing a great job countering with the hooks and the leg kicks. So, you know, both guys are kind of like, all right, this is my world right now. Ooh, really going for that one.
That's what you got to do. This is fight. You got to take the person out of the world. So if you fake a counter, I mean, if you fake a shot, you fake a little feints, a little more kicks, that throws off that counter. You throw a combination to get him to throw a counter.
And see, right there would have been a good opportunity to put a little pressure.
Anthony's a little bit too patient. That's another way for him to get an advantage right there. He should have jumped on it.
And a good jab hook there from Zulu. But again, not a lot on it, and he didn't really follow it up. Oh, big shot there. Got a little bit behind the ear. As we approach the end of the second round. Ooh, right at the end.
Oh, so they both was about to try not to tell hard kick, hard punch.
And look, you know, now we're going into the third round, and that round it seemed like it was a little bit less. There was a little bit more, even more respect, I would say, than that first round. And, you know, it might be because both guys are getting in their groove, but we're going to see on the replay here, there wasn't as many hard shots landed. That was a beautiful leg kick from Anthony, and there's some jabs here. That was a strong counter from Anthony, but there's some jabs and hooks from Zulu, but not quite enough to really steal the round. I mean, either way, I think.
Yeah,
it's a tough round to call.
Definitely a close round. I might give it to Zulu because he was pressing the action more.
Or he might be because he's African.
That too.
Well, you know, Sadiq, he definitely controlled the center of the cage. He definitely always had Anthony backing up. And if you're going to be the fighter backing up, you got to counter a little bit harder, right? You got to establish that, yeah, I'm backing up, but I'm winning my game.
Yeah.
You know, and I think in this third round, it's really 1-1, and we just got to see more of both guys if they want to steal it.
There was a lot of times when Anthony made a miss in that round where he didn't counter back. If he's going to miss, man, you got to make him pay.
Yeah, I think Anthony should use his jab more.
Well, let's see if Anthony's going to decide to start going first here rather than being the counter puncher.
Oh.
Strong cross there.
You see, when Zulu misses, Anthony's not making him pay for it.
That shot got through there.
And that's because Anthony's running a tad bit too much.
There's a lot of backwards movement, but he's not quite closing the distance, you know, on the inside. And we've really not seen either guy throw punches in the pocket, exchange in the pocket, right? As soon as they get close,
yes,
there's a break.
Exactly.
You know, so we don't know who has the advantage there.
That hand is super low now. It's all the way by his hip.
See, he should have been a little more aggressive, pressured him, followed him a little bit.
And, you know, when Anthony does have the center of the cage, Carl, he doesn't really hold on to it. He kind of just gives it up and starts circling. And, you know, look, when you're circling around the cage, you're covering more distance, you're moving more. When you're in the center, you're not moving as much.
Yeah.
So, you know, naturally, you're going to be able to throw a little more volume. You're going to conserve your energy a little bit more. And when you do decide to explode, you're coming from a better stance.
It looks like Anthony's just not comfortable going forward. Maybe he's just a counter guy at the gym, you know?
Yeah.
Well, the only issue is that he's blocking, he's getting out of the way, he's not getting hit too hard, but he's not really countering the shots the way he needs to.
I'll tell you, that poker face Zulu got on, that plays a part too, you know? It's a little bit of mind game. I mean, it might not look like much, but when a guy look like he's just
zombie walking you down.
Exactly, walking you down.
Out.
Yeah, it plays a lot into your head, you know?
No, absolutely. And we got a minute left here in the third round, and this round has been all Zulu. despite not landing anything too significant besides that one rear hand, it's just
He's still landing.
he's landing. He's being more active, and he's walking down Anthony.
Zulu's not even breathing hard.
Throwing one punch. Better not be breathing hard.
Look, he's doing a great job of conserving his energy
Yes.
for what it's worth.
Yeah.
He's very smart, very tactical.
Yeah, 100%.
Sharpshooter.
And right there would have been a great opportunity to just, make it a little bit ugly, put a little bit more pressure on Zulu, get him backing up.
Anthony has 25 seconds to land something significant.
Strong leg kick there. And this has kind of been what we've seen this entire fight, which is rare. There weren't really any adjustments. There weren't any takedowns. It's been Zulu moving forward, looking to open up, but landing the individual shots, and then Anthony Smith on his bike looking to counter. And as it goes to the decision, it's just so hard to be the fighter backing up and come out on top.
Yeah.
You got to really commit and really land those hard shots. And look, with the judges, it's all subjective. Sometimes even when you are the fighter backing up, you're landing hard counters, you're doing more damage, it might not pay off the same way because the judges see that as backing up.
You're retreating.
I mean, Diego Sanchez against Martin Kampman, that's one of the ones that comes to mind, where Martin really did a lot more damage, was much more successful, but as Diego just continuously pressured, he was able to steal that fight one way or the other. And I think here we're going to see I think Zulu's going to come out on top strictly because he just maintained his game plan, and Anthony just wasn't really able to do much besides that hard counter that he had landed.
Yeah, honestly, outside of that one shot in the first round, I feel like Zulu kind of dominated the entire fight.
I bet you did, big man. I bet you did.
But, for what it's worth, that was a very technical
outstanding
striking
fight.
affair, and it was really very crisp striking, good countering, great blocking. I'd like to see Zulu keep his hands up a little bit here, as we saw.
That
Perfect timing with the highlights.
competition, they're not going to let that slide too long.
That's exactly it. Thank you for the truck for, as I said that, they threw up that highlight tape. You're going to go into a hard puncher and you're going to get countered, and it's just going to be too much for you to deal with.
That or a wrestler.
Certainly a wrestler, as we throw it up to Giovanni for the official
All right,
decision.
one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for these two guys. They gave it their all in there tonight. Having said that, we do have a winner by way of unanimous decision. Coming to us by way of the Baloo Zulu G.
Zulu doesn't seem very happy. Oh, never mind. He switched it up. Oh, now he's not happy again.
He's got a great
emotions
poker
all
face,
over the
man.
place,
He's
my
got a
guy.
great poker face.
All right, come here, buddy. First of all, congratulations on the victory. You were pressing the action from get-go to get-go. Come away with a unanimous decision. I can see the disappointment. You wanted to finish it. It's always, what you really want. Having said that, you dominated the entire fight. Even so much that your hands were down. You know what I'm saying. So what's going on through your mind in terms of coming away with such a unanimous victory? What do you think is next for you?
Just honestly, we're going pretty hard rounds, but I didn't get so I want to put hard work last time.
I mean, obviously, every fight is about progressing and learning as a fighter. You learned something tonight.
You need to take your boy under your wing, my guy.
Yeah, we got to bring that hand back up.
He's giggling. I bet you sliding his DMs in like, my guy. Wakanda forever. I see you not slick, bro. Try to recruit.
Trying to start an African top team. The real ATT.
Well, as we enter here, getting ready for bout number 7, we're going to throw it up to Giovanni for the call-out.
We've been having a great night here so far at the Cowboy Fight Series. She knew what to do. She knows. Make some noise. We're going to be taking a short intermission after this next fight. Make sure you stretch your legs, get some food, get some beer, go outside. And if you haven't had a chance to congratulate some of the fighters, win, lose, or draw, make sure you let them all know what a good job they did. Having said that, we're about to move on to the next fight. This next fight is going to be a catch weight of 175 pounds. Let's bring out our first fighter, coming to us by way of the Baloo Corner.
Sean Brooks, 5'10", 175 pounds, fighting out of Royal MMA in Waldorf, Maryland. He's 26 years old. He's 5'6", but I will tell you guys, he has fought the best in the region. I said that about Muhammad Ali. I said that about a couple other guys. I know personally that he's fought 3 guys who have already gone pro, 2 of which were on our last card in Andrew Kim and Cedric Gunnison, and he does not turn down a fight from anybody. I've called 4 or 5 of his fights, and I can tell you that his improvement, it's second to none. He makes the adjustments. He doesn't let the setbacks hold him back from that next level of improvement, and he's really turned the corner. His last knockout was one of the most vicious I've seen, where a fighter threw an overhand right, and as he slipped out of the way, he fired a head kick, and it was shin to forehead, lights out. It's just not something you usually see at that amateur level, to have that level of explosiveness and timing. But Sean Brooks has it. He certainly has it. And with his experience, I wouldn't be surprised if he's ready to go pro, despite us being so thrilled to have him here on the Cowboy Fights banner.
Well, if he's as athletic as you say, I'm looking forward to seeing him. Let's say he looks like an athletic beast, big back, bald head.
100%.
He looks like he's down to fight, so I'm excited.
One thing he does really well is he controls the range and he stays very calm, right? As you're going, he almost kind of lulls you into a false sense of this is going to be a slower fight, it's going to be technical, and then there's this explosion of athleticism, and it's just so much to deal with that he overwhelms a lot of guys, and he's got that one-hit knockout power.
Yeah, that's called black letters.
Yeah, black letters. Black letters.
Well, I think
the Yoel Romero game plan, make him think it's going to be a chill fight and then explode.
Bounce, breathe, explode, break whatever you hit.
Yeah, I was just thinking that same Yoel Romero style as I throw it back up to Giovanni for the next call out.
And now, let's bring out his opponent coming to us by way of the red corner.
Coming out of the red corner is Trey Cook, 6 feet tall, 175 pounds, fighting out of Freedom MMA in Manassas, Virginia. He's 33 years old, 2 wins, 3 losses. All of his wins are by knockout and TKO, and his losses are by submission. So he doesn't go to the scorecards. He's here. He's a striker by trade. We actually saw him at the last Cowboy fight.
Yeah, he got tricked.
And we all thought we were expecting a stand-up battle, and he ran into a wrestler.
A wrestler wearing tie shorts. He's a liar. That's what that guy was. But I'm glad to see that we have someone who can actually strike and showcase his power. But what you say, we're in for a highlight reel fight. They both like to bang.
Yeah, and Trey has got crisp boxing, but he's got a lot of power. He does very good when he's moving forward. The question I have is, how will Sean Brooks react having somebody who hits that hard, pushing him forward? And is he going to be able to institute that same counter-punching that we've seen, maybe with less athletic or less skilled strikers who've tried to push him and bully him?
It's going to be a very rough test for one of these guys, because Sean looks the part, but I've seen Trey fight before, and Trey, I know for sure he brings it. Yeah. He's going to come forward for sure. We're going to see if the muscles hold up or if the muscles gas out.
Well, one thing we've seen with Sean Brooks is that right now he's loving Trey Cook's walkout song, and he's more relaxed than ever. He's more relaxed than ever. And he's, a former Marine. He's not afraid of those high-pressure situations. And we're going to throw it up to Giovanni for the official call.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next fight is brought to you by the Loyal Brand. This fight is a catch weight of 175 pounds. As I introduce our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner. He is 26 years of age. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. With an official fight weight of 174.6 pounds, with a record of 5-6. He comes to us by way of Royal MMA out of Waldorf, Maryland. He is the Midnight Express, Sean Brooks.
makes his way out of the cage as this 7th bout is brought to you by the Loyal brand.
I think this is going to be a fighter versus athlete. Definitely a fighter versus athlete.
Man, like you were saying about Sean, he's super calm. Even when there was announcing his opponent's name, he was just talking to people in the audience.
Lead head kick. Now he's coming out a little bit faster than I've seen him in the past.
Hey, good right hand, strong right hand, and strong knee right afterwards.
And you're seeing a big strength disparity here.
Definitely, they're starting off fast too, man. Hopefully both guys will keep up this pace.
Now Trey must have felt something he didn't like here because he's in on that single and he's not letting go.
It was that cross. Definitely that cross. Kind of heard that crack.
He also took a hard knee to the body. He's about to take another one.
Yeah, absolutely. As Sean does a good job of using that underhook to lift him up.
Woo! Right now, Trey's holding on to the head, which is, oh no, I think his head is just kind of stuck. His hand's kind of stuck there.
Trey's got to try to fight for an underhook. He's got to be careful here. That arm is under. The one arm's under. He's got to fight the top hand. That's it. That's it. He's got to pull the top hand down. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. Sean Brooks. Wow.
I don't like the pushing off.
That's kind of unnecessary.
Yeah, it's kind of an unnecessary move. Once you win with grace, you know. I don't know if there was any bad blood before the fight, but I don't see a reason why they have to do all that.
Well, you know, Sean came out pretty quick there, and it just Trey is.
There's a lot of people in the cage.
Yeah, what is going on right now? It's just turned into a boxing match. There's about 20 people in the ring.
As the referees come in here to regain order.
Wait a minute. Let's see. He only walked up with 3 people.
Yeah, Sean's whole family came into the ring.
Both guys shake hands there. It seems like there was.
You know, people get caught in the moment.
Yeah, just a heat of the moment situation.
Absolutely. And we're going to throw it up to Giovanni here for the official decision.
So this is not Pride Days. You do not need everybody in the cage. Oh, she got the wiggle going? Okay.
We do have a winner. At 1 minute of the first round by way of submission due to a rear naked choke, the Midnight Express, Sean.
Sean got a strong following out here.
And Trey is really wearing it. You know, it's tough to take the loss like that.
All right, my
That's
friend,
what he's
first
getting
off,
to.
congratulations. Suck that in beautifully. Play the patience game while you know, he's trying to go for kind of a bulldog in the position. You knew that wasn't going anywhere. Beautiful step over, reverse again, and we're making choke again. There we go. What's going on through your mind? Obviously, have a lot of friends, family, and fans here. So what's going through your mind right now? It's such a beautiful, dominant victory.
I told everybody, my was a special day. I got a hell of a year. They coach Mike Sean.
Right hand is strong.
They coach Mike Wilson. Some awesome instructors, Justin Mitchell. Hey, the one, the only Nick that can't bear. So, let me get you all the support. I can't come in here and lose without So, what a different level, man.
Well, bottom line is you did an awesome job. Congratulations once again. We look forward to having you here again in the Cowboy Fight Series. So, one more time, guys, let's give it up to Sean. All right, gang, we're going to be taking a short intermission. So feel free to get up, go stretch your legs, talk to some of the fighters, and we'll see you guys back here for the rest of the evening. Thank you.
And for all the listeners, we will be right back in just a few moments.
Knock a bitch out. That's how we do it.
Jesse went to go get some ice. And I'm helping out, but I'm trying to touch ice. You know, are you good, man? No. I just seen it. demo, or you want to do it? No, I joined Wimps on September 2. I stayed there. That's what I mentioned in Nia. May of 2004. We got a table seat. You can get a table seat. Yeah, we're 86. I'm Aaron. Corey. Nice to meet you. Are you a vet? Are you a vet yet? Yeah. I mean, right now,
And of course, you can go to theloyalbrand.com. It's the official fight wear and apparel for the Cowboy Fight Series. Also, if you're not a member of Gold's Gym, we got a lot of Gold's Gyms up in the Northern Virginia area. So if you guys love Gold's Gym and you want to sign up, just contact any of the Gold's Gym officials, either here or at a Gold's Gym near you in the Northern Virginia area. All the areas, the Gold's Gym is managed by this particular organization, and you guys get a great discount on joining Gold's Gym as well. Also, last but not least, if you guys want to come and hang out with some of the fighters or any of us officials, Mike, to buy him a drink for being married for 10 years, you guys can come to Senior Tequilas. Bring your ticket or your wristband, and you'll get free admission to the bar. And so come join. Joanna, are you going to go to this party? You're not going to go afterwards? You might. Chelsea, you going? Amy's going. Angie's going, right? Angie? Mike already said he's going. Luke? You're not going? So make sure you guys come to the after party. We also got some great fighters aside from the people you've seen fight tonight. We got a lot of really cool pros in the area. We got a couple of UFC vets. Who's also both our UFC vets over here are also commentating here tonight. So Sadiq Youssef and Carl Roberson, come on in here, guys. And Aaron Riley, where's Aaron? Aaron Riley. Where's Aaron Riley? Where is he? There you go, get in here, Aaron. All right. So we got three UFC vets here as well. Sadiq's undefeated in the UFC right now, 3-0. So let's give it up, come on. Damn, people. You give no love. You're not getting any love. All right, and then Carl over here, he's got a fight with the UFC on July 13th. Here real quick, so since you're, I'll talk to you in a second, but since what's going on with you? So you're gonna fight July 13th in the UFC. Where's this one gonna be?
In California.
Do you know who I'm assuming obviously you know who your opponent is. So who's your opponent on the show?
I get to welcome a Brazilian stud who has been beaten 4 fights to the UFC, so I get to beat him up.
So it's his debut in the UFC? Oh, so you're going to show him what it's like to be a UFC fighter? All right, well, congrats. So, well, how's it going in your training camp right now?
I'm feeling good. I'm underweight. I'm ready to go. I'm hungry. I'm going to go violent. So I can't wait. 2 weeks ago, I'm coming with somebody.
All right, so what do you like more, commentating or beating somebody up and someone's commentating for you?
A little bit both, you know, from here and there, matters of who I'm.
All right, well, you're doing a great job as you always did last time as well. So you get over, everybody. I know you don't have a current fight coming up, but oh, you do? Okay, so why don't you tell the crowd a little bit about it?
I'm going to be fighting August 17th in Anaheim, also in Cali. I'm fighting Deborah Benitez. There's another softball striker, you know, they might put me in there against these other strikers. It should be a good, entertaining fight.
Great, so in August, is that one of the ESPNs or is it on one of the pay-per-view?
Right now, it's a pay-per-view card. Right now, I'm trying to see if I'm going to start off the pay-per-view or I'm going to be the main event for the pay-per-view.
Very nice. So once again, we've got some great UFC events at home. We've got Aaron as well. So if you guys want to find out, what did you, August 17th? August 17th, UFC pay-per-view. Check that out. See Sadiq Youssef. July 13th, you see Carl. Get over here, Aaron. Now, if you guys are old school UFC vets, that's not an insult, as you know. But Aaron Riley is one of the most durable UFC fighters, and people that, you know, inspirational fighters, at least in my personal opinion. I'm sure anybody old school, people who've been around a long time, know all about you. You guys worked before in Roanoke. We did one of the fight shows together where you were the post-fight commentator. So what's going on with your life right now?
Well, I used to fight at 155 pounds. So my biggest fight these days is staying below 200 pounds. I wasn't tired. But yeah, I'm back in the Midwest. I'm out here visiting. I heard that this event was going on. I want to come out here to see my buddy Cowboy and just cheer on these young fighters and fight this event. It's been very stressful.
Absolutely. Again, one of the things we love about being part of the Cowboy Fight Series is the stepping block right here. You know, for guys going to be performably, for guys going pro. So it's a really good concept that nobody else is really doing currently.
Yeah, I mean, it gives these guys, these young guys, great opportunity to develop their skill set, get some, and you know, hopefully go to the big leagues.
Well, once again, it's great seeing you. Come on, guys, let's give it up for Aaron.
Welcome back to Cowboy Fight Series. We are back from the intermission. We did a couple of in-cage interviews with Sadiq and Carl. And now we're about to go for bout number 8 between Lawrence Hunt and Eric Nolan.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, we are super excited once again to continue the rest of this night. We still got 4 amazing title fights for you all. We're going to be moving on to our next fight. This next fight is in the Cowboy Fight Series middleweight division, the 105-pound division. Let's bring out our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner.
Fighting out of the blue corner is Eric Nolan. He's 5'10", 185 pounds, fighting out of the Martial Arts School of Excellence in Quantico, Virginia. We don't know a lot about him. He might be a debut fighter. We might just not have his information, but I can tell you that he's coming from a strong gym in a military-based part of the country, Quantico, Virginia military base. And look, he's coming prepared. He's in great shape. And I saw him at the weigh-ins. He looked good. He didn't look like he had cut too much weight, but he does look quite a bit bigger now as he comes out into the Cowboy Fights cage. Gentlemen, before we go on, how was that cage interview? Get your name out there a little bit.
Yeah, that was fun. I like it. It was fun. It was hot as hell in there. I just tell you that.
Is it hotter in there than it is right
it's
here?
definitely hot in there.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a lot closer to the lights, too, you know. Once you start moving around and you start sweating and fighting, that's a reason why these guys are also getting a little bit tired. And it's even more impressive for the ones that aren't.
Yeah, absolutely it is. As we throw it up to Giovanni for the next call.
Let's bring out his opponent coming to us by
Hey, if you would just eat that chicken. Stop being a bitch. Just eat the chicken, man.
I gotta say.
Walking out of the red corner is Lawrence Hunt, 5'11", 185 pounds, training out of Freedom MMA in Manassas, Virginia. He's 21 years old. This seems to be his debut as well, but I know personally Freedom MMA is a very strong gym. Their head coach is a former, I believe, Olympic trialist in Greco-Roman, and they're constantly pumping out top-level guys here in the Northern Virginia area.
Lawrence has a crew right now behind us going crazy. There they go. You see them?
Absolutely does. He absolutely does. Thank you to the truck.
Yeah, you see Lawrence's people. Lawrence got a crew out here. Hey, but I tell you what, though, Eric is staring down his crew. I don't know if he's planning on fighting them right after the fight.
He about it. He like that. That might be the military in him if he's in the military.
Well, he's got the United States Marine Corps badge on his left leg, and I don't know if he knows it. He's got the Army colors, though, for his shorts.
I hope he knows it.
So it's interesting to see here how he's going to come out and fight. You know, I've always preferred competing when I don't know anybody there and nobody knows me. I don't like the pressure of having friends, family look at me, watch me, but some guys thrive off it, and let's hope that Lawrence Hunt does as we throw it up to Giovanni for the official call.
Oh, I'm getting excited.
I'm getting excited just over him. Wow.
Let's give it up for Eric Nolan.
I think Eric was trying to insert a nickname in there, but they couldn't get it. Lawrence got a crew, boy.
I like going to hostile territory.
Exactly.
I love upsetting other people's fans.
That's right.
If Lawrence don't win, there might be a riot in this place.
As long as it don't hit this table, we good.
Giovanni exits the cage as we're ready to get bout number 8 underway, sponsored by CB Daily.
One of Lawrence's boys said if he gets a knockout, he's going to jump in the cage.
I said, make sure you jump over that side.
Yeah. don't like the chin up from
yes.
Eric Nolan.
I knew it.
Good wrestling, in on a double. Now transition to a
good
single.
defense. Good defense.
He's looking for a dump over here. He's going to try to dump him across his left leg, but good defense from Lawrence Hunt.
Lawrence got to get that double under again. He got to swim in. He got to swim in.
And you know, even if this isn't successful, it lets Lawrence know that he's going to have to deal with this level change and the wrestling that comes with it.
Yeah.
Now they're in a over-under position, and Lawrence is able to transition and get his get Eric's back to the cage. And they disengage, and Lawrence is going to look to unload here. Eric's got to be a little careful here. He's got his chin up, and his hands are a little low.
Chin is way up. It's definitely his debut.
Yeah.
Lawrence is very smooth here with his striking.
Oh,
good drive. Now he's got the hands clasped.
That was nice. That was definitely nice.
Good defense from Lawrence. He's going to make Eric work for it, but Eric's got both hands clasped, and now he's trapping the arm.
Eric might have a little bit of wrestling experience, man.
Yeah.
He absolutely does with a shot like that. And he's holding on tight. He's looking for the lift, but he's just not quite there yet.
If I'm Eric, I would just stay heavy right here.
Yeah,
you
heavy on that leg.
You don't waste energy trying to pick him up. Just
break that
heavy.
leg down. Right into it.
Well, he's got to make sure he holds on to those underhooks.
Up, already taking deep breaths. You can't be the wrestler breathing hard. That's just not a good sign.
Lawrence is now closing the distance, and his coach is calling for him to let the hands go, but I think he's a little hesitant, worried about the takedown. But he's also timing. Eric's got to be careful. If he ducks his head like that, he's got to be aware of those head kicks that'll come right up. Now jab there. Big hook there landed.
He's about it. He took that on the chin. Came back hard.
And now he gets in. Good defense from Lawrence.
Now, Lawrence doesn't want to get into the trap of just constantly worrying about a takedown defense. You know, you got to do your thing, too.
Well, you know, sometimes the best takedown defense is just establishing that jab and using the range, you know, soften up the body. And if you keep waiting in anticipation of the takedown, you're never going to be able to get off in the round. And quite frankly, in this first round, it's been all Eric Nolan.
Exactly. He's not really accomplishing that much, but he's still winning.
He's still doing more. Controlling mat space.
With 10 seconds left, you know, the ref separates him.
I don't agree with that separation.
Yeah,
Those both working.
A good jab there landed by Eric. And, you know, look, Lawrence has got to let his hands go, but I think Eric's going to get some confidence from that. You know, he looked a little hesitant. It was definitely his debut, but getting through the first round, having some success, and letting his hands go, I think that's going to develop a different type of confidence as he goes into that second round.
Yeah.
What are you telling Lawrence? It's also his debut fight. I think we have to make some adjustments here.
If I'm Lawrence, man, I've got to tell you, you got to start attacking because you see the takedowns coming. You know, it's not like he's tricking you with the takedowns, and you have enough space. If you give him something to worry about with your hands, the takedowns are only going to get sloppier and sloppier. They're not going to get better.
Exactly.
And there you see a good counter from Lawrence Hunt, but right after that, Eric, to his credit, comes right back, starts landing the hard shots, and he puts the pressure on him.
Comes back throwing.
Eric has very deceiving counterpunching. His initial shots are a little bit forced, but when he lets his hands go, he's got power and his punches are crisp. And Lawrence, who's got great takedown D, really does have to start establishing something and letting Eric know that he's not just going to be sitting on the cage all night. And here we go, underway for the second round.
Let's see if they loosen up a little more.
Eric's got to be careful leaving on that jab with that chin up.
Nolan needs to stop moving to his left, moving to his right, and to his shot.
Right, if he's going to close distance, he's got to make it count. He can't hang out there. A big jab. Right there, he's in on a single. Now he's got to pressure it. He's got to make it ugly. Eric doing a good job of keeping Lawrence's back against the cage.
Yeah.
Lawrence has just got to let those hands go.
Yeah, Lawrence got to get a little bit busy, man. Lawrence needs to get busy. He's too worried about the takedown.
You know, after maybe feeling what he felt, even though he didn't go down to his back, he's so focused on preventing that takedown from happening that it's just causing him to not let his hands go and not get involved. And he's just got to start committing and
freezing the mind.
Exactly, that's exactly it, Carl.
Eric is scaring me a little bit with the way his chin is, but right now he seems to be getting what he wants.
He's throwing body now. He's got
both
his
hands clasped. Nice.
And now he's right in the mount.
Hey,
Lawrence goes back.
You gotta keep control though. Control. Stay heavy on him. Stay heavy.
He must just be a wrestler.
Yeah, not a jiu-jitsu guy.
Yeah.
It's a big takedown again.
And now this is where you're gonna start seeing Lawrence start getting tired. You know, people think taking people down is tired, but it also gets you tired when you gotta keep working up over and over again.
Keep getting slammed on the ground. That takes a lot of energy out of you.
But let's not sleep on the fact that it's taken a lot of energy from Eric as well. But he's doing a great job of keeping his hands clasped. He's always, you know, he's not losing his grips, and that's what's allowing him to continuously wrestle and establish that takedown.
Lawrence got to start looking for elbows, man. Damage him while he's down here. He's in a bad position.
Make him not want to be there.
Yeah, you damage him while he's here.
Eric looks like he's taking a deep breath. He's got to be careful, though, because Lawrence is about to push on the head and create space here.
He needs to get the hip out and go to one of the sides. Push the head, go to the side. Push the head, go to the side.
Good adjustment from Eric. He's got to be careful there.
They get his head high.
Yeah, Eric definitely has a lot of wrestling in him.
Yeah.
Big shots are landing there. He's staying active. He's staying very
definitely.
active.
Oh, no. Eric is definitely winning. He's scoring. It might not look the best, but yeah, he's definitely winning the fight.
But so much of MMA is what happens in these clinches against the cage. And with 10 seconds left in the second round, he's got one more round to do his thing. And now he's up on the scorecards 2-0.
And Lawrence is starting to make some faces now. He's not looking like the athlete that came in the first round.
Body language saying everything.
Exactly.
And, you know, Eric walked back to that corner pretty tall, breathing, but under control. And Lawrence seems like he's a little bit bewildered here as we look at some of these replays. Eric just kind of hooked in on that single and then forced the action to the cage. And here is when Lawrence needs to get out, circle out of that.
All you gotta do is stop going straight back. When he's starting to attack, stop worrying so much about the takedown and just move an angle. Stop that takedown.
Yeah, it's not like Lawrence, like Eric is doing any type of like super technical wrestling. He's kind of just reaching and grabbing what he can grab. And by the time they get to the fence, then he's able to clasp his hands behind his back.
He's just barreling forward, and that's helping right now. You're going straight back, you're going to just run into something sooner. There's a cage. There's nowhere for you to go if you're not going side to side.
I think the shorts are giving Eric some power, man. You got the military plus ultra.
There's nothing like having the United States military as a motivating force here.
Man, I'm telling you, that plus ultra, those two words means a lot. If you know, you know. Y'all two just don't know, but the people that know.
You feel like a superhero in here, huh?
Plus ultra, that's some nerdy anime stuff right there.
You gotta really be a nerd to know that.
Exactly. That's why I said if you know, you know.
If it's not Dragon Ball Z, then you lost me there.
That's like base anime.
Trust me. When he watches this fight and he hears I give him the plus ultra shout out, he's like, yeah, that's one of my people.
Yep.
Well, right now he's got to think about closing the distance and getting his wrestling involved again. He's got to take advantage of the fact that Lawrence is breathing pretty heavy.
Hey, stick to what got you here, though. If I'm him, I'm not gonna try to strike. He gotta stick to what got him here. Now he's getting a little too excited. He gotta go back to his wrestling.
And there was a perfect opportunity for him to get in on the cage.
Definitely.
He didn't take it.
Definitely. Go exactly. There you go. Go back to what got you to the dance. There's no point in trying to switch it up now.
He shouldn't have sat like that.
He's fighting the grips. It looks like Eric's gonna be able to step right over.
He's not in any danger at all until he gets his legs wrapped around him.
He's basically in side control already.
He can stop worrying about the hands. Just keep pushing him down. There you go.
A lot of pressure here.
You gotta turn into him. Use that cage to get up.
He's got to hold on tight if Eric wants to keep him here. But Lawrence got to move. He's got to explode up.
At this point of the fight, Eric just got to stay heavy on him.
And we're halfway through the third round.
Yeah, grind him out.
And it says a lot. the type of mindset to come in, have everybody screaming against you, and get a win like this, because it's a gritty win. You know he's working for it.
It's that military.
Exactly.
Well, with 1 minute.
I don't like how
Why
quick
you
this
keep
ref is
breaking
breaking
them
them up.
What happened?
Oh, it's dropped the mouthpiece. Oh, that's a veteran move. That's a veteran move right there.
Yeah.
Come on, ref.
listen.
Look how tired he is. He dropped that mouthpiece on purpose.
Now, I don't know if the ref is going to try to replace that position, but that's going to be very difficult to control right there.
That's kind of a rookie move from the ref. You know?
Now they're not starting against the cage. That was a free out.
The ref shouldn't have done that. All he did is gave his opponent time to rest, and now they're outside of the grappling area. You got to get back to your takedowns. Oh, man, and I think the sheriff is just too tired.
Lawrence has got to do something, man. It's so hard when you're just going against somebody.
Yeah, Lawrence is too tired. Lawrence might get finished now.
Big shots
too tired. Lawrence isn't even fighting back. And this is where that plus ultra comes in.
Yep. Great pressure here from Eric. Going to the third round. Big
man,
knee.
Lawrence might get finished. Lawrence might get finished.
With 28 seconds left, Eric's putting a lot of pressure on him.
He is, and right now it's just a cardio battle.
The ref's got to think about this.
Battle. 20 seconds left. Eric got to put it on if you want to get this finish, man. Try to finish him.
A lot of pressure here.
I'm not mad at the spin. He that tired. Try some new stuff.
And that's the fight.
Yeah, hey, man, I got to give it to Eric, man. He showed up.
He showed up.
He showed up 100%.
Very
he grinded
impressive.
that one out.
Very impressive. And, you know, wrestlers, man, there's just nothing like it. You guys have seen it in the training room. Their ability to grind and push and make you feel uncomfortable just throughout a round, throughout a fight. I mean, Eric really, he landed hard shots, and his wrestling opened up all these punches. Right?
Exactly.
He might not be a traditional striker by any means, but he landed really hard, really crisp shots because he was wrestling so well that, you know, Lawrence didn't know what to do. Was he blocking punches? Was he defending takedowns?
Lawrence never got a chance to even, like, start
Get
his
comfortable,
game.
yeah. And that's what we're talking about, take people out their comfort zone. He got so fixated on the wrestling that the wrestler became the striker.
And, you know, we've seen it before. I mean, some of the best wrestlers to compete in MMA became knockout artists. And right here you see just Eric throwing lots of volume and landing. And anytime Lawrence thought he was away, Eric just kept putting pressure on him, And Lawrence just never really was able to initiate his game.
Hey, Eric sure silenced the crowd, you know. And now he actually got the crowd on his side.
Yeah. He absolutely did. As we throw it up to Giovanni for the official decision.
All right. Let's give it up for both of our fighters. Come on. They did a nice job. Having said that, we can only have one winner, and we do. By way of unanimous decision,
Good performance by Eric.
That was a great performance.
Absolutely, very strong wrestling.
Stuck to the game plan, performed it well. Pretty much put him in deep water and let him drown. Sink and swim, guppy, swim and swim. That's what we use in my gym.
We say plus ultra.
Shut your ass up. Go Satama in this mother, start one punching people.
Yeah, we say plus ultra, me and Eric.
Eric said, "Hoo-wah."
Hey.
Now.
well, obviously, also now you're 1-0. Coming in, your MMA debut is always tough, with chairs and everything. How's it feel being in such a great show? Now with such prominent names in the business. How's that feel for you as well?
Well, I mean, I heard that for this fight just showed up like he's like one of my favorite players, so it's an honor to be here. I just got out of the Marine Corps Thursday.
Well, it was a pleasure meeting you. It was a pleasure watching you fight.
I appreciate it.
On your victory. We look forward to having you hopefully win the next. And also, number 5, thank you for the service.
A
Great debut fight for Eric Nolan and an excellent showing from the Marine wrestler fighting out of the Martial Arts School of Excellence. And we're going to throw it right up to Giovanni for the next fight.
All right, we're going to be bringing in the one and only.
Excuse me?
He knew, I said the one and only, and you knew I was talking about you, didn't I? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause as I introduce him as usual, Donald Cowboy Cerrone.
Throwing it up for the in-cage interview of Donald Cowboy Cerrone.
Where's James Neville?
James Neville is a Cowboy Fight Series veteran
First of all,
who was offered his pro contract.
on your full career. Just, you know, for those of you, I don't even know why I would ask if you don't know him. We all know you know him. He's had a stellar career, breaks record after record after record.
You know I knew him from somewhere.
Yeah, I was wondering where I
recognized.
recognized
First call the fighter in combat sports that year. As we all know, you'll fight anybody, anywhere, at any time. You know, we can postpone the show no time because we knew you were going in. And obviously the last fight didn't go the way you wanted, but the moral victory was yours because we knew you would have continued regardless with even sitting out of one eye, right? Absolutely, that's not even a question. We want to thank you always as well, you know, being part of the CFS and putting it on for us, and if it wasn't for you, a lot of these fighters wouldn't have the chance. So, having said that, before we bring on James, what's going on in your life since the last fight? What do you think is going to be coming up? You change your entire perspective on things, and it's shown in your attitude, your winning streak, and just your fight presentation. But what's going on in Cowboy's mind that is coming up that everyone should know about?
Having a rematch, we're at it again, so
Did this just happen soon?
August, I think we're in August, so I don't know the exact date, but I'm sure they'll call me and I'll say yes. So.
Well, we know you'll say yes. Again, that goes without saying. So, is there going to be anything different in your training camp, in your attitude, in how you come up to that? Or is it going to be the same long, going to bang, I don't care what happens?
Yeah, daydreaming Don's coming to fight, man. That's all I do.
Come on, how can you go wrong with an attitude like that? So, aside from your stellar career, what do you feel about tonight? We know I talked to you about in January. You thought there were some great fights. You presented some people with some opportunities. One that we're going to give to this evening. So, since the January show, what do you feel has progressed in the Cowboy Fight Series, and where do you see it in the very near future?
Oh man, I'm so excited. These guys come to fight. That's what I love. You know, there's one of our fights over here going down. So, man, it's my mindset, their mindset, everything's going good.
Well, good. You know, first of all, come on, one more time. You people, I don't know what's going on. This man deserves a hell of a lot more than a yeah. All right. So, we're going to be bringing on one of our fighters who fought at the last show in January with a stellar knockout. Where's James Neville? Where is he? There you are. This is going to turn my life. I know. Well, you got different hair. All right, so you came in, you won in January. They presented you with an offer. You're taking the offer. So what was it about being part of the Cowboy Fight Series, aside from the opportunity you get, that made you come to this? And where do you feel, with the opportunities you presented, is going to take you to your next level?
Look, the thing is, I let go of it. Honestly, I'm fighting Shogun, the biggest pro that on this side, at least for debut. So I'm not wasting gone after Josh Francis. But yeah, I feel like I'm just going to take it from it.
So making your pro debut is obviously an awesome thing. Aside the fact you're getting paid. Do you know anything about your opponent?
Yeah, high level black belt, trains at guys, MMA, great gym. I think it's honestly a lot like the Cowboy fight. It's just a high level trains guy. I think he's taking
Now, making your pro debut, have you made any significant changes to your training camp, your mental attitude, or is it kind of like what he was saying, I'm coming in to bang, it's just the way it is?
Just train hard and honestly just trying to sell tickets and make it great. Trying to get the next level out there.
Well, we're super excited that you're making your pro debut off of this Cowboy Fight Series. I know Cowboy's got something to offer you right now. to be broadcast? It is July 13th, I believe. So July 13th, do you know if it's just going to be local or is it going to be televised? He does not know. That is great promoting. Well, if you want to find out how you can get, whether on Facebook or whatever social media he is on, start following him. Obviously follow Cowboy. We're going to see you guys all hopefully at the July 13th show at Shogun. Thank you, Cowboy, as usual. Congratulations, James. Let's give it up for all these guys. Also to let you know, you guys, it's not that far from here. It's at the MGM National Harbor. If you guys want to look it up, it's July 13th at the MGM National Harbor, which is not that far from here.
Just a
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our next fight. This next fight is in the middleweight division, the Cowboy, 145-pound weight division. Let us bring out our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner.
Fighting out of the blue corner is Rob Sherman. 5'9", 145 pounds, fighting out of Diego Bisbo, Virginia Beach, VA.
Oh, Virginia Beach, boy.
29 years old with 4 wins and 5 losses. But one thing to note about Rob, his opponents have a combined record of 17-1. That's the last 4 guys he's fought are 17-1. So, you know, a broken record now because I've said it quite a few times, but he's literally competing against the very best in his area.
Well, yeah, 17-1. Those the guys only had 1 loss. Yeah, this guy.
These undefeated guys, he's not backing down, and you know he's putting up great fights. It's not like he's getting blown right through. He's going in there, he's getting decisions. There's split decisions not going his way, but the entire time he's a gamer. So his opponent Christian Carr, who's another undefeated fighter, 3-0, a young fighter at 20 years old, he's going to have a tall task ahead of him in Rob Shermer, and that's why again you look at these records in the amateurs, you just don't know who they're fighting.
At a certain point, like you said, 17-1, and you're 4 and 5. Sometimes it's okay to take a step back, you know, and start the process over again.
Reevaluate everything.
Yeah, like Carl was saying, like there's a difference between taking tough fights and being fed to the wolves. You know, you don't want to start being the opponent.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that this kind of reminds me of Garrett Lineberger. His opponent, when he fought at the last Cowboy Fight Series, was 0-3. However, he moved gyms. He was training at Jonathan Webb's Academy. He made strong adjustments, and he came out and he had a great performance. So let's see if he can do the same thing as he fights Christian Carr.
Let's introduce his opponent coming by way of the red corner.
Fighting out of the red corner is Christian Carr. He's 5'9", 145 pounds, fighting out of Gracie 717 via Lancaster, Pennsylvania. He's 20 years old. He's 3-0, and all of his wins are by decision. And as an amateur, I think that's quite a bit of time to end up not only winning, but just in the cage in general. You know, to not have a finish, that means you're fighting these tough guys. You're not able to secure the submission, coming from a Gracie school, or developing your striking. That's a lot of cage time to go and fight an opponent who's got so much experience in Rob Sherman.
We'll see. We've already had like 2 of these tonight, so we'll see who comes out.
Yeah, sometimes the record doesn't speak the full story, you know.
But we seen someone who came out here with nothing and apparently bullshit.
Or like the guy that fought for Delhi, and you go against someone that's just going to do some craziness out there you've never seen before.
Well, you know, when you look at Conor Buell, and that's such a good example, right, of contrasting styles. And I think that fight, you're going to see that a lot of those similarities here, where you have one guy who's constantly coming forward pressure, not afraid to make it ugly, against a talented martial artist who then has to leave his element. But we're going to throw it up to Giovanni, who's going to give the official call.
Hey.
I like it.
Fancy footwork.
Let's see if we can do that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this fight is 3 3-minute rounds of mixed martial arts action in the Cowboy featherweight division. This fight is brought to you by Gold Gym and Moskova. as I introduce our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner. He is 29 years of age. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall with an official flight weight of 145 pounds even. With a record of 4 and 5, he comes by way of Gracie 757. I like it. He's known as the Slugger, Rob Shermer. And as I introduce his opponent from this by way of the red corner, he is 20 years of age, stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, with a fight weight of 144.8 pounds. He comes to us by way of Lancaster, PA. He is known as Christian Strictly Business Carr. And with the third man in the ring, Rick Humphries, Shermer versus Carr. Let's have a great fight.
As Drew Dober.
Yeah. Good call, good call. As Giovanni makes his way out of the cage, the referee checks on all the officials, and we're ready to get bout number 9 underway here.
Christian Carr is killing these dance moves. He got his Dillashaw Dominic Cruz going on.
He got the little shorts on.
Good leg kick. This bout's brought to you by Gold's Gym.
That was a good cross to the body.
That's a nice body shot.
Good leg kick there.
Ooh, these Jews are swinging with power.
Oh, I like the balance. I like the balance.
Good follow.
Oh, the hands were stuck behind the back, though.
He just hit his head on the...
yeah, his hands got stuck behind his back. He fell right on his head. Ooh.
And now Shermer's taking the back. He's got an interesting...
He needs to turn his back to the cage, let the cage hold him for his legs get tired, so he can actually fight the hands the right way.
Now,
he has his legs crossed, but there are some guys who could take that pain. Yeah. I don't know. I've seen a lot of people get their ankles broken crossing their legs like that, but it looks like he's at a decent angle where there's not that much pressure on him.
Most of the time when you break your ankle, your foot's on the outside, your legs crossed. Because your foot doesn't turn that way naturally. Your foot turns that way naturally.
And he's really cranking on that neck, trying to get a neck crank, and now he's trying to go for under the chin, but he's not quite there. This is good defense from Christian Carr, who seems to be taking Carl's advice by leaning up against the cage.
Choking his face. I've seen people get put out like this too. Yeah. Just because your chin is down doesn't mean you're defending the choke.
Yeah.
So he's got to be careful here because it's right at the bottom of the chin too.
Because the chin's not where the choke is, it's on the side. Attach the carotid
artery. All right. Carl's starting to slip out now. He's trying to get his back against the fence.
Yeah. Grind them legs against that cage. Don't worry so much about the grip. Worry about them hands. There you go. Now you explode.
Good hand fighting here from Shermer.
Yeah, that's good control, man. Sherman's got some good leg endurance too, because he's not getting tired.
No, he's going for it, but he's got to be careful here as Christian kind of leans over. And now he's able to sit down. Christian was trying to lean over and create some space, but
keep rolling, keep rolling. Keep him off balance, shake him, do something.
I could definitely see why he's fought opponents at 17-1. Like you were saying, his skill sets do match up to those type of fights.
Absolutely, and he's doing a great job of grapevine his legs, and there's a constantly, instead of hand fighting, using his feet to maintain that position. Almost lost position, but again, he made the adjustment.
We got to keep spinning.
Christian's so close to getting out, but he's got to do something. He's got to turn his head, and it looks like now he's going to end up.
He gets that shoulder out, wrap around.
There you go.
Pull him down. There you go.
And let's see how much energy.
And the crowd just exploded for Christian Carr.
He just based up quick too. That's 3-0. He's showing a lot of promise right now.
Good guard from Rob Shermer as he's avoided a lot of hard damage.
He's not really taking any punishment.
But you never want to finish the round on your back.
Yeah, never. For 3-0, that's a really good promise.
He defended all that quite well.
Knew what to do.
We're going to check a couple replays here. As this was the initial takedown. There was tried with a slam, but then he just drove through with the body lock, and you can't see it right there, but his head went right into the corner of the mat. And then this was the story for the majority of the first round, where Sherman was holding himself up with that body lock and pursuing that choke. And then when Carr fell down, he maintained position until Carr was eventually able to work his way out and finish the round on top. No doubt, though, that's going to be Rob Sherman's round, but what adjustments does Christian Carr need to make here going into the second round, Carl?
They just need to keep feeling each other. They started out really hard, so they kind of got thrown in the wild position, so we got to see where they go from here.
Yeah, that's one of those rounds that you kind of just got to chalk up to the loss. You know, too much. It was kind of just like a wild scramble, and then you ended up in bad position, and Rob was able to capitalize on it. This is a brand new round, a brand new beginning.
Yeah.
And I think that's the right mentality to have, especially when you're just held in a singular spot for so long. You know, so much jiu-jitsu was going on in that round. We didn't get to see much striking as Christian Carr leads with a leg kick. And now he gets a good slam there. And just slightly overcommits on that shot as he settles into half guard.
I think in that body try might have tied his legs out a little bit because he slowed down a lot.
That kick seemed belabored.
Yeah.
It seemed like Christian saw it a little too far away. Now, if Christian really wants to maintain this position, he should take that left hand and drive up that underhook as he slides his way into mount.
Straight to full mount.
And now he's got an arm triangle.
Nice arm triangle.
Beautiful transition.
Gotta settle down.
He's got to get his hips down and get his lats involved. And he got the tap.
Nice.
Wow.
What a comeback.
And the place went wild. Wow. Christian Carr, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, I don't know how strong Christian's grip is, but that tap came pretty fast.
Yeah, it wasn't even fully synced in.
Yeah, without much defense coming from Rob. So I don't know exactly what's going on in his head, but I think sometimes you got to kind of fight through those dark demons, you know.
You know, head and arm chokes are so hit or miss because sometimes you get everything involved and you can't get the tap, and then other times it's just right on the thick of the neck and you feel yourself going out.
I've been put to sleep by one, so I know. I'm going to go out on your shield or go out holding your shield type. I don't tap. So he definitely could have fought that one. His hips were still up. He didn't fully have his head to the mat, so there's a lot of space there for him to breathe. I think he's just uncomfortable.
Yeah, or Christian Carr got the grip of death, and we never know.
Well, we're going to throw it up to Giovanni for the official decision.
All right, let's get both of our fighters here in the center of the ring.
You might look at the superhero combat corner.
On the second round, by way of submission due to arm triangle, he is strictly business. And we're going to give it up for Rob Sherman as well. Great job in the ring tonight.
Christian asking for a signature from Cowboy on the official Cowboy Fight Series fight gloves.
First of all, hey, always, man. It's always a nigga. Wow, obviously you got a big support system here today. Screaming, bringing down the house. Congratulations, first of all. Tough first round. You know, going back and forth. They seemed to put you in a tad bit of trouble. Obviously not being where you were. Can't tell us really where you were. Were you in a little bit of trouble that first round?
Yeah, big problem. I was that triangle on my legs.
It's not
Keep
really
my legs
his
up,
neck.
push them over. Try to sit at the end, found a little bit of space up there.
Maybe that's a neck.
Got off, clean up, started to feel a little bit more control there. Started to bring actually part of the center. And by the way, let's go where I go. My boss is watching us, don't worry, once we work every single day.
Well, cool. So, obviously, second round, getting your round. What do you feel was the change in the game plan on this? Coming from a high-level jiu-jitsu school like the Obispo, you come away with a good submission victory. What do you think led to that for you? Well, you did a great job. You did not leave it in the hands of the judges. Congratulations, my friend. We look forward to seeing you hopefully in the very near future.
Hey, everybody,
Christian Carr coming away and proving a 4-0. And we definitely look forward to seeing him again in the Cowboy Fight Series band.
We still have 4 amazing title fights coming up in the next few minutes. I hope you guys got to eat that. If you haven't had a chance to have some of that pizza, I swear that pepperoni pizza is awesome. Ask Lisa. I've had 2. It was pretty darn delicious. Lost Rhino over there. How you guys doing over there? Doing all right? I get a beer again like last time, right? Of course they do. You guys are awesome. Honestly, these guys really are great. If you guys have not had a chance to taste the beer, please go do so. And another great thing with mixed martial arts, and especially all the local shows, without people like you coming in to watch the shows, and of course, checking out all of our sponsors, we cannot do these kind of events on a local level over the long haul. So I want to thank you from Cowboy and everybody involved here at CFS. We'd like to thank everybody, of course, for coming to these events. All of our great sponsors from Effective Integrative, Gold's Gym for hosting it, of course, Vaporify, Sucker Punch for helping put on the fight card, David Arvello, Brian Hamper, and everybody else involved. Rule 7, Nutrition. You know, we're always thankful to have great fans such as yourselves. Okay, first of all, I haven't had a chance to say thank you to all our ring card girls, so let's give it up for our girls here tonight. These are the awesome CFS championship belts that our fighters will be winning this evening. So we've got 4 great fights, and of course, our main event this evening, you know, and sometimes they put on the best fight of all. We've got a female fight tonight, and I tell you, these girls are going to bring it, and one of them is going to be winning the title. And of course, also like I said several times earlier,
hold the belt up, look at
evening,
it. One job.
Tequila for our after party. If you guys have no plans to do anything else after the fights, please come to Senor Tequila's. Great food, great drink, and it's literally just down the street from here. If you haven't had, if you live
Clean
here,
home.
you probably know where it is. If not, just Google it. It's literally 0.1 miles away from where we are currently. Also, don't forget, like everyone was saying, we got Shogun fights coming up. We got like I said, Shogun fights on July 13th at the MGM, not too far from here. And we're going to have 2 more amazing fights, Cowboy fights, coming up this year. And of course, we've got a lot of great UFCs. Hopefully, Cowboy's going to get his rematch in August and come with Victor. So for the next interview, he's going to be jumping up and down for joy. So how many people after seeing what you guys have seen want to maybe compete one day? Anybody? No? Do you want to compete? Yeah? No? You do? You want to compete? I saw those guns. Holy crap. Are they loaded? You got a plug for those? Hey, anybody currently training in any MMA school whatsoever in the local area? You are? Oh, Sicario. Okay, there you go. You're part of that team. All right. Anybody else? You? Where are you training at? Capital MMA. Great. Anything else? Capital, yeah, there you go. Anybody? What are we, any other schools local? Where? Oh, okay, that's cool. They're good too. Ready to go? All right, are you guys ready for our first title fight of the night? This fight is going to be the Cowboy Fight Series light heavyweight division. This will be 3 3-minute rounds of mixed martial arts action. Let's bring out our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner.
Fighting out of the blue corner is Carlos Martinez. He's 6'2", 205 pounds, 21 years old, with a 2-0 record. And both him and, actually, excuse me, he's coming up from middleweight and competing for a chance to win the inaugural Cowboy Fights Light Heavyweight Championship title.
Hey, I'm with it. I love hopping weights, taking the test. I support him. Just because he say hopping the weight, that's my guy. I'm rooting for him.
And, middleweight and light heavyweight are two very interesting divisions because there's a 20-pound difference, but so often you'll see the most movement between fighters going from middleweight to light heavyweight and vice versa, as opposed to featherweight and lightweight, which are 10 pounds apart, but those guys don't really bounce up that much.
That's because there's we can easily lose weight because we have a lot of room to play with.
It's a less percentage of
little
body
guys. Those guys barely got meat on them as it is, so cutting weight doesn't happen that much. Like, I'm gonna get as low as I can. I'm not gonna kill myself.
Right. Well, absolutely, and you've done it, and you've had success with it. So we'll see if he could do the same thing here in Cowboy Fights.
And as we bring out his opponent coming to us by way of a red corner.
Tyus Thomas, 6'1", 205 pounds, fighting out of the MMA Institute in Richmond, Virginia. He's 23 years old. He's got an 8-3 record, and he is the number 2 ranked Virginia amateur light heavyweight. So this is a tall task for Carlos, who's, while 2-0 undefeated, he's going against the guy who's got 9 more fights and is the number 2 ranked light heavyweight.
Yeah, that takes a lot of guts to take this type of step up, man. That means you gotta have a lot of belief in yourself.
Whole lot of heart.
To go up in weight and fight a top guy like that. Now, Carl, you've done it. And you were in a similar situation where you didn't have quite the experience that Glover did, but you had a ton of success. And I think, like we talked about earlier, any other fight could easily have been yours.
Yeah, it happens. It's a chance you're willing to take. What do you have to lose? It's not your weight class. It's for a title. If you don't do it, you're kind of stupid.
And at 21.
At 21, he's a baby, so he has to test himself. He got a thick-ass neck. So I'm pretty sure he can take a punch.
He definitely looks like he is coming from a striking background, and I'm not gonna lie, I think Tyus is gonna have his hands full if he thinks he's just gonna steamroll this guy, because we've seen in the past, he might be 2-0 in MMA, but he could be a brown belt in jiu-jitsu and have had 25 boxing matches.
Exactly, and he got the Mexican pants on. He looked kind of like Helvin a little bit. I think he's ready to put in work.
He does. He looks just like him.
Little mix of Luis in it from who beat Anthony Joshua.
Yeah, there we go. Well, as we wait for Tyus to get up in the cage, it's an interesting matchup here, but it's our first title fight at tonight's Cowboy Fight Series, and it's going to kick off 3 more after this. As Tyus makes his way to the cage, and we get ready for the official call out from Giovanni.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is our first title fight of the night. This fight is brought to you by Rule 7. This is in the light heavyweight division. Once again, 3 3-minute rounds of mixed martial arts action. As I introduce our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner. He is 21 years of age, standing 6 foot 2 inches tall, with an official fight weight of 201.6 pounds. He is undefeated. At 2-0, it comes to us by way of Diego Bisco through Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. Let's give it up for Carlos Martinez. And his opponent this evening coming to us by way of the red corner. He is 23 years of age, standing 6 feet 1 inches tall, with an official fight weight of 202.4 pounds, with an MMA record of 8-3. He comes to us by way of the MMA Institute out of Richmond, Virginia. He is Tyus Thomas. And with our third man, Rick Humphries.
They both look like they should be 185ers.
Definitely.
Getting the championship treatment from the ref, Giovanni leaves the cage as we're ready to get our first title fight of the evening underway, brought to you by Rule 7 Meal Prep. Fighters touch gloves, and we are off.
It's been a lot of lefty and righty action.
And big leg kick, very quick.
Yeah, they're both about that.
A strong inside leg
Tyus has a deceiving frame, man.
Yeah. Told you, Luis.
Yeah.
Very quick movements here from both guys. Standing very close, feeling each other out, but just out of range so they can make the necessary adjustments.
This is a difference with the higher level amateurs. You know, the range starts making a lot more sense. You
Start
don't
a
see
little
people.
slow, they don't rush in.
Yeah, you don't see people fighting from too far away.
Big
nice
body kick out.
He
through
got
there.
hit and then he answered back.
Answered back without going too far. His inside leg's starting to really show. Some kicks are heavy.
And you know, one thing we see here too, as we get to some of these guys who have a little bit more experience, we see small feints.
Yeah.
Small feints. They
Not
don't feint with their head. They twist their hips. They make small adjustments that'll elicit a reaction that's going to create the opening for those harder shots to land through.
A lot more feints, a lot more twitch muscles.
Absolutely. As Carlos looks to try to capitalize on that slip punch here.
Well, Carlos goes for the takedown.
Ty's
I
doing a
was
good
expecting
job.
that. I think he got his hands clasped behind him. I
Yeah.
can't tell if he has two
He
underhooks.
does.
Yeah,
He does. Double unders. Now, Tyson was doing a good job with that forearm up against Carlos's neck, and if he could have pushed, he might have been able to actually break that grip. But now he's settling in as Carlos gets his whole body here lined up, trying to sneak the leg out.
I think this grab surprised.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting to get into a clinching battle with him.
Good adjustment, though, from Tyus to get out of there. Very smooth.
Oh, good
Checked
check.
the kick and countered back immediately.
Ooh.
Coming over the top.
Slinging heavy.
Both of
Leg
these
kick
guys
almost
are
got through.
very fast for their size. That head kick is getting closer and closer.
Yeah. Starting to set it up. He's not just blasting off with it.
And, you know, Carlos was having a lot more success as he was backing Tyus up here as we have 30 seconds left in the first round. I think you got to think about, you know, setting your shots up but keeping his back against the cage, because when Carlos is backing up, he's getting hit hard. He's entering a tough exchange here. Good inside.
Oh, nice. He
inside
snuck in
uppercuts.
two good body shots in there. This is a high skill level fight for an amateur.
Very impressive first round from both guys. Show of respect as they head to their corners. That's a tough fight to call, guys. That is a very tough fight to call. And, I mean, Sadiq, what did you see out of Carlos that you thought is his path to victory?
Honestly, right now they're both so evenly matched. I can't see which one of them is going to take the lead. You know, I saw when Carlos pressed him up against the fence, Tysus was able to get off a lot easier. I mean, he was able to get off the fence pretty easy. So neither one of them is really showing where they're better at. I think they're just both so good at everything. They're pretty well-rounded.
And we see here a lot of these highlights are they could really each exchange go either way. What are you seeing from Tyus, Carl, that you think is going to be a difference maker here?
Tyus is sharp. I think he needs to hit the body a little more and use his jab a little more. Get Carlos on his back foot a little more, get that body up and down so he doesn't know when that kick's going to come high, because he's head hunting a little bit too much.
He did a great job of landing that heavy body kick, right?
Yeah.
That real heavy body kick that landed, but he didn't seem to go back to that, right?
Yeah.
He was settling off of the inside leg kicks, which are great, but you got to be careful when you lead with them, because that counter's always there waiting for you. Both guys look ready to rock here as we enter the second round.
Oh, good hook. That was a good hook.
See, using the jab, you can set it a little short, even if he's palm.
Good combinations from Tyus.
That right head kick is getting closer and closer.
He needs to sidestep, get that right leg behind his right leg. Get on the side of it.
Big lift from Carlos. It's just Tyus is a little bit too long for that.
Nah, he's just lifting straight up. If you lift on the angle, he'll go down easier. And this is the great space. You should hit here too. Don't just grab.
Well, Carlos went for the knee pick, and then he avoided that and threw an actual knee of his own. Tyson's got good wrist control on the left hand. And he circles out. The ref almost collateral damage.
Almost killed the ref. Oh, Lord.
Good understanding from range from both fighters here. Big body kick
Good
again.
body kick. Last time Carlos did that, he got caught with a real good hook. He's hesitating when he goes in.
He sees something in the clinch, though. He keeps going back there.
Yeah, he's not getting hit.
Yeah, exactly. He's not getting hit, and you're running out the clock, you know. Those 10, 15 seconds, I mean, they're not damage. No damage being done, but, hey, you're still winning.
Well, the last time on his way in, he ate a couple tough elbows, but now he's starting to throw a little bit more body. He's actually throwing more volume here this time than his last couple. Good body shots landed there as Carlos works the underhook. I think Ty's got to be a little bit more active here, right as I say that he gets out.
Yeah.
No reason to hang out there unless he wanted to break as well.
Every time Tyus tries to get out, he seems to be able to get out pretty easily. So you might be right. He might be using it as a time to rest, too.
Got to be careful with these short times.
A round could get away from you.
Yeah.
Real quick.
That 3 minutes sneak up quick. There we go.
Good movement here from Tyus.
Carlos need to be more aggressive.
He's got to get some points. He's got to answer a little bit. Off those lead kicks, he's really got to explode forward and counter hard to make Tyus at least work to set it up.
Exactly.
Who do y'all think won that round?
I think Carlos needs to start working behind his jab.
Yeah, I think that Tyus won that round, and I agree with Carl. I think Carlos has got to follow his shoulder, as I've learned from the last Cowboy broadcast. You know, he's just got to get a little bit closer. He's not quite landing the shots, and when he goes to throw a kick, there's too much time for Tyus to either get out of the way and block. Whereas when Tyus is throwing those hard kicks, Carlos is just barely getting out of the way, and he's blocking him with he's blocking the meat of the shin. You know, and I think that's a big difference. Sadiq, what did you see?
Yeah, it's basically the same thing you guys said. I like the things that Tyus is doing with the jab-hook combination, because every time he jabs, it kind of makes Carlos dip his head a little bit looking for that clinch, and he's catching with the hook at the end.
And we see here, there was a lot of clinch work, and we got to make some adjustments, because as you go and you go through these rounds, you got to make a bit more of an impact, because like Carl was saying, these are short 3-minute rounds. So you could steal a round quick if you apply the proper amount of pressure and you land your shots. But if you just if you're always on the back end and you're always reacting, the fight will get away from you way too quickly. As we start the third round here of this light heavyweight championship. Good body kick again.
Body kick.
1 per round, it seems we're getting.
Way right to the balls.
I needed a break. Calm your strong ass down. That move. Bro, if you just eat that.
Tyus is, I actually believe he still gets 5 minutes, even though he's got a full calling out to the commentators here.
Making us feel special.
He needed a minute, but he looks like he's ready to rock, and the action resumes here as both fighters touch gloves and these get started.
Both of them need to change the diversity in their punches. They're all throwing straight punches. Like Sadiq has a tendency, straight punches, and then he'll start to loop.
Yes, sir.
That loop will throw you off a lot.
Ooh, big push kick there, almost landed right on the chin. Good display of feints from Carlos, but he's just not following up on him. And for the listeners, listen, a feint is only going to work if you follow up and you make it count. Otherwise, the body will learn, your opponent will learn that nothing comes behind it. So if you're going to throw the feint, you have to immediately engage and make that feint worthwhile.
After a while, they'll just stop respecting the feint, you know.
And it seems like as Tyus finds his range, Carlos is having a little bit of a hard time dealing with that, getting on the inside. He's got to eat one to give two, and at this point, he's got to start throwing a little more volume. He's going for a lift, big lift.
Nice, but now you got to control. Now you got to focus on controlling. You did all this work to get him down. Now you got to grab wrist control or keep him off his elbows.
Suck his leg in a little bit.
And Carl, you called it earlier. That time he took an angle and he was really able to get that high lift and elevate Tyus.
Pull him back. You can't let him up right here.
He's got a hook in though. That was pretty smooth. But he's got to get a second because otherwise he's not going to be able. He's got Tyus in an awkward spot here because he has his wrist controlled.
Oh,
he's
nice.
putting a lot of volume on him.
I bring him right back down. Right, you're in a good spot right here. Just trip him right back down.
Suck that leg, and that comes with the experience.
The chain wrestling is something that either you wrestled so it comes naturally, or it takes a long time to learn. And while he had a beautiful takedown and good transitions, that chain wrestling just wasn't there yet.
Yeah.
Both fighters exchange some smiles as Tyus works his way back.
Oh, good inside leg.
Yeah, he's eating that leg up. He get go back to it.
But he's got to follow it up a little bit. These single shots are helpful, but if you're not following them up, you're not going to get the impact you need.
Exactly.
Especially on a longer rangier fighter. With 10 seconds left here in round 3. Good head movement from Tyus as they decide to let it up right there.
Nice.
And that's how they decided to end the fight.
I wanted one more round.
Is this 3 threes or 3 fives?
It looks like it's 3 threes.
Oh, 5 threes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Carlos showing big respect to Sadiq. Looked right past Carl.
Hey, we in his area. We are in his area.
You're in my background.
This
is my home.
If I get that much work done, I'm really doing something right.
Well, it's certainly on the horizon for both of you guys here. Everybody's going to look up to you as we look through these highlights here of this excellent high-level light heavyweight championship bout at Cowboy Fight Series. And this was part of the story too. There's a lot of cage work, and you could make the argument that Carlos got that third round, and the first two,
of the takedown.
The first one really could have gone either way. The second one, I felt Tyus had a bit of an advantage, but
it goes off of he wasn't really throwing any punches on the cage. So if they're just going off of control, which a lot of amateurs do sometimes, but I want to give it to him just off of that. Last round, definitely Carlos's. First two, I don't think so.
Well, the refs are taking their time to tally up the scores here as we got a cage full of photographers ready to capture that moment that Cowboy Cerrone gives the belt to the winner of the bout. And we'll throw it up to Giovanni for the official decision.
All right, one more time, let's give it up to these two warriors for our first title fight of the night. We do have a winner by way of split decision.
Very close fight.
I'm pretty sure it's the last round. It's that last round.
And those first two were so close, but it seemed like he really was able to lock it down there. And Carl, nothing ventured, nothing gained. The man went up in weight. He fought a very experienced light heavyweight in Tyus Thomas, and now he's got the belt wrapped around his waist.
Hey, what I tell you, sometimes they'll jump off the bridge. Hopefully your parachute come out.
You look a little nervous, like you might be doing a little prayer over there, hoping you were getting it. It was a tough fight, honestly. It obviously came down to a split decision, and could have potentially, I think you went corner with that third round that Will Florian had over in the corner. What do you think was the key to you getting this victory this evening?
I worked so hard for everything that happened, man. I want to thank my coaches because they took me in late. I joined their team 2 weeks ago, and ever since I joined, I was just grinding. We fight the start as he's the champ right now, and I knew that I wanted to retire. I took the fight because I wanted to test myself and see where I'm at. So, I'm just getting started. I started MMA 8 months ago.
You did great. You're obviously in the time for the experience you had, and you took it to him. You showed no fear. You were pressing the action the majority of the fight. So once again, congratulations to you and your team, Diego, Harvey. Way back into these guys for a long time. Look forward to seeing you in the future. Seeing you, obviously, as they say, you're not champion until you defend that belt. So hopefully we'll see you defend that belt next Cowboy Fight Show. Congratulations one more time, guys. Let's hear it for Carlos Martinez.
Very impressive, man. Hey, he said he just started MMA 8 months ago.
Changed teams 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. That he looked pretty good for just 8 months of training.
Yeah, that's seriously good.
Excellent work, and a very big congratulations to Carlos Martinez, our Cowboy Fights light heavyweight champion. And we're going to throw it up to Giovanni once the cage clears to call out our next title bout.
Who's amazing?
All right, we're starting off pretty damn exciting. We're going to be moving on to the next title fight. This next title fight, once again, is going to be 3 3-minute rounds of mixed martial arts action in the Cowboy Bantamweight division, the 135-pound division. This fight is brought to you by the Loyal Brand and Vaporfly. Let's bring out our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner.
Is Muhammad Ali, 5'7", 135 pounds, fighting at a Trident MMA in Woodbridge, Virginia. He's 19 years old, 3-1. The place is erupting. All of his wins have gone to decision. He's a very, very tough individual. I've actually called all of his fights. I've gotten to see the improvement. I called his first exhibition fight when he was 17 years old in kickboxing. And let me tell you guys, he's just come such a long way in all areas of his game. This is the fight we previewed, the men's bantamweight championship bout. Thankfully, Sadiq, he's fighting at 135 and not 145. What do you see are his keys to victory against a more experienced Corey Champion?
Man, honestly, like I said before, he's cool, calm, and collected. Against Corey Champion, though, he's going to have to bring it. You know, we saw Corey Champion fight, too, and Corey Champion is a dog. So, I know he likes to relax and chill a little bit, but he's going to have to make sure he's winning rounds, you know, because sometimes, like we said before, you chill for too long, in 3 minutes, next you know, 2 minutes already gone by, and there's nothing you could do to win the round back.
And I think we saw that in the last fight, in the title fight, where there's so much feeling out, so many feints, but the big moments, I don't want to say were few and far in between, but they weren't as active as maybe a regular fight might have been, right, Carl? Like, exactly. It wasn't quite that level.
Exactly. So he got to come game, press the pace, get control of the cage, put him on the cage, be in his face. You can't just sit back, because the last time we seen him, he sat back a little more than he usually.
Well, let's see if he does all those things as Giovanni calls out his opponent, Corey Champion.
And now let's bring our next opponent coming to us by way of the red corner.
Told you.
Fighting out of the red corner is Corey Champion, 5'6", 135 pounds, fighting out of 8 Corners MMA in Gordonsville, Virginia. At 20 years old, he's got 9 wins, 3 losses, and he is the #1 ranked Virginia amateur bantamweight. Look, these guys are 20 and 19 years old, respectively, and they have some incredibly high-level mixed martial arts skills that, you know, we used to not see until you were in your late 20s, but now we got amateurs fighting with good blocking, strong striking fundamentals, excellent takedowns, takedown defense. I mean, they really are learning the sport in its entirety, and I think that changes what we see going forward. Carl, we talked a little bit about Corey early on. You know, we saw his last fight. It was a tough split decision loss against Chase Boutwell that really could have gone either way. And we saw in that fight, he likes to push forward. What's going to happen here when he meets Muhammad Ali, who also will come right at you and meet you in the center of the cage?
At this point, it's who wants it more. When y'all meet in the middle, the first person who breaks loses. They say whoever takes that first step back loses. So he has to make sure he's not the first one to take that step back. Right down on that mouthpiece. And he's going to come hungry off a loss. It's especially a close loss, that sits with you.
Especially in a platform like Cowboy Fight Series.
Yeah.
As we throw it up to Giovanni for the official call.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is our second title fight of the night. This is in the Cowboy Fight Series. Bantamweight division, the 145-pound division. As I introduce our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner. He is 19 years of age. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall with an official fight weight of 134.8 pounds. With an MMA record of 3-1, he comes to us by way of Trident MMA. He is Mohammed Ali. And his opponent this evening comes to us by way of the red corner. He is 20 years of age, stands 5 feet 6 inches tall with an official fight weight of 135.4 pounds. His MMA record stands at 9-3. By way of 8 Gordon's MMA, Gordonsville, Virginia, it is Corey Champion! And representing Mike King.
Two of the best names in amateur MMA here meet in the middle of the ring for the men's bantamweight championship bout.
I'm looking forward to this matchup, man.
I'm interested to see how they come out. If they're going to see high pressure, if there's going to be more of a feeling out phase. Title fights change things.
Yeah, the pressure.
Muhammad Ali is a chance taker, though, man. I hope it doesn't get him into trouble in this fight.
Both fighters touch glove, and this fight is underway, brought to you by the Loyal brand.
He's fighting completely differently.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, one thing Champion was working was his professional boxing debut. This has been talking about going pro in both boxing and MMA. And I think we're seeing that a little bit different here. It's a little bit different approach where last time he got in your face, it was a grinding match. He worked some wrestling. So far,
but his in-your-face style last time looked very good, you know? There was nothing wrong with it. That was a good takedown from Muhammad Ali.
He locked the leg, tripped, and now he's got him wrapped up against the cage here.
Right now he's probably going to try to look for that triangle with his legs.
You called it, but Corey read it, and he was able to adjust.
Muhammad's still in good position, though. He could use his hand up in half guard. And Muhammad has long arms, too, for this weight class.
Very long arms, and he's got a good grip here. As Corey makes his way up to his feet.
He used the underhook well.
Nice.
Going for the strong knee. Muhammad Ali actually circled with it, though, which allowed him to avoid it.
Yeah.
He's able to look at his corner here and get some advice. Claps his hands. He's looking for some sort of... There we go. He's looking to put him up against the cage himself.
And now Muhammad's in dominant position. He's going to probably try to chain this into a takedown.
Well, he locked the single leg. Now he's going to probably... Oh, he let go.
Nice
oh, nice strong knee from Corey.
That
nice
elbow.
Strong knee and elbow.
That
elbow
set
it up.
It set it up. It set up the knee, and it also freed his leg from that single leg. You know, Corey's just very comfortable in bad positions, and he just doesn't overreact. He stays calm, and when there's a quick opening, he's going to see it, no matter how unorthodox it might be.
I agree.
Nice.
He timed that kick well as Ali ducked down.
He faked like he was going to throw an overhand.
And again, these are these small feints that we talked about last fight, but we really see Corey here putting them to good use. And again, he looked down and then threw the head kick. This time Ali made the adjustment. A nice jab and then getting out of the way of the counter is Corey Champion. You know, one thing we're seeing too, these guys are so quick that they're actually taking a little bit more space between the two, right? We're seeing a little bit more range here, but they're also closing the distance so much quicker.
Yeah.
This Champion put together a combination here. Another big leg kick.
That's a nice body.
Changed levels, stuck the jab in there right at the end of the round.
And that was smart because Muhammad Ali's prioritizing defending that head, you know, so the body is a little bit open.
Right, he does. He holds a high guard, but that was saving him with those head kicks.
Definitely.
What are you seeing from Ali? What adjustments do you want to tell him to make here going into the second round?
Just go back forward the way he started off the round doing. You know, I see Champion's doing some new stuff. You know, he's keeping his hands a little bit low and just trying to react off of his athleticism. If I'm Muhammad Ali, I'll press forward a little bit more and look for another opportunity to get that takedown.
It was a beautiful takedown. He was able to, as we saw in the replay just a second ago, suck in that leg and then sit down with it. But then right there we saw how Corey was able to get out of it and start mounting offense of his own. Carl, what adjustments do you think Corey needs to make, if any?
Throw a little bit more punches, but keep the awkward style. The awkward style definitely threw Muhammad off, and it's definitely making him stutter a little more. It's making him and actually capitalize on the slides. He's slipping out, but he's not capitalizing on them enough. And I can see him go for his own takedown. Mix it up a little bit. Don't you let him just think striking. Go for his own takedown, get him thinking up and down, and that'll make the slips and counters work even better.
Well, let's see if he makes the adjustments and we go in here to the second round of this Bantamweight Championship bout.
Oh, that was a good hook.
Clean left hook landed there.
Muhammad needs to keep his head higher.
Muhammad caught that jab too. It looked like Corey had to blink through it there for a minute. Ali's got very, very fast straight punches, but one thing that Corey does is the feints really throw off that speed. And he blocks quite well too, as you saw right there.
Definitely. That left head kick.
Ooh, big shot there.
He got
big
caught
counter.
there.
Yeah, I was just thinking to myself, I don't like when I see that mouthpiece hanging out like
Yeah.
that.
That's a bad habit he got up and spawned and mixed.
If Ali can put a little pressure here together, he might be able to create some space here on the scorecards.
Now we're seeing the same stuff we saw from Corey the last fight. When he starts going forward, he's slick, man. He's a slick boxer.
Well, and he's also keeping, if you're watching, anytime Ali moves, he's moving right with him. He's maintaining the range, and he's not letting Ali breathe. Smooth adjustments as he angles out of the way after that inside leg kick. Good combination from Ali as well.
If I'm Muhammad now, this is a good time for him to fake and turn it into a takedown.
Absolutely. I mean, they're both establishing the leg kicks, but that takedown is there.
Yeah, on both sides of the takedowns there. He going for that tie stance. He can get taken down. He's going up straight for the weird slips. He can get taken down. Diversity.
Right, and that's something, big shots there.
That was a nice slip.
It was a beautiful, beautiful slip, and he kept his hands up too, which was key. And good combination.
Nice.
Almost landed
that
the
was a good time, well-timed knee. Nice takedown too.
That is excellence in motion that we just saw there. He did a great job
this
of
kid is
changing
good,
it up.
man.
He threw a diverse set of strikes. He changed levels, and he got a very good takedown right into side control. Carl, that was exactly what you were talking about.
Exactly.
And now let's see as he works some knees, staying very, very tight. 20 seconds left in round two. You got to think he's going to want to make an emphatic statement here to really establish that he's got the round. And steps right over to mount.
Oh!
And Ali works his way back up.
You see Corey got up right away and went right back to attacking. He didn't even give him time to rest.
Punched right in the dark space.
And he wasn't letting him get on top. He wasn't going to lose that.
1-1 right now. Last round wins it.
Carl, that's key. He was not going to let that round end with him on the bottom.
Because I'd have gave his round away.
Sadiq, what do you see here? I mean, I think we're one apiece.
Yeah,
look at some of these highlights, but
we're one apiece, and I think Corey made the better adjustment, you know. Like I'm saying, I think Muhammad should go for that takedown again. He has those long arms. When he had Corey against the fence, he was able to wrap around his body pretty easily. Let's see if we could do it again. At this point right now, Muhammad seems to only be taking the shot when he's in trouble, and that's why he's getting caught with those uppercuts and knees.
Right, as he ducks down, dealing with that onslaught of shots, he's exposing himself. Look, I think that Ali needs to understand he could relax. He woke champion up with that hard shot. right? He doesn't have to overcommit. And Champion, to his credit, after he got hit with that hard shot, and we saw, there was a little bit of adjustment, he immediately came back and really started putting things together. So that's how you want Corey to fight. But Ali could stay calm. Yeah. Use your range, rely on your punches, and then eventually when you see it, take the takedown, and that might be how you capture the round.
Yeah.
And here we go, the final round of the men's bantamweight championship bout.
They say the first round is won by the better technician, the second round is the athlete, and we'll see the third round is the one with the bigger heart. So let's see how it goes.
Well, both guys are just in such good shape. A good jab there, and the kick just off center.
He needs to throw something off those slips. Don't slip for no reason. You earn that. They can pay for it.
We've seen a lot more forward progress here out of Champion the last 2 rounds. And one thing, guys, that's different with some of these higher level guys, we see that when they do take steps back, they immediately angle and they try to get themselves centered so that they don't lose that positioning. And we see it with Champion. He might start backing up, but then he angles off and he puts himself right back in the center.
You'd be surprised. Body position, you can feel that while you're in there. You can feel like when you're not dominant. So you have to reset. You have to reset them because you can tell when they're getting too comfortable.
There we go. That's what I'm saying. And his hands are so he needs to clash and drive through. That was strong hips from Corey.
He has to go under and flip mode.
That was strong hips from Corey Champion.
Very strong hips, and that put him into a solid half guard.
You got a minute and 30 to sweep or submit. Because if he finishes the round like this, that's the fight.
I don't think body triangle is the smartest way to go.
Not at all, because all this is doing is just drawing out the clock.
Well, it looks like Ali's trying to take away his base a little bit and maybe give himself the opportunity to explode upward.
But you have to
there's not much you could do with that body triangle.
As long as he's working, he's not going to get stood up. And he's working right now.
Ali's starting to adjust here, and then Corey postures up and gets his hips involved, and now he landed some good ground and pound and forces Ali to turtle up. And now Champion's got his back. He's got it around the neck.
Oh, is he under the chin?
Ali, beautiful job. Grabbed the top of the hand and then pulled it down, and now he's looking to turn into the bicep so that he could then tuck his chin. He's got to fight the hand again, though. He let go of the hand. He's pushing up.
Champion I think he got it. I think he got it.
Ali's got to pull that top hand down.
I think
he's got it. There it is. Wow. He really rode that to the last second, guys.
Hey, this Corey Champion kid's a monster, man.
A very impressive.
That kid's nice.
Very impressive fight for Corey Champion. He made those adjustments, and in the middle of the second round, he hit a hard shot, and ever since then, it was just a switch that flipped. He went into fight mode, and he really delivered. Yeah. And Muhammad Ali, who had a great fight, looked excellent out there, had some beautiful moments. He had great defense on that rear naked choke, but then as he went to adjust, thinking he was free,
it slipped under.
Champion made the adjustment, and that's all
got
she
to get
wrote.
something in between. People have a tendency just to use their thumbs, trying to dig up in between, give you some room so you have work, then attack the hands.
And we're going to throw it up to Giovanni for the official call.
Guys, let's give it up one more time for both these warriors.
That was a really good fight.
Hell of a title fight. Let's get both of our fighters here in the center of the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a winner. 2 minutes and 33 seconds in the third round by way of submission due to a rear naked choke. And now, the Cowboy Bantamweight Champion, Corey Champion. All right, buddy, get over. First of all, congratulations. No worries. Sleep, very tough fight. It almost looked like a Muay Thai fight, except for the one takedown and obviously for the submission win. Back in January, you had that really controversial fight and lost. You came back with a vengeance. You're now the Cowboy Bantamweight champion. What's going through your mind, and what do you think was the setup to the victory tonight here with that rear naked choke? Feeling really good. I feel like the setup for the run was punching, and coming in the box with guys. Simply show for you. Well, you both had honestly really quite an abundant amount of leg kicks. It's really a leg kick game. And for a guy who's predominantly known for your takedowns and your scrambles, what do you think was about? Was it more of the fact that you're just defending against it, or was that part of the game plan?
Well, I've been in this thing for a long time. I just feel like I couldn't do it because I got into it. But I finally feel it again.
Well, you're a man of a few words. Give it up for your team over here. Great job. Alan and Mike and everybody else on your team. There you go. Let's give it up one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Corey Champion and an awesome fight from Muhammad Ali and his team. Like the studio and everybody at Tri MMA, you guys did an awesome job.
And Corey Champion is our men's bantamweight champ.
I like to see a rematch with him and the guy he fought in the last card.
Chase Boutwell, yeah, absolutely. Well, that might be something we can make happen here at Cowboy Fights as we throw it up to Giovanni for our co-main event of the evening.
185 is boy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are having awesome fights here tonight. From all of our undercard fights to our title fights, we are down to our co-main event of the evening, and this next fight is a title fight in the 185-pound division, the Cowboy middleweight division. Let us bring out our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner.
Fighting out of the blue corner is Tyler Bunting. He's 5'11", 185 pounds, fighting out of Disciple MMA here in Sterling, Virginia. He's got a record of 4-0. He's finished all of his opponents, and you know that the team Disciple is going to have a huge response here as he makes his way to the cage to compete for the men's middleweight championship bout. Now, Carl, these are 185ers. This is your realm. Have you seen Tyler Bunting before? Have you seen him compete before?
No, I have not.
So he's got he's very durable, and he's fought some absolute beasts here in other local promotions. And this is going to be a tough test because both him and Oscar share a few similar opponents. The same guys, they both fought. Obviously, they both won because we have two undefeated fighters here competing for this belt. And you know, he's a top-ranked guy in the region. Oscar is the #1 ranked Southeast amateur middleweight. So I think this will for sure be fireworks. And you know, look, Tyler's a little bit smaller. He's not quite as long, but he makes up for that with his stronger style.
We want to see when it comes to similar attributes of fighting, it comes to the mind, who's smarter, who can react better, so who can adjust fastest. That's usually who wins with the similar.
Well, you know, one thing you see too is Disciple MMA has such a strong presence here at Cowboy Fight Series. I mean, this is Sterling, Virginia. Their base is in Sterling, Virginia. We've seen multiple fighters come out of Disciple MMA. Sadiq, Lloyd Urban fighters always turn up for their brothers and sisters when they're competing, whether it's at Fight to Win, the UFC. How much energy do you all derive from having those people in your corner in the crowd?
Yeah, it changes with each individuals, but honestly, like for me, man, it doesn't matter where we're fighting at. Like I said, I try to make my fight as close to practice as possible. So if it's a small, tiny room, it's even better for me. But I know there are people, like when you hear that yelling in the back, it hypes you up. But at the same time, when you hear that yelling in the back for your opponent too, that can hype you up to want to shut them up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's see how Oscar responds as Giovanni calls out the next bout.
And now we're going to be introducing anybody coming to us by way of the red corner.
Fighting out of the red corner is Oscar Jimenez. He's 6'1", 185 pounds, fighting out of Yamasaki Woodbridge in Woodbridge, Virginia. He's 20 years old, 7-0. As I said, the #1 ranked Southeast amateur middleweight, and he's choosing to walk out to, is this Michael Bolton?
Phil Collins.
Phil Collins? See, I was never good at this anyway.
I did not know at all who this was. That's why I make it
Listen,
sound.
Sadiq's got all sorts of knowledge.
I know the song, but I don't know the name.
All type of random fun facts. This song is one of the songs they play at our gym whenever practice is about to get really, really rough. You know, when we have like a hell day, they turn this song on. So I have a lot of PTSD from this song.
Okay, first of all, this is Meek Mill.
Oh, it started off, can you feel
I know,
it?
this is McMill, though.
Oh, yeah, he switched it up. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. It's the new McMill version.
You know what? I didn't know that either. So.
Now I feel special. I was about to say, this is what they play in your gym before you get half?
No,
Oh my God.
They played the Phil Collins version.
I'll never come to Lord Irving's if you pour McMill.
Oh, man. Well, you know, Oscar, we've seen him compete before in the Cowboy Fight Series banner. He's had some success. At 7-0, he's just looking for tough opponents. He told me before at the weigh-ins yesterday, he's always looking to fight tougher guys, and I think Tyler Bunting is that guy as we throw it up for the final call.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our co-main event of the evening. This middleweight fight is brought to you by All Max Rich Nutrition.
Lanky versus explosive.
3 rounds of mixed martial arts action. As I introduce our first fighter, way of the blue corner. He is 24 years of age. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall with an official fight weight of 184.4 pounds. He is undefeated with a record of 4-0. And comes to the fight disciple
Oscar just looks like a happy fella.
Some people deal with the stress a certain way. Me, I'm angry.
Look at Oscar's just chilling. Hey, what's up, man?
You know, one thing he said to me before this fight was that he feels more excited than nervous for the first time, that he seems like he's really starting to look forward to it and settle in. And let's see what happens as he runs into a very tough Tyler Bunting. The cage doors are locked, and we are ready to rock for our men's middleweight championship bout. Brought to you by All Max Nutrition.
Man, both of them try to sneak each other. They touched gloves and just started throwing punches right in front of each other's face.
Some good jabs landed by Oscar. Especially
nice. Oscar's long.
Oh, he's using that to his advantage.
Yeah, Oscar's long.
He was throwing those, boy.
And this is a fight, ladies and gentlemen. They are going for it.
Yeah,
good head positioning by Oscar. As Tyler stays very active here, but Oscar's just pushing right in with those hard shots.
These two are swinging.
Yeah.
These two are swinging.
And Oscar's just putting a lot of volume together on Tyler. As Tyler's trying to get out of the way, he's just not quite able to. And they're just trading here.
Yeah, someone's going to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Someone's going to go to sleep. These two are just swinging.
And now Tyler was able to slip a few of those shots and land some hard ones here. And let's see if these guys, after 1 minute, start to settle in here and make some adjustments. Oscar's looking for that underhook. Tyler's looking to set that knee up. He wants to set that left knee to the body.
That was a high-paced start to the fight.
Let's hope see who blows the load first.
Yeah, Tyler's not slowing down, though. Oscar slowed down a little bit. Tyler's still going at it.
Good slip there. You know, Oscar was having more success when he was throwing those long punches, and Tyler's doing a good job here of getting out of the way and landing the harder shots.
Good elbow.
And then a knee.
Yeah, this is insane. That's still
Big shot
we're
again.
only 1 minute into the fight.
Oscar's got him hurt. Oscar's throwing a lot of volume together. And volume will put you away right now. Tyler's got to be careful here. He's eating these hard shots, and he's countering, but he's eating way more.
Wow.
Oscar's eyed wide.
High-paced fight. This is only 2 minutes in, and 2 minutes of constant action.
I said these guys are going after it.
Another big shot landed by Oscar there. He's slowing it down a little bit.
I like to see a little more
good pressure.
movement.
Good pressure from Tyler Bunting. A lot of volume put together here now as Tyler is starting to work.
35 seconds left.
Tyler throwing some heavy shots here.
Hey, now after the round is over, both of them are going to be tired because then you're going to get to settle down in the corner.
Beautiful.
All that adrenaline.
Oh, and he goes for a takedown.
Oscar looking to make the adjustment. He's got a Darce choke set up here. Now he's got to go belly down. There's 10 seconds left. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to get the legs in here.
Short time left, short time.
And that is the end of a very, very frenetic first round here as the crowd is getting into it, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness.
The crowd is going crazy.
One thing I'll tell you about Oscar, a lot of those straight shots were landing, and he was landing a lot of volume. Tyler was landing some beautifully hard shots. He was very active in the clinch, but you were seeing a significant impact on each of those shots that landed here as we look. This is how the fight started, and they threw some body kicks, but then at that point, they just started throwing these hard shots.
Yeah. You know what? We in this, let's go.
I felt like they had an agreement backstage.
Yeah. I mean, these are some beautiful exchanges where these guys are slipping and countering. Right here you see Tyler land some very hard shots, and then immediately Oscar comes back, throws a hard punch, and then follows it up with a knee. And his range right here is where you're really seeing the difference in these exchanges. As we slow them down, you really see how Oscar was able to avoid getting hit and still land those shots.
I don't think Tyler's planning on slowing down anytime soon. He is still hyped.
Fast as he was going.
He is still hyped.
I've seen Tyler come back from some tough rounds, and obviously he's won. He's a very tough dude, and he hits real hard.
And we're back to it. Like, sorry, I forgot to give you your high five. Oh, good head kick. Oh, good right hand.
A little bit.
And now Tyler's making some adjustments here.
Whoa, another good head kick. I don't think Oscar's used to someone being able to reach him that tall.
He's getting more kicks involved, and now he's starting to beat Oscar to the punch. Oscar's got to readjust if he wants to have any success.
Oh.
Big shot landed from Tyler. Tyler's putting it together now.
This should have been the main event. This is insane. Good shots.
Oscar's putting a lot of pressure on him. He's landing these
two
shots.
are going at it.
Good countering from Tyler, but now he just ate a couple hard ones.
They don't want to see the end of the bell.
So no.
Tyler's got to move here. Tyler's got to move.
This is crazy.
Big kick.
The crowd is going insane right now.
Good balance, but a smart takedown from Oscar right there. Let's see if he could do anything with it. He's got to be careful with those long arms.
He has time.
He's trying to pass into full mount.
Up.
Tyler's going for an ankle.
He got to roll. He got to roll. He's going the wrong way. He's kind of going into the heel.
He's got to clear his knee.
He
switches sides. Oscar's got to move here, and he gets out. He cannot hang out here.
Not at all.
This is not a good position to be.
If I'm Tyler, I'm going to keep attacking that heel. He was good. He got to attack the heel again. This is a fight. This is a fight.
Good adjustment.
Nice.
Beautiful switch. And the crowd is going absolutely nuts right now.
Oscar needs to push off that fast, man. You can't use your toes, but you can push off. Yeah, push. He's so tall.
All you got to do is one explosion. Keep going.
Tyler's got to be careful here because with that arm trap, he could get a reverse triangle. I think that's what he was trying to set up as he cleared his space. Big elbow there landed from Tyler. That's what he needs to do. He's looking for a Kimura grip, but he's landing these hard elbows.
45 seconds left. I feel like Oscar's just so tired. There we go. Use those lanky legs.
Oscar's
create some space.
Good adjustment.
Up kick.
He's got to move here. He's got to move. Tyler's relentless. With 30 seconds left in the second round, it's all Tyler.
He's playing a little sports jiu-jitsu. He needs to get a little more aggressive.
And if he is going to do a little bit more, going inverted, he needs to start attacking more. He needs to make a threat so that at least Tyler will start backing up.
I don't agree that he should attack the leg. This is a fight. These guys are here to fight.
5 seconds left here as the second round comes to a close. My goodness, Tyler bunching, finishing strong.
Sometimes the things that suck about our sport is one person has to win and one person has to lose.
Yes.
Like both of these guys are putting on a fantastic show right now, but there can only be one winner.
And
So who do you give that round to?
I think it's going to Tyler.
Yeah, I would give it to Tyler also.
But that first round, I felt like, especially after watching the replays, that it was really all Oscar. But here we see, this is where
you know what? I might take that back because Oscar almost finished him over here, you know? So it's very close, even though they finished on the ground.
Top.
I just felt that Tyler was doing so much damage throughout this fight. I mean, this was a tough part where Oscar really put a lot of pressure on him, but then he made some good adjustments, and he was landing the shots in the beginning of the round and then at a very strong end of the round as well. I think that going into this third round, it's definitely one round apiece. And now I think, guys, we're going to see who really does have that extra little bit left to push them in here to become the men's middleweight champ.
I like the way Tyler reacts in the corner, man. Like, he gets up, like, he lets you know I'm coming. And the crowd is on their feet. The crowd is going crazy. The crowd is going crazy. Even the DJ's getting into it.
Here we go. And Tyler's coming right forward. Let's see how Oscar responds.
Right back at it with the craziness.
Good uppercuts. Oscar's ate some tough shots right there.
Yeah, Oscar got crazy in space.
I think Tyler felt that he had an advantage on the ground, and I think he wants to bring that fight right back there.
Definitely.
One's wilting, one's getting stronger.
Big knee there from Oscar. Tyler's got great head positioning here. Very good clinch work from Tyler Bunting.
Oscar got to turn with that hook. There you go. Once you get that underhook, you have to use it to turn.
He's got to get out of the way here. He doesn't want to be trading elbows and knees with Tyler right now. Good clinch work. And again, big knee there.
Good knee to the body. Tyler's really running the clock out right now.
And that's smart. Look, we're almost
running
halfway through this round.
and tying them down.
And winning the round.
Yeah.
You know?
Oscar looks like his legs are on fire. He's barely moving out of position. There you go. You're doing good. You got to move your legs now. Now it's time to fire back. 130 left. That's literally half of the round. So you gotta start firing. Yeah, work your straight shots. Don't let him clinch up with you. Work. Yay!
Big elbow. Big elbow.
Oh!
Big elbow.
Keep working your shots.
There you go.
Good takedown.
Great defense.
Nice. He cut him bad with that elbow.
You see all that.
He cut him bad with that elbow.
The ref's going to have to stop that.
Yeah, he cut him bad with that elbow.
But a lot of pressure.
Wow, a lot of blood.
Don't
Last
stop
fight.
it. It's a fight. 55 seconds. Let him bleed.
This is a crazy fight, man.
This is a fight.
This is a crazy fight.
Up,
a lot of blood.
Armbar.
Up.
Oh.
Oscar's got he just shakes. He looks right over at us and shakes his head no.
A lot of blood now.
He's fighting for that arm. Oscar's made the adjustment.
This is a fight.
This is unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody is standing.
This is a crazy fight.
This is a fight.
Oscar's trying to create space here, but he's
25 seconds. Let's go. Make a statement. Let's go.
Left. They got to move. They're in a tight spot here. They got to adjust.
We don't know who's winning right now.
We don't know who's winning. Let's go.
Wow, that's
Tyler
a lot
is bleeding
of blood.
Like crazy.
That's
Oscar's trying to work his way on top.
That is a lot of blood.
How's he going to finish here with 10
10
seconds
left?
There you go.
10
big
seconds
shot.
left.
Big shots landed here.
Wow.
Excellent finish.
That's a great fight.
And this place has erupted.
Yeah, great fight.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a hell of a fight right there.
We need to get the cut man on him ASAP. Wow.
Oh, Lord.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't believe they let that go.
That's what I'm talking about. You know it's real when you can smell the blood.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That's a hell of a fight.
Unbelievable.
That was a hell of a fight.
Unbelievable, gentlemen.
Fight.
They are right in our corner right now. And let me tell you what, guys, this is a lot of blood. That was one of the best fights I've ever seen, amateur or pro.
Definitely.
My goodness.
Much respect to these two young bulls.
It's amazing that one of these guys is
That's what I hate about this sport, man. Somebody has to win and someone has to lose. That was a hell of a fight.
Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. There's going to be some stitches involved for Mr. Bunting, but
definitely.
Tell you what, man, you could never count that guy out. He ate some very
That
hard
was a
shots.
strong elbow that opened that cut up.
I've seen him before. I've seen him in tough spots. I've seen him rocked, and he doesn't stop fighting. He puts a lot of pressure on there, and these guys got some work to do when we look at all this blood right now. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And I don't know how the refs are going to be able to pick that winner.
I don't know either.
Yeah, luckily it's not my job.
Exactly. I kind of don't even want to pick a winner. It's like, all right, you guys both
know
win. You both win. Go home.
Let's let them heal up and come back again.
Yeah.
Man, oh, man.
I can see this one as a draw.
Me too.
I can see this one as a draw.
That was awesome. With such a tough fight, man, sometimes you want to give it to both of them, but we can't. So, as soon as we, this might be one of the bloodiest fights I've seen in a very, very long time.
Yeah. I'm surprised that nothing splashed over here.
No, dude, look at my,
oh, wow, there it goes.
Not on the pizza, man.
Good thing.
I couldn't agree more. Awesome, awesome. If we can get all the more fighters, is he good to go in or no? All right, he's ready to rock and roll. Let's get one more fighters here at the center of the ring. We do have a winner, ladies and gentlemen.
Right down
By
the middle
way
of
of
the nose.
unanimous decision, all three judges score this fight 29-28 for the winner. And now, the middleweight champion, Tyler!
Very close fight, man. Oscar doesn't have anything to be ashamed of with that performance. It was a very close fight.
That could have went anywhere.
Unbelievable.
I think the second round is what gave it away.
Yeah.
Wow. Tyler
Yeah.
Bunting.
Y'all ain't got enough spray for this. Just leave it alone.
Yeah, you just got to dry it up.
That's one of the things I hate when you get to the UFC octagon and the blood's cold. Oof. And you can't wipe the UFC up. That's canvas. It's going to just be there. Much respect to both of these guys. That was a sick
Unbelievable,
fight.
guys. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Sick fight.
I can tell you, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
that was one of the best fights I've ever seen in person.
Unbelievable. And Giovanni's going to try to get a few words from him, but my goodness.
Okay, first of all, congratulations, Tyler Bunting.
The whole crowd is still on their feet. Nobody's sitting down.
I mean, you know, I am in no way taking away from the other fighters tonight at all. But that was more action than the last 12 fights put together. So first of all, it was a war. I mean, we were sitting there at the edge of our seats. And you know, it was really close with some bloody as hell.
That was a fight.
You withstood some serious punishment. You dished out some serious punishment. At the end of the day, you are now the 185-pound champion. I see again that, you know, you just told Cowboy that this was not your best. But you know what? Sometimes not performing at your best in your own mind is not what the rest of us saw. Did you guys see him perform at his best? That was pretty awesome. It was an honor just to watch that fight. So what's going on through your mind right now after a true blood and guts war?
I'm new where Neil is. Let me find Neil for him. Let me find Neil for him. There he is.
Well, I'm sure he appreciates it. I know everybody at the sidewalk appreciates it. Everybody in this crowd appreciates it. Yeah, we all are the sport. It doesn't really matter. It is a team, and yes, it is a team effort. But at the end of the day, you are the individual in here, and you really, literally spilled a hell of a lot of blood, by the way. I think you may need a transfusion before the end of the game. So if anybody's blood type for you. He is sexy blood type, so if you have sexy blood, please give it to Tyler. Yeah, anyway, congratulations on a bunch. We cannot wait to see you get up out here a couple of here. Let's give it up one more time!
I hate to be the fight that tries to follow this up. For real. Everyone's about to go home. Sumiko and Kelsey better show something good.
Come here. I cannot leave this, obviously, in that time to this much. First of all, again, you know, awesome fight. Without question. It was a war. It was without question the fight of the night. In my personal opinion, you guys put in every single solitary thing. You had blood, sweat, tears in your soul. It sucks to lose. Anybody knows that. And especially at a time of fight. What's going on through your mind? And what do you think might have been the turning point for you tonight?
This is a hell of a fight. I needed to test myself and figure out what getting better in this sport. I understand. You know, one hell of a fight. I can't have any more than that.
It's alright.
Yeah.
About to fight it.
I worked on it.
Well, look, at the end of the day, regardless, win, lose, or draw, I have absolute mad respect for you. You know, it was a really close fight at the end of the day. It really was. It was just 1 point difference between the two of you. Hopefully, I know we're going to see you again. You're an awesome competitor, awesome person. We cannot wait to see you again. It was an honor watching you fight, my friend.
Shout out everyone watching from here at home. Love you all.
One more time, guys. Let's give it up. Awesome fight. These gentlemen, obviously, first of all, let's give it up to these two guys. They've been cleaning up all night, opening the cage doors, helping, and I know it may not seem a lot, but honestly, without guys like this, shows would not be able to run as smoothly as they do. So let's give it up to these two gentlemen, doing a great job. Don't forget, later tonight, after the fights, if you got a t-shirt tonight, Cowboy is going to sign your t-shirt, and of course, Senor Tequila, the one right down the street. We're going to have our after party there. So please make sure you guys come. It's going to be an awesome time. And we're going to have a lot of fun there tonight. So as soon as these gentlemen are done, we are going to be heading out for our final fight of the night.
Just stay tuned for just a minute here. We're going to clean up the cage and make sure we're ready for that main event. So just stay tuned here for just a second.
seriously, that was more action than every fight tonight combined, and you know, it kind of reminds me like even though there wasn't a play, remember when Allen and Kenny fought in my show? He got fight of the year, or Red deserves fight of the year, so without question. I hope MMA and VA is here. Are they here tonight?
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, God, you guys really, truly were witness to an amazing fight. That just, took my breath away. That was awesome. Well, we are down to our final fight of the night. Are you guys ready? Once again, it does not sound like you are ready. We are down to our final fight of the night. Are you ready? This final fight is brought to you by CD Daily and Rule 7. This is for the women's flyweight 125-pound title. Let us bring out our first fighter, coming to us by way of the blue corner.
Fighting out of the blue corner in our women's flyweight championship bout, the main event of the evening is Kelsey Gilmore. She is 5'4", 125 pounds, fighting out of Winchester Boxing from Winchester, Virginia. She's 22 years old with 4 wins, 3 losses, has only lost by decision. She's never been finished. She's very tough, and we saw her fight a very difficult fight her last time out here at Cowboy Fights, but she was in it through the entire time. She was countering hard, and she continued to push forward with that strong kickboxing background. Carl, when you're fighting against somebody who's traveling all the way up from Hawaii, does that mess with your mind a little bit at this amateur level to have somebody traveling that far?
No, that makes me mad, because in my mind, they think they can beat me. So they're coming up here to try to show out in my area.
Okay.
You're out of town. That's disrespectful in my mind. I don't like to be disrespected. So we coming to fight, I'm coming to fight you.
Well, you heard it from the man himself. Do not want to disrespect him as we throw it up to Gio for the other call.
And let's bring out our opponent coming to us by way of the red corner.
Fighting out of the red corner is Sumiko Inaba, 5'5", 125 pounds, fighting out of Maui MMA from Maui, Hawaii. She's 5-1, and she is the #2 ranked female fighter in Hawaii. And, look, she came up here because she couldn't get the level of competition she needed. And to have an amateur stage like Cowboy Fight Series on Flow Combat live with the kind of environment that we've seen here tonight, she's going to get all she came for. Sadiq, when you travel for fights and you're going in and you're fighting the hometown person, does it change your mindset at all?
Yeah, it definitely changes your mindset in the fact that you don't want to have a close decision, because the crowd could they could sway the judges' opinions. Like, it's not even anything malicious on the judges' part. It's just every time the opponent throws a punch that everybody's going, ooh, ah, it might make something that didn't land look like it landed, or something that didn't do that much damage look like it did a lot of damage. If she's flying all the way out here from Hawaii, then she probably is just using this platform to launch her career. She's not playing around. She's coming in here to probably get this win and then go pro.
And, for the listeners, I think that should encourage you if you're hoping to see Cowboy Fight Series travel around the U.S. Look, we're pulling people from everywhere outside of the continental U.S., and we are looking forward to seeing Sumiko make her Cowboy Fight Series debut.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is our final fight of the night. This is for the CFF Women's Flyweight title. 3-minute rounds of mixed martial arts action. As I introduce our first fighter coming to us by way of the blue corner. She is 22 years of age, sits 5 feet 4 with an official fight weight of 124.2 pounds, with a record of 4-3. Coming by Winchester Boxing out of Winchester, Virginia, they call her Shortcake Kelsey Gilmore. And her opponent is by way of the red corner. She is 28 years of age, stands 5 feet 5 inches tall with an official fight weight of 124.6 pounds. Her MMA record stands at 6-1. She comes to us by way of Maui MMA from Maui, Hawaii. She is the Lady Samurai, Sumiko Inaba. And we're going to bring Rick Humphreys.
Last time we saw Kelsey fight, I think she just lost based off the being undersized. You know, the other girl kind of put some physicality on her. And even now she's still
how to close the distance.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what adjustments she made, if any, in the move to Winchester Boxing as she fights Sumiko Inaba, coming out of Maui, Hawaii. The cage doors are locked. The ref is looking for the judge.
These two look ready. Rachel Ostovich.
Yeah, she does. She absolutely does.
I wonder if they train together. Or they're not on the same island.
And the main event of the evening is brought to you by CBD Bailey. Big shot there from Kelsey.
Hey, you know, this is the same way she fought the last time. You know, she was just a little bit undersized. They're a little bit closer in size this time. Yeah. So it's going to be a scrap.
Good
and I'm sure they heard the crowd going crazy for that last fight. So y'all can't come in here and sneaking up the place.
Good combinations from Sumiko. There's a lot of forward progress there. And punches on the inside.
Sumiko's mean.
Stepping in, she's landing some hard shots here, guys.
Yeah.
A lot of slight fakes here from Sumiko. Interesting adjustments and strong footwork as well.
Good right hand. Good right hand from Kelsey.
And now she fires right back. She's got to be
that
careful.
lead hand up. She got to get that lead hand up.
Kelsey staying in her face. You could kind of see her eyes kind of swell up a little bit more.
Yeah.
I would like to see Kelsey go down weight, man. I think if she was at 115, then a lot of the stuff she does will make more impact.
Well, right now she's having some good success, but she is at the end of those punches. And Sumiko's putting good volume together.
Another good right overhand. Sumiko lands a lot of punches, though, man. Kelsey might land one, but Sumiko's landing 5 to every one of her one punches.
Sumiko's combinations are excellent, but I'll tell you what, man, Kelsey Gilmore has got some real power.
Yeah, Kelsey definitely has more pop to her punch, but
Sumiko caught her on the way in.
And the thing is, it looks like Sumiko's kind of just ignoring those right hands. Like, from a bigger fighter, I feel like those right hands would do a little bit more damage.
Yeah, I mean, especially when she gets Kelsey backing up, that's the best time. You know, follow her in, land those harder shots. But, you know, once she lets Kelsey plant her feet like we saw right there, that hard counter is on its way.
Good knees.
Kelsey is very strong.
Kelsey's not.
That's that kickboxing tie back.
Yeah, I think Kelsey might have just found a home to go to. Because Sumiko didn't address that clinch at all. Yeah, I think Kelsey just found something that Sumiko's not very good at. If I'm her, I'm gonna spam the move until she makes me stop doing it.
I'm rushing in and I'm throwing elbows and knees.
Well, you know, like we talked about earlier, once you feel that your weakness might have been exposed, or even if it's not a weakness, but you found that their strength has become apparent, it changes your game because you want to avoid that position. Big shots landed there from both fighters.
Yeah, back to your knees, back to the clinch.
A very active first round from our main event. Carl, what did you see out of Sumiko besides those combinations?
She needs to sit a little bit more on her punches. She's throwing a lot, but there's no pop behind her. She's just throwing the flurries. And Kelsey is throwing heavy heavy counters, so she has to be careful. Keep that chin down, keep that lead hand up.
You know, I agree. If Sumiko's going to push forward and she's going to throw that volume, she's got to extend the punches and punch through. It seems like once she makes contact, she's immediately throwing the next one, which is great. But against a power puncher like Kelsey, who plants her feet and really throws, you need a little bit more behind it. You were watching Kelsey. You called out the clinch. I mean, how does she get there? How does she institute her game?
Honestly, the same big bombs that she's throwing could probably still help her get into the clinch. Because once you throw one, your other hand got to swim into grabbing either the head control or grabbing wrist control. And from there on, just fire your knees. Especially from the way the clinch looked when they both got in there. Sumiko didn't really try to fight it off at all. She just kind of started trying to work the body. And I think I'll trade my knees to your face for you trying to punch me in the body.
Absolutely. Well, let's see what adjustments are made, if any, for both fighters. And I'll tell you what, these ladies are definitely bringing the heat here in our main event of Cowboy Fight Series.
I think Kelsey should definitely start using her legs more.
She got to set him up, though, right?
Yeah.
We've seen her throw that lead kick, and it gets checked, and then she gets countered. She's got to punch first, but now she's got a body lock. Going for an outside trip.
Oh,
and right back into that clinch.
Yeah, go back to that plum the same way she had before.
Gotta suck that elbow and start worrying about the overhook. There you go.
There it goes.
Good call. She must be listening to you guys.
If I'm her, I wouldn't be going for the elbow. I'd just start working the knees.
Knees, spinner, put on the cage, then might throw an elbow.
I think the volume is...
Oh, that was a close head kick.
Did she get hit?
No, I think she fell down. She slipped. She threw a leg kick and then fell down.
And then after the leg kick got checked, as she went to plant it, she just kind of slipped back, and now Sumiko is on top, looking to pass guard.
She has to get up.
If that kick had landed, that would have been lights out.
Yeah, that would have been the Jersey Strangler versus Eric Anders.
Kelsey's going for an armbar. She's got to be careful here. If Sumiko wants to advance her position, well, now she's got an underhook on the correct side, but that knee is getting in the way. That's going to prevent her from getting the leverage she needs.
Push that knee down.
Some good ground and pound there. And Sumiko starts to impose her will. Kelsey's got to push off here. Once you get both hooks in, if you're not liking the position, at least start extending, getting something out of the way here, because now that Sumiko's postured up, it's going to take away that ability to explode forward. She's going back for that armbar, though. She's looking to get that arm over Sumiko's head. And then she hits a big volume. And now Sumiko's passed. And she's content here in half guard because she's landing a lot of volume.
Yeah, if I'm her, I'm not changing anything. We're going to sit right here. Sometimes side control is not all that it seems in jiu-jitsu, you know? Like a lot of jiu-jitsu guys are so pressed to get in side control. You can hold someone in half guard and just rain down punches, just stay there.
I like half guard better because I can control the hips, and I can get your shoulders on the ground. I can actually load up and hit you hard. Half guard gives you too much range of motion.
And you know, the other thing about half guard too is when you have the underhook on the right side and your head pressure on the other, there's literally nowhere for them to go, and there's nowhere for you to get hit. So you could just rain down that type of volume. But we're seeing some big volume right now from hard shots from Sumiko. And they got to think about stopping this here a little bit. She's not really putting up a good defense. She's pushing away. It looks like she's going to barely make it here. Wow, Kelsey barely got out of that situation.
And this is kind of the same thing. This kind of the same thing that happened in the last fight, though. You know, she's just getting out, like the physicality is not there. That's why I'm saying she might have to go down to a lower weight class.
It does seem like there's a piece missing. The power is there, and that translates quite well to this weight class. However, the strength and height and reach, that's causing some problems for her as she enters into these close-range situations. Carl, what did you see of Sumiko? I mean, look, we're looking at these highlights here, and she put good volume together, and she showed that she has a very real advantage on the ground.
Now I think she should look for the takedown. She's just seen that she almost finished her with elbows and everything, so there's no reason to even stand up. Get this out, get it finished. Get her to think you're going to strike, going for that little sweep or wherever you want to go for a takedown, get on her back and mash her out.
Sadiq, if you're in Kelsey's corner, you got to assume she's down 2 rounds to none.
Yeah.
What are we doing here for this title fight? What adjustments do you make?
Well, the thing is, Kelsey's kind of hit her with the best she has, and Sumiko kind of just shrugged it off, you know. So at this point, things are looking a little bit rough for Kelsey.
That was great outlook. Well, she just SOL, huh?
Sorry, I'll hate to be in Kelsey's corner right now.
No, look, I think the point is that at this point, everything we've seen from Kelsey hasn't been able to get it done. She has power. She knows when she lands, she could do the damage, but she's got to find a better way to get it there, right?
And she's not throwing anything anymore. She needs to go high with the kick. Stop her from rushing in with punches.
And right there, you see again, now Sumiko's
just
in on
like
the single.
You said, Sumiko's taking it to the ground. Man.
Very nice single leg. Now, if Kelsey's going to keep that knee in there, she's got to pull it up and start to extend again, because she does not want to be here for a prolonged period of time, especially now that we're in the third and final round of this championship fight.
She might as well go for a sweep here. Bring that left leg down to the knee. Oh, she brought it out already. Does not need to cross her feet and just stay there. This is wasting way too much time.
Well, you go to what you know, and it looks like she really wants either an armbar or to at least try to get her legs up. Beautiful pass by Sumiko there.
The ref is probably going to stop the fight here.
And she's trying her best to guard, but she's just not. There it is. And that's it. That's all she wrote.
Oh, Sumiko
and now a huge win in her Cowboy Fight Series debut, and she is our new women's flyweight champion, all the way from Maui, Hawaii. That's a tremendous performance, and hats off to Kelsey Gilmore, who the power is there, the skills are there. I think we need to make some small adjustments to really get back up to that championship level for Kelsey.
Definitely.
And we're going to throw it right up to Gio for the official call.
All right. Before we make our decision, don't forget, Senor Tequila's is our after party. You get a chance, go outside. If you had a shirt, get a shirt. Get Cowboy to sign your fight shirt this evening. Everybody be safe. For those of you who are not going to see, don't forget, Shogun fights. We got some great fights coming up July 13th. UFC fights coming up, and of course, we got a couple more CDFS fights coming up later this year. Make sure you follow us, whether on Facebook or on the website, CowboyFightSeries.com. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a winner. At 57 seconds in the third round by way of stopping fight referee and down. The CFS Women's Flyweight Champion, the Lady Samurai, Sumiko Your champion after you defend the belt. We look forward to seeing you. You can cry out what? Hopefully we'll see Senor Tequila's as well. It's a pleasure watching the fight. Once again, Sumiko and Nava, thank you guys. It's been an absolute pleasure being here at the CFS number 2. We can't wait to see you guys open tonight at Senor Tequila. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you all for joining us. Have a great night.